Good morning, everybody. We're going to call this meeting to order, June 16th, 2022, regular meeting of the Gainesville City Commission. We have with us today virtually Commissioner Hayes Santos, who has signed his affidavit and out of abundance of caution has elected to participate from home. And so with that, we will go ahead and get started. Madam Clerk, our first order of business.
Our first order of business is adoption of the agenda.
Okay, adoption of the agenda and consent agenda. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
With the one modification of adding the charter amendment addressing vacancies in office.
Thank you. And the clerk, I think, can put that up.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, there was one modification to the regular agenda, adding the charter amendment addressing vacancies. This is the per commission direction at our last meeting to direct the attorney's office to draft an ordinance changing the election time from 60 to 120 days. And it will just move that forward if we ultimately approve that. There we go. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just a reminder at this moment for anybody here or listening, if you would like to speak to any items on our agenda, there are little forms to fill out on either side of the commission here. So you can just grab one of those. If you want to speak to a specific item, you can write that, and the clerk will call you up when it's time to speak to that item. We also have 3 opportunities for what we call early public comment. So if you would like to speak to any item on our agenda and do so at one of these early public comment times, you can do that. It precludes you from speaking later in the meeting, but it allows you to speak to those either one or more items and then go on about your day. And then we will have an opportunity for general public comment at 1 o'clock. That is for anyone that would like to share some thoughts with us about things that are not on our agenda at all today. And so, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak to any items on the consent agenda?
Not that I'm aware of at the moment.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just saw early public comment. Go ahead. Tana Silva?
Okay.
Good morning, Tiana Silva. I noticed on the card too, it says to sign up to speak on the consent and regular agenda. So I don't know if that's, I was told that we're not allowed to speak on the regular agenda. I just want to point out that in addition to adding something kind of substantial at the last minute, the charter amendment addressing vacancies in office, there are a couple of things on a consent agenda that personally, I would think you would be interested in discussing in further detail. One of them is the Cyvance purchase, no bid. It's the second no bid award to buy acreage at the Airport Industrial Park at the request of the prospective buyer. The first was Shands to have no bid. This was just a few months ago on 8.3 acres of airport industrial property, and this one is Cyvance, which has had, I think in the backup it says it's a $70 million operation out there, and now it's getting a no bid contract for to buy 6-point-something acres for basically $200,000. Shan's got theirs for 8.3 acres for $300,000, and it's just knocking off the appraisal and for Shan's, the Colliers unnecessary commission that went. So industrial property is at a premium right now, and for the city commission to sell property with no bid is just not good management of resources. And so I would ask if you would to take that off the agenda altogether. I know you're probably not going to, but that's my request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, anybody else signed up to speak to the consent agenda?
No one signed up.
Okay, thank you very much. So we do have a motion, correct, yeah, you made the motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Chestnut absent. Okay, Madam Clerk, our next item?
Okay. Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, if, do we have anybody signed up for early public comment?
Ms. Silva.
Okay, great. So Ms. Silva, if you'll just speak, tell us which item or items you're speaking to.
Right. Thank you. Tana Silva. It will be the home preservation, the special election, and broadband.
Okay, so if we can put 5 minutes on the clock?
Okay, thank you. The home preservation, historic home preservation comes from, actually, this was begun 6.5 years ago when the commission had standing committees, and this was the best standing committee, meeting that I attended. It was, there was the relevant staff there, Sal Camella, who's very dedicated to historic preservation, Chair Carter, and let's see, whoever else was there. The Historic Preservation Board people were there. People from several neighborhoods were there. And it was so exciting. Everyone just left in, really good spirits about stemming demolition by neglect, which is a serious, serious problem, especially speculators buying properties in our neighborhoods and sitting on them and then getting permission to demolish them. And Sal had done a beautiful report, from people, cities that had, including Jacksonville, that had programs to begin to stem demolition by neglect. And the next thing we knew, the outgoing mayor did away with all the standing committees, and that went away. And the Chair Carter said, what are we supposed to do with this? And Nicole Shalley, the attorney, told him, well, from now on, commissioners can just champion their own issues. And that's been a real problem since then. So I'm glad to see this come back. I know staff has done some work on mapping houses that are at risk of being demolished. I would say $77,000 is next to nothing. So I think that's something that needs more consideration. The special election, why waste money on something that is going to be a possible eventuality someday, sometime, to put the commission in charge of appointing the next commissioner? I mean, why bother to even put that on the ballot? That it's not democratic, and you shouldn't do that. Broadband, I'm among many people who have watched this just continue over and over again for year after year, with consultant after consultant pointing out the risks and the downside and the cost. And now you have a consultant that I hope you'll pay close attention to all the risks that are outlined, to the cost, the initial cost of $136 million when you look at page 5. And then I think page 10 has the risks that are, all the competitors. Government broadband has lost billions and billions of dollars over the years. And, however much this District 4 candidate, Brian Eastman, may want it and make reasons that poor children will have better lives if they have GRUCOM instead of Cox or whatever. I noticed also that proposed Project 1 is partially in District 4, which he's running for, and has been the campaign manager for several commissioners' campaigns. So anyway, that aside, just the whole idea that the commission has spent so much time, so much staff resources on something that is just going to be a boondoggle. I think it's, listen really closely, not just to the glossy, intentions of it, but look really closely at pages 5 and 10 of the presentation and see that this is not something that the city needs to get bogged down in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here to participate in early public comment for those items. Madam Clerk, is there anybody else here for early public comment?
Not signed up.
Okay. Then we will go ahead and move on with our regular agenda.
The next item on the agenda is item 211296, Street Shows Pilot Program Update.
All right. Madam Manager, we have Mr. Etling here if you don't have any introductory comments. Very good. No, all good. Mr. Etling, welcome. We're glad you're here with us.
Good
to update us
morning,
on this
Mayor and
program.
Commissioners. I'm Russell Etling. I'm the Cultural Affairs Manager with the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department. And I'm here to introduce Chelsea Carnes, who will be presenting an update on the Street Shows pilot program. This was previously known to you as the busking program. Chelsea is one of our newest additions to our Cultural Affairs team. She has previously served the city as a member of the Cultural Affairs Board and our cultural community in a number of ways. She's a founder of the Girls Rock Camp and is an extremely talented musician, having performed many times at Free Fridays and throughout the community. One of Chelsea's key responsibilities in the Cultural Affairs portfolio is to be the new coordinator of the Downtown Festival and Art Show, and we hope we can, at one point or another, tell you all the new things that are going to be happening with that this year. But Chelsea has also taken on the responsibility of developing the Street Shows program, and it is my pleasure to introduce her now, Chelsea Carnes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Etling and Ms. Carnes. I had no idea that we had hired you. What an incredible get for the city. That is awesome, awesome news. So welcome aboard, and we are excited to hear the update for this program.
Thank you. It's a thrill to be working for the city and to be presenting to all of you today. Loving my job so far. I get to work on exciting projects like the Street Shows program. So I've got some slides prepared. You can go ahead and skip to the next one. We'll talk about the program a little bit. The way we've gone about developing the program, I kind of wanted to start there to give you background, because we're really trying to ground this in best practices of asking the community what they want and what they'd like to see out of this program before we charge forward with releasing it. So what we did, we took a 3-tiered approach to doing research, kind of developing best practices and guidelines for how to roll it out. First, we had focus groups with musicians. We kind of thought, who are the major stakeholders in this program, right? Ultimately, it's the performers themselves, and also the downtown businesses who we hope will be benefited by this pilot program. So we had focus groups with 20 performers. We hosted these at Bodley Plaza. 2 groups lasted about an hour, 10 performers at each group. Really pleased with the diversity, both demographic and genre-wise, of folks present. We had everyone from soloist performers, musicians, dancers, circus folks, clowns. It was a good time, and I got a lot of perspective from those who came. And these bullet points are just kind of a few pieces of what they had to say. We developed a title for the program. That's where we kind of, the Gainesville Street Shows, GNV Street Shows title came from. We talked about the word busking and its associations. We still use that word in the guidelines, and not afraid to use that word, but it does have some negative connotations. So ultimately, the performers preferred the word street shows. $100 an hour is the fee payment we landed on, and as you'll see later in the presentation, I think that's a fair and good price for these performances. And the performances are going to last 1 to 2 hours. Different types of performers had preferences on how long the program would last, and more kind of circus arts preferred shorter time slots, and then some of the musicians were like, I'll play for 8 hours. So we landed on 2, partially because I was trying to think about, if you're a solo performer there with some gear, 2 hours is a good amount of time. You don't really want to go past 2 hours because you might have to set your gear down to go use the bathroom or get some water or something. 2 hours is a nice amount of time. You can stay there the full time with your gear and not have to walk away. And also for the local industry folks, they don't want to hear repeated sets. So more than 2 hours might start to become irritating for the folks working near that busker. We talked about weather and safety guidelines. We talked about whether we should book local or think about bringing in performers from. There are all these great street artists from around the world that we could consider bringing in. Ultimately, for a pilot program and this amount of funding, we decided to stick local, and I'm glad we did, because you'll see later we got a ton of applications from local performers. There's plenty of talent here to fill this program. What else? We also, they wanted a kind of a public calendar, either something physical, like a sandwich board, you know, something on the street to show who'd be performing at the different spots, or at least an online calendar of events so that folks could look up and see who's performing when and where and go track down their favorite performer to watch them. So we've developed a website. It's, what's the new city website? GNV-FL.gov/street-shows. And all the information that I'm talking about today is on that website as well. You can go ahead and skip to the next slide. So we got the next kind of tier of research we looked at was talking to downtown business owners and managers and hearing their perspectives. This slide shows you, so we sent out a survey, a digital survey to a little over 30 downtown business owners and managers. We got responses from 9 of them. And you can see they're across the board. 1 indicates they don't want this program. 5 indicates that they're really excited about the program. And you can see they're all over the place. If you skip to the next slide, I think the quote on the next slide kind of sums up their concern. They're hesitantly interested, hesitantly supportive, but it's going to depend on how it's rolled out. This quote came from a downtown business owner who said it depends on the type and quality of the act, how well it's promoted. Certain acts could detract from outdoor dining experiences. So they're watching to see how we roll it out. We also asked them what kind of performances they'd most like to see. And you can see that they seem to prefer ambient, kind of not in your face type performances, more like, you know, musical things, a caricaturist, something that kind of quietly adds ambiance to the downtown sidewalk scene rather than juggling or puppetry or clowning or that sort of thing. So as I book the shows, I'm kind of taking that into account. And skip to the next slide. So this is what the process is going to look like. This is straight off our website. A performer can submit an application. It's a easy, quick application online that includes just kind of some information about them, as well as a request for a link to them performing, like so you can see a short video and get an idea of what their performance looks and sounds like. I review those applications as they come in, and then I reach out to the buskers. I get them in our city payment system, and we select a busk stop and a date and a time for their performance. And I'll get to the busk stops in a second. We've identified spots for these performances to happen. And then I publish that lineup on that website that I mentioned earlier. And then they go perform. And because these are street performances that are kind of autonomous performances, it's not like I'm going to be there for every single one, or you know, they're going to roll out and happen. We've asked, for accountability's sake, for buskers and also for promotional material, for all buskers to take either a photo or a video of their performance that they have to share with me afterwards before we issue pay. So I get to see, you know, how the performance went, or a little taste of the performance, and then I can of course use that on the website and on other Gainesville social media sources to kind of tell people about how the program's going too. And then they get paid. You can switch to the next slide. So the guidelines, this is kind of a condensed version for the sake of PowerPoint visuals, but essentially we ask them to check out the attended spot, make sure it's not directly in front of a business. And like I said, we've actually identified spots for this, so none of them are within 20 feet of a business that would be open during the times that busking will happen. Make sure they're not disturbing outdoor diners, and make sure that they're not right next to another busker or performer. Also, we want to make sure they're not blocking sidewalk traffic or business entrances with their gear or their setup. And we said that a tip can or a QR code is totally fine, but no soliciting. And then be courteous with volume. That's what the business owners were concerned about volume. So we describe if you could be heard indoors, or if you're disturbing the experience of people dining outdoors, you're too loud. Don't stay in the same spot more than 2 hours, and we encourage them to tag the City of Gainesville on social media so that people can see how cool downtown Gainesville is and all the cool stuff going on there. You can skip to the next slide. Okay, so here are our busk stops and the proposed summer schedule, which I hope to roll out this coming art walk in 2 weeks. Actually, the last piece I was waiting on was getting the contract ready. And Kim Harris has done a fantastic job of putting that together with other colleagues. I got it yesterday, so we're ready to go. I want to get the first busker out by art walk, hopefully. So definitely start of July, hopefully last weekend of June. These spots, you can see each spot I have a daytime and a nighttime photo. John Gaunt from the Bo Diddley Plaza did a really good job kind of researching different locations, taking into account lighting to make sure they're well lit, taking into account pedestrian traffic. You know, we want to position our performers in spaces where people will actually walk by and hear them. And then also, you know, safety, how much space there is, making sure that there's room on the corner that they're on to not be blocking sidewalks and that kind of thing. Also, traffic noise and that kind of thing. One of these spots, the one on Main Street, might be reserved for louder acts, and then a couple of them are identified as kind of quieter acts. So a ukulele might be in spot 1, while a bucket drummer might be in spot 3, kind of thing. The summer schedule you see on the right there, for the scheduling, we took into account Hippodrome time slots of performances there. We looked at free Fridays, and we also considered downtown bars and music venues, and trying not to step on the toes of any of those existing performances, but instead to enhance them by having busking at the times before and after those performances. So that's how we landed on those times you see there. And I also have one time slot each week that is a 1-hour slot, and the rest are 2-hour slots. Musicians seem to prefer 2-hour slots. So again, skip to the next slide. So these last 2 slides are really fun because I was surprised, you know, as Russell said, I'm a musician myself. I've busked myself around the world. And I was thrilled that we got 61 applications in 2 weeks. I mean, the hesitancy of the downtown business surveys was kind of made up for by the enthusiasm of the performance arts community. People are so excited about this program. And look at the wide range of applications that are coming in. This isn't even comprehensive. This is just, I just started grabbing and typing a few that I saw out of the 61 applications at the time I made this slide. And since then, I've gotten even more applications. And it's not just a lot of applications, they're high quality. Like some of the performers who've been applying are people who could play anywhere in town, and they want to play on our sidewalks. So I think that's a really good sign as far as excitement in the arts community about this program. You can skip to the next slide. This is the last slide. I wanted to end up on a positive note and say, these are the comments that have come in with the applications, and there's lots more comments like this too. Again, I just grabbed a few, but you can see people are so excited, and it's making them excited about living in Gainesville. I mean, I love this flame emoji. So glad Gainesville's doing this. I love the city of Gainesville. I'm excited to be part of the community. I mean, the performing arts community in Gainesville is very, very on board and very excited about this program. So I wanted to share that with you.
And very stoked.
They're stoked.
Very stoked for the opportunity. I love it.
Yes. Yes, they are. Yeah, so now the last slide. If you want to take questions, I think Leslie Ladendorf is going to come respond.
Sure, thank you. Appreciate it, Ms. Carnes, and Ms. Ladendorf and Mr. Etling as well for your work on this. Let's start off with Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Carnes. I'm excited to see what you did with it, because our initial conversation was 3 kind of vaguer or more detailed mosh poshes. So I'm glad that you were able to do something with it, and it's amazing. My one question, Leslie, if you could answer it, is how long is the pilot intended to be? Because I did some rough math. It looks like 25 weeks.
It's roughly.
Oh, never mind.
It goes through.
Yeah, we kind of intentionally made it so that it would end when the weather gets cold. So it'll go right up towards November. I think this one tweak in that schedule is I'm hoping to also incorporate busking at some of the large downtown events when there's just pedestrians everywhere. So, for example, Halloween Fest weekend, like having some buskers out at that time, and also the Downtown Festival and Art Show, having some buskers there. So I think Downtown Festival and Art Show happens November 19th and 20th. That'll probably be the capstone ending the program, because it gets cold after that, and it wouldn't be fun to be playing violin on a street corner in cold weather.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good for the violin and the people. But thank you. No, I think that's a good season to have all of this. I'd be interested in seeing after the pilot when we would start, because as much as I love the summer, it is hot. And that's also not good for violin or people. But that's it. I really love everything you've prepared for it. I actually had a neighbor contact me about the compensation, thinking, well, like, I love the arts, but that seems like a lot. But I completely agree with that decision by you guys. It is a talent. It is a sincere talent. There is equipment. There is setup. There is cleanup. Like, there is a lot that goes into it. So I'm glad that we are actually helping our artists and paying them what they are worth for their craft. So I think you guys have prepared something wonderful, and I kind of can't wait to see some of these. I can't be in 3 spots at the same time, but I will find a way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for putting this together. I'm really excited about it. It's, I want to remind everyone, this came up from the community. You know, this is a program that multiple community members, particularly Tricia Engel, brought forward, and multiple commissioners had those conversations, and we had meetings with not only performers but with people who enjoy the arts and business owners down in the basement about this, sunshine meetings to talk through what we might want, and staff really hit it out of the park. I think you all listened and have put together what I think will be an excellent product. It's going to be hot. It's going to rain. We'll work around it. You know, stuff's going to happen. But I'm really excited to see this move forward. Thank you all for your effort, and thank you to the community members who brought this forward in the first place. I really appreciate it.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Chelsea and the Division of Arts and Culture for working on this. Thank you to Ms. Engel, who brought it forward to us. I have a couple of questions with regards to process, just simply because I feel like enrolling something that is new, that a lot of folks are excited about. If we're talking about sustainability, I'm just very curious about some of our efforts to evaluate the program. So I know we've started off with some interviews. Can either of you or any of you speak to me a little bit about some of our plans moving forward to evaluate how we're doing and who we're going to be talking to? Will we be using surveys? Will we be using focus groups? How will we make sure that what we're doing is working for everyone who's experiencing this in some way?
I'm going to address that one. Thank you all. Leslie Ladendorf, Assistant Director for Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. We are going to use that 3-tiered approach. So we are still going to go back to the performers afterwards, go back to the businesses afterwards, and try to do those focus groups and surveys, a combination of both. We are also developing new surveys in cultural affairs that are results-based accountability. So we are really looking at not only did you like it, but we're trying to also address things that make people's lives better. So did you feel safe? Did you feel welcome? Did you enjoy it? Did it make your life better in some kind of way to be able to do this program? So we're trying to incorporate those kind of questions into our survey process as we move forward with all of our programs, but also with this one. And I think the tiered approach that we've been using for pre-evaluation, we will also use during and post. So I know this is like an ongoing conversation because this is a pilot, and we want to make sure that as we move forward, we're hitting all of the milestones that we want to hit, and that we make sure that everyone's needs are addressed throughout the process, and that if we move this forward after the pilot, that we also are taking all of that information into account.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, Leslie. We have some guidelines here on one of the slides, and I was curious about how those guidelines will be enforced. I know we have kind of limited staff, limited talented staff, but limited staff. And so if we are going to impose these rules, I'm just curious as to how we'll make sure that they're being followed. And also, you know, you kind of told me how we'll evaluate the process. Performers have an opportunity to tell us about the guidelines themselves, but more so, let's talk enforcement first.
Okay. So a couple of things. I'm gonna talk, and I think Chelsea, you have some things too as well. Before we even started developing the surveys and the focus groups, there was a lot of pre-research that we did, and one of the things we found was a study that was done out of Europe that was a huge study on busking and what different cities all over the European area had done for busking and whether it worked or didn't work. How was it successful? How wasn't it successful? And some of that was the guidelines and the rules. Some people you had to have a permit, you had to sign up and get a permit to be able to do it, and that was very negative on busking activities. So we really took a lot of that information into account, and one of the biggest things that came out of that particular study, and I think you can address the focus groups, what was said in the focus groups, is they kind of self-regulate themselves. They're a community. And so we will get information back if someone breaks those community rules. And so we will have to address those as they come about. Chelsea, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I will just add that there are more in-depth guidelines that break down those kind of bullet points, and it's part of the contract that the musician needs to sign that Kim designed for us. They have to check on they're signing that they have read and agree to those guidelines. So again, pilot program, if that's not enough, and we find out, yeah, I read it and agreed to it, and then I was still like cranked it up to 10, then we'll address it. I'm sure we'll hear about it if it becomes an issue.
Wonderful, thank you. And I believe my final question is actually not for the two of you, but most likely for Mr. Folsom. So I'm wondering if he's available. Is Mr. Folsom either in the audience or with us on Zoom? He's in the Zoom. Zariah, are you able to show yourself to answer a question? And if not, maybe I can direct it to the city manager who may be able to assist. Do I see him there? Yes? Maybe stepped away for a brief break, and that is okay. So in the interest of time, Madam Manager, I wonder if you may know or may be able to kind of assist in my desire to kind of move forward what our desires as a commission are in terms of equity. Do you know of any plans, and this is kind of unfair as I'm even asking the question, it really should be fielded by Mr. Folsom, because I'll just say it like this. How equity is folded into this process, both in terms of selection and in terms of sustaining this, is obviously something that we'll want to know. I'm curious as to what Mr. Folsom and his offices are planning to do and how he will work with you. Has any of that work begun? If not, just questions that I'll ask him, but I'm curious, perhaps you can speak to whether or not there have been some initial meetings between PRCA and the Office of Equity and Inclusion up to this point.
Well, I will, Mr. Mayor, if I might. Over the last several months, Mr. Folsom and his staff person working on the equity toolkit, they've met with me and other charters, but in particular, they've talked about the Cultural Affairs Office participating as a departmental partnership on the front end of piloting with the Cultural Affairs Division, the whole results-oriented, decision-making. And so I know he is working actually as a pilot. They're the first, that division of the Parks Department, they're the first department that have rolled into the process. I don't think that they're there yet, but I know that it is in motion. So you can speak more specifically to it, but I can tell you the meetings have been going on.
Thank you.
And Mr. Folsom has joined us as well, so why don't we allow the Director of Equity and Inclusion to jump in here, and then Ms. Ladenheim, if you have anything to add after that, then we'll come back to you. Go ahead, Mr. Folsom.
Thank you so much, Commissioners and Mayor. So first of all, thank you to Cultural Affairs Department. They have been a player for us, as the manager has echoed, in doing a pilot of our department partnership model. They're at the beginning phases of that department partnership model, and we're looking forward to how that model can be implemented in other departments within the city of Gainesville. So we're still in the beginning phases of it that we're rolling out with the support of the manager. So I'm appreciative of her allowing us to be able to do this as well as the willingness of the department itself, Russell and all of them being able to support us and making this thing happen. So we're in the beginning phases. We are looking at the equity component in terms of how equity can be rolled out, how it can be woven into the fabric of the organization, if you remember me saying that, and how we can be able to absorb it better within our departments. And so the first department that showed a willingness to accept this work is the Cultural Affairs Department. And so we've started that process, but we're at the beginning of a journey that we want to walk with them. And so that's where we're at right now. We don't have anything right now to report back to you other than that we're at the beginning of the process, but we can come back during the process to give you updates if you so desire, Mayor and Commissioners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Folston, for that. I didn't know if Leslie or Chelsea would like to add anything to that.
We're just very excited to be the first to do the equity pilot program in the city. And so we are very much looking forward to the process, and training our staff, bringing about awareness, and then figuring out how to, or learn how to do the work that is needed to make sure that equity is part of everything that we do.
Thank you very much for that. And Mr. Folston, thank you very much. I would be very interested in any upcoming reports with regards to that.
I can just add too in regards to the street shows program. I'm new, again, I've only been working in the city for maybe 4 months now, but from what I've seen, every program we're launching, equity's been a conversation and a part of where we start. And this one's exciting because we're literally starting a brand new program. So from the very beginning, we talked about diverse performers, and about the diverse genres, and a wide appeal to that would kind of be meaningful to all of our neighbors. So it's definitely been a part of our conversation, and the applications we've been getting in are demographically very diverse. So that's exciting too. One other thing I will add is before the program rolls out, I am contacting GPD to let them know about the program, because my worst nightmare would be for a street performer to be asked to leave or harassed or treated as if they weren't welcome to be performing there. And so that's something we've talked about too, and how that connects to equity and diversity, as well as making sure our performers feel safe and welcomed when they're there performing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker, for bringing up the guidelines. I figured there was a bigger book of rules somewhere. And I know you're still finishing the contract, I believe is what you said, that we're just like finishing it up. Not so much for the contract, but for the guidelines. Would it be possible for us to receive just a copy? Because I feel that we are more likely to get questions and or complaints, and that we can be like, actually, this is what it says, as opposed to someone knowing, like, I can go to Cultural Affairs and find Ms. Carnes and ask her. So if it'd be possible to just get a guideline so that we know and that we can inform our neighbors if it does bear like a question of any kind, I'd really appreciate that.
Of course.
They're online.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions from me. I just want to thank you all and express my appreciation for a lot of thought that went into this. I think you all have a very solid game plan to move forward with. And, as with everything that's new, you figure out how to do it better day by day. So incorporating all of that is going to be really exciting to watch. So thank you very much for all your hard work.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Mr. Mayor.
I see you. Yeah, I see you, Commissioner Santos. Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to follow up on Commissioner Duncan Walker's query. I was thinking about the equity issue as well, and I think you said you had focus groups. Okay, did that include the minority community?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and hopefully you will use a different mainstream of advertising or marketing to make sure that you get to a wide breadth of performers in the minority community. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. What's the best way to notify you? Because I have my hand up since like the very beginning of the presentation. Is it?
I'll ask the clerk to put her light on.
Okay.
Because otherwise I can't see you.
No, I know. I just wondering what the best way is.
Yeah, I'll ask the clerk to put her light on for you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm excited to see this moving forward. I do have one kind of concern of us having using busking in a lot of it, specifically a busk pass and a busk stop, because I think that busking is legal anywhere in the city, and you don't need a license. And having like a busk pass might make people think that you have to have a license. and then having a bus, calling it like a bus stop, people might think that's the only place you can busk. And this really is just like the city like paying for a show to happen. I guess I don't know what the thoughts are on that, of having kind of calling it busking and calling on things. I think it might start to create issues, and people complain that if someone's busking not there, then they might get complaints because they don't understand exactly what the laws are if we start having bus passes and things like that.
Yeah, that language came out of those performer focus groups. They thought it was cute. So I hadn't thought about that point. The Busk Pass, I didn't go over that in my presentation, but it's just advertising for the program. We're asking all performers to have a little sign. It can be as simple as a handmade sign saying GNV street shows. That's the Busk Pass. It's just indicating that they're a part of our program and they're sponsored to be there by the city, kind of celebrating that the city is doing this initiative and recognizing that it's part of an initiative. But I definitely don't want to imply or give the idea that busking isn't already perfectly legal. So I'll take that into, I'll think about that. Take that into account.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, if it's, calling it, I guess, the GNV street shows, or having, that makes more sense than the when I read the bus pass. But yes, having the bus stops, it kind of, because I know some cities do regulate that and just say that you can only do it in these locations. So maybe if we can think about calling it something different, so it's not kind of with that terminology. I don't know. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Busk Stop is funny. I think it's great. I think people will remember it. I think there's a way to communicate without it being a problem. I think it's the kind of thing that helps catch on. I think it's good. Thank you.
Thank you, both. I'm so incredibly excited about this. I don't mean to routinely bore folks with my family history, but both my parents were music teachers, right? And so the conversation around our dinner table was very often access to the arts by people that are not wealthy. And throughout our history, there has been an exclusivity to a lot of culture and art. So for me, yes, creating a more vibrant downtown with cool ambiance, and that's awesome and a good enough reason to do it. But creating incredibly low barrier opportunities for pretty much anyone to come be exposed to diverse art, that's the payoff. That's the jewel. And so as we do this, it's great to ask people what they want to hear and see and try to provide that. If people want to hear Jimmy Buffett songs or Motown or what, fine. We know people like that. That's cool. I also hope we're able to expose people to forms of art that they otherwise would not have access to or just never thought about. That can be a transformative experience. That's where I think, Commissioner Duncan Walker's focus on equity and access really becomes super relevant. Because, we know, well, you saw the list of applications. I mean, it's like an enormous interest in this throughout our community. We might have to be a little bit more directed in reaching out to folks or communities that might have potential performers that otherwise are not kind of keyed into this network, already. And so some of our international community, just sort of non-traditional performers. But it looks like you got a lot of that. But I just, I want to sort of envision that young person, walking downtown and coming across something that they've never heard or never experienced before and just being blown away. Because I think many of us have had those experiences and they affect us profoundly for a long time. I mean, it sort of creates new synapses in our mind and changes us as individuals in a very positive way. I also I am absolutely most interested in November 19th to December 31st. My guess is we're going to get a bunch of emails of, hey, what happened? You know, like it's going to be part of what people grow to expect and experience. They're going to wonder where it went. And to me, if what happens is what I think is going to happen, that will be the testimony, that will be the validation, and I hope that we're at that point ready. And Madam Manager, it might be worth sort of considering that there is room in the budget that if we really determine this is highly successful, that we're able to get it back up and running for the rest of the year, you know, and we have the finances. I also, cold is a relative term. It doesn't get so cold. I would rather this be a sort of, again, we're in a pilot, I get that. I'm not, you know, I think let's assess and evaluate. But I think that there are so few truly cold days that I would like to keep this essentially continuous. And then if there is an extraordinary, you know, it's a cold night, shelter night, it's going to freeze. You know, we say, hey, you know, we've got to, either you get an excused absence or we're just going to say we're not going to do this tonight because it's not safe or something like that. But I think there are many acts that would still be fine in, you know, 50-degree weather and probably enjoy it. Maybe more so than, say, like this evening. So anyway, just something to consider. There are many cities that do this, and they do it in cold weather, they do it in hot weather, they even do it in rainy weather. You know, I mean, it's just it's sort of embedded in the everyday life. So this is awesome. I'm excited. I can't wait to come down here with my family and just go randomly check out what's going on without having any idea ahead of time, and being excited about it. No action required. I think it sounds like there's some good feedback, including a lot of appreciation for getting it to this point and excitement about watching it roll out, as well as some, I think, good things to follow up on when it comes to equity, access, and evaluation. So all good. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak to this item? Okay. We'll keep up the good work. Oh, okay. Carly, did you turn your card in? No, that's okay. That's okay. We'll get you here. And then if there's any other items you want to speak to, just fill out the card, let the clerk know so we can keep it organized for the record. But go ahead. Come on up.
Thank you. I'm so happy to hear about this. I can't wait. But I agree with you about that later part of the year because at that time somebody's going to want to hear chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
You know you're right.
So it should continue. That's definitely a season of music. I think that the pay scale is very appropriate. When I was briefly part of a roving a cappella singing program at the Cancer Outpatient Infusion Center before the second last surge shut it down, that's what they were paying. And also when, is it Bill Hutchinson in your department brought me into the medieval fair to share the history of the Moors, that was a definite strike toward equity by that department. So I think they're getting it. But I did want to speak about the idea of busking. I first saw busking in New York, in a New York subway in '72, somebody with an amplified kalimba singing in the subway. And then my grandson a few years ago in Detroit at age 11 just pops out his violin as his parents are showing me Riverside Park. To their surprise and mine, he made $15 in 5 minutes. So, but busking, I don't think the term applies because I think busking is not prepaid. Busking is an ad hoc income stream. And so I think that the idea of a paid performance, that they are pre-contracted ahead of time for a paid performance is not the definition of busking. I just wish I'd known about this ahead of time. Maybe I could have gotten to take an a cappella singer, but I think it's a fantastic idea. I can't wait to see it, and I hope it does become permanent in Gainesville.
Thank you, Mr. Blount. And to reiterate a point, this program does not preclude you or your a cappella group from going out and performing anywhere else. So we would both encourage and invite you to do so. You might not be in the list of folks that get compensated by the city to do so, but if you've applied, you may. But regardless, you can still do it. The idea is it's not just restricted to these times and these places. It's allowed anywhere in the city. We just want to encourage and promote it. And still accepting applications. There we go. Man, nothing but good happening here. All right. Well, thank you again. Super excited about this, and can't wait to go see it in person. All right, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is 210890, Historic Home Stabilization Assistance Program.
Okay, Madam Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this item is being brought back. Chelsea Bacaitis is here from GCRA. The last time this item was presented to the commission, just as an update, there was a request for it to possibly be expanded beyond single family to maybe duplex, quadruplexes, whatever. And I believe that Ms. Bacaitis will address that along with some other items in the update. Ms. Bacaitis?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Curry. Thank you for the introduction. Right, let me get my notes up.
This is also a pilot. This is a pilot, is that right?
Yes, correct. It's a pilot program, but I would like to inform the commission that the planning department actually did do a similar program a few years ago. So we kind of took the lessons learned from that program, which was probably over 5 years ago. I'm not sure in the dates. And then we kind of created this new program and used GCRA funding. Right, so today I'm going to talk about the mission and vision of the program, why it's needed, and discuss what this program will offer and the eligibility requirements. And at the end, I will ask the commission and mayor for comments and recommend approval. Next slide. All right, so there's been a history of demolition in the city of Gainesville. This program, instead of looking at the existing historic districts within the GCRA, we decided to look at the neighborhoods that are most at risk for having historic homes demolished or most at risk of losing their historic character. So those neighborhoods are Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, Porters, and Spring Hill. So I just took some information from the historic plan element from the comprehensive plan. So from 1982 to 2012, the element was written in 2012, so that's why we only have data going back, but 91 buildings were demolished. So that is 23% of the homes that were in Fifth Avenue. The picture on this slide is actually a home that's in the Art Moderne style that it was from Fifth Avenue. It was built in the 1930s and then demolished in the 1970s. A lot of just interesting homes that add to the historic character of Fifth Avenue have been demolished. Pleasant Street has a very similar history from 86 to 2012. 55 buildings were demolished. The report didn't say what percent that was of the existing housing stock, but did have an interesting quote that said, "Demolition by neglect jeopardizes the Pleasant Street Historic District standing as a historic district." And Pleasant Street is the only historic district out of the neighborhoods I'm presenting, but even that standing is at risk because of demolition. All right, next slide, please. Is there a way to switch the slides? Am I on?
No, the clerk will do it for you.
Oh, I'm sorry, next slide. Okay. All right, so, can you please go back? Sorry. Okay, so Spring Hill had a very similar history. It talks about in the element that historic structures are at risk by development pressures, specifically from Depot Park, which I thought was interesting, was included in the element. Porter's Quarters, same story. Historic district potential is probably non-existent. So I think it was in the 80s, I might be wrong. They did a survey to see if Porter's Quarters could be a historic district, and the finding was that it could not because of all the demolitions that happened in the 1980s of the historic buildings. And so the purpose of this program is to preserve what we have of the history in these neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So before we wanted to create this program, we wanted to look at what are the existing home rehab
programs that homeowners in these neighborhoods can currently take part of. So of course, there's the City of Gainesville Housing and Community Development Housing Rehabilitation Program and the Roof Repair Program, which is offered to people who might have trouble affording those rehab improvements themselves. So usually they make about the low income or under 80% of the Gainesville median income. GRU has their LEAP program, and that does energy efficiency repairs, hot water heaters, air conditioners, insulation. Rebuilding Together does critical and emergency home repair. They do have limited funding. Community Weatherization can do small repairs like tune-ups. Central Florida Community Action also does weatherization upgrades. They do aging in place home rehab for seniors. Alachua Habitat for Humanity also does some critical home repair. Neighborhood Housing and Development Corporation, NHDC, does have an emergency home repair program and a home repair loan program. And then the Christians Concern for the Community does non-structural home assistance, so small things like wheelchair ramps, and then painting. So these are great programs, but they're very limited in funding, and they're all offered for people who make below 80% of the median income. So we kind of took different comments from our advisory board and created a program that we felt kind of filled in the gaps while also addressing the historic needs of these homes. Next slide, please. All right, so I probably should have put this slide after you knew what the actual program policies are, but these are some changes that we went through with our advisory board on the policies. So first, when you had initially brought the program to our advisory board, we only had the current historic districts as part of the programs. We didn't include Porter's Quarter, Spring Hill, or Fifth Avenue because they were not designated historic districts. But our advisory board advised us that there is great need in some of these neighborhoods with history, but may not be historic districts. So we extended the program to address certain neighborhoods that are facing development pressures from the University of Florida and are also facing demolition by neglect. We brought it back in October, and they asked that we focus the program on median and low-income applicants. And then in January, they made an interesting recommendation, which is actually, I think, something that could be good for all of our housing programs, to include family members of property owners as eligible under the program. So the program does not include renters, but includes family members. So if someone has their parent or a brother and sister living in a home. All right, and at that January 18th meeting, they also recommended that the historic home stabilization program be approved as presented. Next slide, please. So on the April 28th meeting, we brought this just to kind of introduce it to the City Commission. And the City Commission made a motion to direct that the program not be limited to single-family home, but attached units. Next slide, please. Oh, can I go back to the goal objectives? I know I talked about this before, but, oh, I'm sorry, next slide. Thank you. So the goal again is to maintain, which is the goal of actually all of our housing programs, is to maintain the neighborhood culture and population of these existing neighborhoods. So keep the people living there. And the objectives of the program are to prevent the demolition of homes, preserve the original character-defining architectural elements of neighborhood, which also helps preserve the culture. By preserving history, you can also preserve culture. All right, next slide, please. All right, so the proposed offerings of the program. The program offers only exterior results or work other than stabilizing or structural repairs, which results in the repair, improvement, reconstruction, maintenance, or stabilization. So anything to kind of keep the homes above level so that they don't become dilapidated. Examples are wall repairs, roofs, foundation, even smaller things like masonry and stucco, porch and step rehabilitation, window repair, cornices and parapet repairs, anything structural. So the city under this, so the former program, I want to mention what it offered, all these things very similar, but the former program offered a 50% matching grant up to $5,000. Unfortunately, that dollar amount and the match was not sufficient. And so from what I've heard, no one participated in the former program. So under this program, we structured it more off of HCD's, their HUD program, home rehabilitation program. So we actually have our own contractors. The city will have contractors, will inspect the property and then do the needed improvements based off of our inspections. Because it could be a higher dollar amount, the program is not a grant, but a forgivable loan mortgage with the caveat that the homeowner must reside in the home for 10 years or risk paying back the money plus 10% interest per year. So to keep the program competitive, it's going to be an annual to biannual application period, depending what we have for funding. So pretty much we'll get all the applications, then we'll prioritize them by their health and safety needs. So the homes that are most at risk to being demolished and that they have a health or safety need will receive funding first. We want to have that be also on a sliding scale so that people who they're limited by income, so their most need for these repairs and they can't pay for them themselves. So we would also prioritize applications by income. So income and then health and safety needs of the home. Next slide, please. Okay, so to be eligible, the property must be a single or attached dwelling unit. It has to be residential. It must be a contributing structure in the Pleasant Street Historic District, or if it's outside of the Pleasant Street Historic District, we need to determine if it is a historic structure. And the best way for the city to protect its investment is to register the home as a historic structure on the local historic registrar. So the staff, that can be, it's not a huge process, it can take about a month, but staff, and I've talked with Ms. Kathleen Kaufman, our historic preservation specialist, will work with those homeowners to get their home on the local historic register. And there's some pros and cons in that, because after that they do need to get a certificate of appropriateness and follow the city's historic guidelines, but that also protects the investment so we can be sure that the home isn't demolished. It would be harder for the home to be demolished in the future. Again, so to be eligible, the applicant, so the structure, again, has to be a single or attached unit, but the rule remains that the applicant needs to own and occupy the house, or a family member needs to occupy the house. And again, the eligibility requirement is that applicants need to be below the area median income. Next slide, please. All right, so for this year, we have $76,868 budgeted. We estimate that the range of cost of repairs could be anywhere from $2,000 to $30,000. Again, awards are competitive, and so the next steps, if this program is approved today, will be that we will be waiting on a citywide request for qualifications from contractors. So the city's putting together a request for qualifications, and so we'll be able to draw general contractors from that. And so because this is a pilot year and we're coming up to the end of the fiscal year, we have the same amount budgeted for fiscal 23, and there may be tweaks, or there can always be tweaks or changes of the programs based on our lessons learned from this year. All right, next slide, please. All right, I thank you to the commissioners. The recommendation is the interim city manager, city commission is to approve the historic home stabilization program as presented, once approved by the city manager, as to form and legality. I'm sorry, that should say city attorney, as to form and legality. And so thank you for your time, and I leave open to the commissioners and mayor to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Saka.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Pettis. This is, I'm glad we brought it back. I'm glad we brought it back, and that we've tweaked it. And I especially like the tweak of, if you have family living there, it's basically the same at that point. Yeah. That did lead me to a question, though, on the eligibility requirements, where okay, double checking that the person, so long as the family remains, it will be safe.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That so long as family or the owner remain, does it have to be the same family member? Or so long as it's like that family related to the original homeowner, I guess.
Yes, has to be that family related to the original home.
Do we have that? I know there have been issues with other things of how to define family, and culturally, family is defined differently. I guess what steps have we gone through to kind of define that? How are we defining family?
So we took language from the ordinance. Let me find that definition for you. The, not ordinance.
The guideline?
Yeah, there is some, anyway, the land use, they have a definition of family. All right.
Okay, I think I found it. For our spouse, domestic partner, child, stepchild, parent, step-parent, brother, sister, grandparent, niece, nephew, aunt, uncle, father-in-law, mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, brother-in-law, and that's it.
Yeah. And domestic partnership is defined in the Code of Ordinance, Chapter 2, Article 8.
So, and my lawyer brain gets that. Like, these are legally definable and you can prove them. The part of me that deals with, like, different cultures and minority groups, those are vague terms. And my concern is how some minority communities might refer to someone as an aunt or an uncle. I have 8 million aunts. None of them are actually related to me. Does that count? And what considerations we are putting into that cultural difference, so to speak.
So when I spoke with our attorney about this, he kind of had the same statement that so we're not going to be the arbitrators. So if someone comes and says, this is my aunt, we're not going to be the arbitrator and say, no, you need to show proof that this is your aunt. So we're not going to, anyway, that's kind of how we decide to do that.
That works for me.
Yeah.
I didn't want to make people jump through 80 hoops to prove you're not actually family, which I think is a little disingenuous to different family structures. But I'm glad that's the road we're taking. And so as far as registering, on the local register, will that be explained up front and what that means in detail to applicants of, if you accept this money, you will have to do this. These are the risks and benefits of it.
Yes, correct. What I would show them is the actual packet to apply, and then I would have them talk directly to Ms. Kathleen Kaufman. I refer them to talk to her, and she can talk more about the process of application and probably the pros and cons.
There will be some kind of prepared training on this is what it means, because I want folks to make informed decisions.
So it's going to be more of a one-on-one discussion, but that could be something we could work in, maybe a handout or something.
I'm looking for something as much as a pamphlet or something, but just a standardized information of this is what it means long-term to accept this money. Because, we offer the money up front, and then you're yeah, my house is fixed. No, but you also have to maintain this standard for the rest of forever. Oh. And I feel that comes in at the back end, for the realization comes in at the back end for a lot of folks. So I want to make sure that, important for me is that at the very beginning, we explain, the cost and benefit of it. And so that folks can make that informed decision, and that it's not, hey, we fixed up the space now. Good luck for the next 20 years. It's your problem now. I don't want to just kind of drop that on people, especially if the folks we are seeking to help are, low to medium income. I don't want to saddle that future burden on them because they accepted present help. So my ask is that if there's some way to kind of prepare that information in simple terms and as clearly as possible, I would greatly appreciate that.
Okay, yes, definitely, yes.
And as far as budget, I know it's a pilot, and I know next year is also going to be technically the real pilot, I guess, the long-term pilot. But if you're estimating, that's a 2,000. I saw 20,000 to 30,000. Never mind. I misread. And so we're planning 3 repairs a year? No, we're planning much more because it's 2,000, not 20,000. Sorry, I misread. So we are planning to do any number of repairs. Do we I think the GCRA for the like storefront restoration has like different tiers of category, and I think it's like 10,000, 50, and then like 100,000, some variation of that. And we only award so many of like the top category because it does take out a bulk of the budget for that. Do we have something similar planned for this?
No.
Okay. It'll just be like if it's 3 roof repairs, like that's where we're going.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry for all the questions.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to follow up on that last point, I would say that if staff sees this moving forward with primarily large repairs, if you got 3 roof repairs, you're running out of money in 2 months, bring it to the commission and let's have a conversation about that, because clearly then we have found a track that needs attention. So as opposed to if you get a lot of $5,000, stucco repairs or things like that, that's good information, but we don't have to make adjustments based on that. But if you see that there are large-scale repairs trending, come back and tell us that so that we can adjust somewhere else and support what's working, I would say. Moving on from that, I have a few questions. And I should say, first of all, thank you for this. It's very good. I'm very pleased with it. I wonder, I think by nature, a lot of the homeowners are going to be older folks, right? I mean, probably. I don't want us to get into a situation where an older homeowner gets the repairs done and is then responsible for the forgivable mortgage loan, and gets 5-6 years in, something happens and they leave family with it who isn't going to move into it. They're somewhere else. I don't want this to be a situation where there's no way out for heirs, where they're suddenly stuck with it. So I wonder if there's a way that we could create an appeal process for heirs to come back to, whether it's a staff panel or an advisory board or the commission, as we do sometimes with other liens, where we make it explicit that there is an appeal process somewhere in that, in extreme cases. It's not going to be regular. It's not going to happen often. But that sometimes, in a weird circumstance, there's an opportunity to come back to the commission and say, we have a problem, and we need to figure a way out. So I would like to try to build something like that in there, and I know that's easier said than done from a legal perspective. But I think I would feel good if there were some kind of appeal process built into it for the repayment. And that's a tiny percentage of what we're going to encounter here. But I want to deal with that before we get there so that we don't create more things that are like there's property problems, that we can stop on the front end. My other question is on the neighborhoods themselves. And I wonder if there's, back up. It's clear to me that the neighborhoods that we're addressing tend to be kind of pre-World War II neighborhoods, at least from the photos. We're talking about not concrete block homes, so they're probably all pre-war. The other neighborhoods that fit this category are maybe Spring Hill, not Spring Hill, but Sugar Hill, and parts of maybe Duval, the older parts of Duval, the parts of North Lincoln Heights. I wonder if it's possible to expand into other neighborhoods is my question, because they fit many of the same things that we're trying to achieve here. So I wouldn't want to shut out other, I'll use the word historic, knowing that we can't apply that technical definition to it perhaps, but generally historic neighborhoods is just a thought for my colleagues to consider here. Thank you very much for the program. I'm really happy with the direction we're taking with it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The program is wonderful. You've done a great job with it. I was just amazed in reading this to realize the number of homes that have been demolished at Fifth Avenue and in Pleasant Street. So this is very needed. I like Commissioner Ward's comments about trying to expand it to include other neighborhoods. I know one of the criteria is based on income. Would you consider age of the building as a criteria, age of the structure?
Yes, that definitely can be considered. We could perhaps create a scale like houses built in this era before, that definitely can be considered.
All right, and then do you have a cap on the award?
There's no currently any cap. I do have some recommendations if the commission wanted to change and add a cap. So
I think you might want to consider a cap if we're going to expand it to Duval Heights, all of the neighborhoods that you named. We're going to run out of money very soon at $76,000. I'm hoping that as we go through the budget process, there is a way to round this number up to 100,000 so that we can serve more people. But I think we should consider a cap. First go around, maybe 15,000 per home or what have you. Up to 15,000 would be my recommendation. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for this presentation. This is a program that has piqued my interest since I first, as a commissioner, became involved in these conversations. I know that we have many neighborhoods who know that they are, quote, historic, but by virtue of an organization defining historic, do not fall within those parameters. And so one of my first questions, and I'm not sure that it's been answered yet here in the presentation or through the questions of my colleagues, is how are we defining historic in terms of a time frame? Do we know, because I haven't seen it in the presentation, what is the definition of historic home?
So we didn't want to define that definition. What we're going to do is have the historic preservation officer look at, so I guess the first definition, is if it's in the Pleasant Street, all the homes in Pleasant Street, there was a survey done. And so those homes that are listed as a contributing structure, we know those are historic. The ones outside of Pleasant Street, we don't necessarily know. And so that's one reason why we're having them listed on the historic register. So all homes will go through our historic preservation officer, and she looks at things like the historical significance of the architectural style. If it was built in like a historical time. I should have brought her here, but she has a set of criteria, and I actually might have that in my notes, that she looks at when determining if a home is historic.
For sure, okay. And that's okay, don't worry about that, because there will be questions that I have for her, and I don't mind, following up with a phone call to her. But I guess along those lines, and I believe one of my colleagues mentioned this a little bit earlier as well, per the Historic Preservation Board, the historic guidelines, and thank you, Commissioner Salko, because I too share the sentiment that I want people to be aware upfront what you're signing up for. Because, and therefore, for a lot of reasons. First of all, you should just know, because it sounds wonderful that you would now, particularly coming from communities that have historically not been able to do this, now here's this opportunity, but you need to be very, very aware upfront with the fine print being made very large, and understandable for folks to know exactly what they're signing up for. So I can really, really appreciate that leading the conversation, because I wouldn't want anybody to see what they believe is a wonderful opportunity and not fully understand what they're committing themselves to. So thank you, Commissioner Salko, for bringing that up, and thank you for agreeing to make that a focal point and agreeing to kind of lead with that in our conversations when we start accepting applicants. Let's see. I'm wondering, and perhaps this is a conversation too for the young lady who is over the Historic Preservation Board. I'm just curious if we have asked these homeowners if the guidelines are feasible for them, the people who would particularly be applying for this. Because it sounds good to us, and I know a lot of times things make sense and they're rational to us, but if we're looking for people to apply, I'm just wondering if we've done any kinds of data collecting, have we spoken to anybody? What are the people, the potential target audience saying about what we're trying to roll forward here? Do we know?
So that part was kind of what we vetted through with our advisory board. We did not necessarily speak specifically about this program. We have had people inquire about the program once they've heard it's happening. A lot of people we've referred to Housing Community Development's home rehab program. So as far as the historic aspect of it, I think that's something we'll have to just see how it goes. But some of our advisory board members do live in these communities, and they felt like it was a program that residents could take advantage of.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to ask the residents. So I look forward to whatever those conversations look like. That's always very, very important to me. We do have boards. That particular board, I believe, has been cut back from 15 to 9, so it's a smaller group of people. And I can kind of, one of the communities that I'm thinking of right off the top of my head is Fifth Avenue, which has changed a lot. But when you consider some of the families that remain there, a lot of them are descendants of those that were there during Reconstruction. And so some of them would truly, honestly, I know right off the bat, want to participate in a program like this. But I think, once again, making sure you're very clear and concise about what this is and what their input is on this, I think is really important too. And I know this is a pilot. Perhaps we roll this out this way, but certainly in phase 2, I would really, really be interested to see what it is like rolling that program out with their input having been made the center and the focus of it. Let's see if I have one more thing. How are we marketing this?
All right, so we're going to market it kind of with the suite of programs we've already been doing outreach for. So some things we will do is go to the neighborhood associations, make sure members of the neighborhood associations know about it. Another thing we may do is look at, we have data on the age of homes in these neighborhoods, so we might just send a mailer to everyone in those neighborhoods, or all homeowners in those neighborhoods, or we might do, and I'm not sure if we would do this, but we could do a drive-through and look at the homes, like visually look at the homes, the ones that appear in need of assistance, and then give them an application. So.
I am always, I'm big on how we market stuff, because I think that we may be missing opportunities to tell the story of wonderful programs that we're doing and also to make them as accessible as we possibly can. And I'm a little hesitant to kind of cherry pick things. I always like making things as accessible as possible. So however we can work with our marketing department, Madam Manager, to make sure that this program gets rolled out and its marketing is something that that we really kind of focus on, is something that's really, really of great concern and importance to me. I don't know what that is. I don't know whether, you know, obviously social media is a thing, but like I think Commissioner Ward alluded to a little earlier, we have some people who are going to be older individuals. So how we reach out to them is going to be really crucial. I don't know if it's, you know, television can be a little expensive, but perhaps that's something that we want to do. I have no idea, but I do know that the marketing piece for this is going to be really important. Because the other thing too is a program like this has the potential, especially if we do it right, to begin rebuilding trust in some of these same communities where some trust has been broken over time. So I'm excited about the potential that lies therein to roll something out that can be very meaningful and beneficial to these communities that have been historically excluded from a process because they weren't deemed historic neighborhoods. So thank you for expanding that. I appreciate the board's awareness of that. And I look forward to this. I'll sum my comments up, I believe, with that final statement. Thank you.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. I want to follow up on the marketing because marketing in this sense may not be in the traditional mode that we think about. It gets to a cultural, learning the cultural mode of the community that you're trying to address. And the first marketing agent in that community starts with the church. And you may not want to see that as a marketing place, a place for marketing, but in these communities, that's where they're going to get the information, and that's what you should consider. Also, I think marketing to the newspapers that are specifically to that area. So, but definitely the church. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you need a motion or something for this?
Yeah, well, let's give, yes, definitely.
Yes,
Let's give 1
thank you.
second to Commissioner Ward, and then
Thank you.
yeah, I'll come back to you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it occurs to me, with this program and lots of other programs that we've had conversations about recently, and that I've heard about through community meetings and things, we have a lot of programs that can help people improve their home from an energy perspective, from a livability perspective, from a preservation perspective, many, many different programs. They tend to be housed in different spots and talked about differently and communicated differently. We really need a way that we can have a list that we put in a church bulletin, or that we can communicate otherwise. And we have so many programs that it's hard to put that together. And I know that we're in the process through the manager's office of kind of collapsing some of that together. But when I have conversations with community members, folks tend to be very surprised at all the programs that are available. But I think because they're splintered in so many directions, they're always fully taken advantage of, because while somebody may know about this program that we're talking about today and come look at it and not meet the guidelines for this and think, oh, the city can't help me, and miss another program that we have otherwise that they could have been a part of because of the splintering. And particularly if we're talking to people who have been shut out of processes, public processes, historically, if they have the courage to come ask about one and that one doesn't work for them, they're going to disappear right back into their shell. So if there's a way to offer the bevy of programs that we have in a way that really does reach out to people and bring them into ways that the city of Gainesville can help, I think that would be really, really useful, not just for those individuals, but for the way the community feels about what we can do and how we can help. Just a thought. Obviously, it has nothing to do with emotion or anything, but I see all the different pieces that aren't always being put together on the same puzzle table.
Right, Mr. Mayor, if I might
Thank you.
respond, clearly there is a way, and that way will be presented to the board before the summer is over.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. To kind of go off Commissioner Ward's point, I mean, the Housing Community Development Housing Rehabilitation Program does all these same things, but does it citywide. One thing we want to use CRA funds, kind of looking in the future too, is funding that more, taking some CRA funds and funding that program more, instead of having a bunch of different programs. Because my one concern with that I think Commissioner Jonathan Walker and Commissioner Sacco brought up is agreeing to be an historic designated building means you have to give up a lot for the future, and you have to have a certificate of appropriateness. You have to spend money to go before the board if you ever need to make any changes to your building. I think this is good for ones in the historic or in the Pleasant Street neighborhood, but when you go outside of that area, I think one of the things we should consider kind of coming out of this pilot is maybe it's better just to fund those more with housing rehabilitation funds, or out of the housing community development, and just funding that with CRA funds and maybe having a special area, because there are historic homes, or there are homes that may not be deemed historic that still need help. And I have concerns like limiting it to that, and then somebody maybe getting a small $2,000 repair and agreeing to be in a historic home, and then it's going to cost them a lot more than that in the future to keep that home updated in the future as well. One other thing I hope that we can put into the motion is, and I don't think we'll get into it in this amount of funds, but I don't want this to become a giveaway to the rich, and many historic homes are a lot of times owned by richer people. And the 60, we're prioritizing 80% AMI, but I think we should have a cap on it of at least 120% AMI, and just this program is only eligible for people below that. I don't think we should be giving kind of low cost loans to wealthy people. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Back to Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. I was going to say that Commissioner Ward's comments are quite timely. The banner story today in today's Guardian newspaper is that the city manager will be going out, and maybe this is what she was going to talk about later on, going out with the program to introduce all city programs to citizens so that they get an idea of that it's a fair to present that information. And is that what you're talking about for later? Because it's in the Guardian today, the top story.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I might respond. There is a city services fair that will be held in another week or so on a Saturday at MLK. And that was not what I was referring to. I am in the process, and I've met with Jacqueline Richardson of HCD and Ms. Modil and Mr. Mann relative to GCRA, as well as Corey Harris, our new senior housing strategist. We will be consolidating all of our housing programs across the board into one entity. And I'm in the process of doing that. That's why I said yesterday when we were speaking about GCRA that it is under construction, because it will come back looking a bit different. And so we will have the opportunity under that umbrella of services to lay out all of the services represented by the city. And that will be coming back to the commission very shortly, just so for information purposes, because it is, under the city manager's purview to do that restructuring, and it is under construction. Relative to the city services fair, we will have all of our departments. They will have their tables, they will have staff there. We will be addressing the public with any questions and concerns that they have relative to city services over a 3-hour period. And we'll do that 4 times a year. We're going to do it twice for the remainder of this fiscal year. We're doing it in a couple of weeks, and we'll do it again in September. But in the new fiscal year, we will do it 4 times around the city, and we will showcase all of our services, all of our staff. Commissioners will be invited for sure to be able to meet the neighbors and residents and address them as appropriate, but we will be showcasing our services in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Commissioner Hayes-Santos' point, I can appreciate what he was saying, which was one of the reasons that I asked about the definition of historic, but also why I asked about the specific guidelines. I personally don't know what the guidelines are, and I won't be the only person who doesn't. There will be people who will want to be interested in this, but I'm pretty sure probably people who will have an initial interest in this program but might find because of those guidelines that this is not the program for them. So I'm sure we'll have some takers and we'll have some other people, and I'm frankly looking forward to the program that bolsters the folks who have historically been shut out of this type of opportunity here. So this will be for some, but once again, when I think of neighborhoods like, say, Fifth Avenue, that neighbors Pleasant Street, that does have historic structures, and some families who have a little something, but also families who don't necessarily have access to wealth
yet they live in a historic structure. I'm looking for the programs that will really bolster them. So thank you for this. I can't wait to have the conversation where we talk about the programs that really do focus in on that gap, because it sounds like there is one, but we also may have a program for it. So I'm excited. Madam Manager, I see you moving forward. Oh, okay.
I'm anxious because I'm trying to get it done, and it's like,
Yeah, well, let's get it done. We'll get it done. But I just wanted to say thank you. I had to say that because this is something that's near and dear to my heart. I live in, have had family that has lived in for generations, these historic communities. So I understand the value, the sentimental value, and the need for this program. I just want to see us be able to do something that does advance the equity and advance the opportunity for everyone who lives in these communities. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, is it okay if I make a quick comment?
Of course.
So I wanted to Commissioner Hayes Santos' comment. I want to clarify that the current income cap is median income. So you must earn under the Gainesville area median income to qualify for the program. What we prioritize is people that make a lower income, maybe lower than the 80% or 65% bracket. And then I also wanted to let the commission know that our historic preservation officer has arrived, and she may be able to answer questions that were asked earlier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kaufman, for making yourself available. So I want to try to consolidate some of what we've heard. First of all, just a reminder, this came back to us because the commission had a desire to allow 2, 3, and 4 family homes to be eligible for this program, not just single family homes. That's really important. We have some really significant contributing historic structures in these surrounding neighborhoods, sort of older neighborhoods that are 2, 3, and 4 family homes. My brother lived in one of them in Fifth Avenue for a long time, and it was a large home converted to a 4-family home many, many years ago, but is an old historic structure and has provided affordable accommodations for people for many years. And so to be able to help stabilize that and not see that get raised and replaced with the $600,000 single-family home is important. So we haven't talked a lot about that sort of expanding criteria. It sounds like there's no objection to that, and I'm glad about that.
this is also a pilot.
Exactly. So that's where I was going. We have this funding amount. I hope that upon execution, we get plenty of applications and we hit that funding cap. And I would say to Commissioner Ward's comments, come right back to the commission. This is unquestionably an ARPA eligible activity. It's home stabilization. So we have funds there that can be immediately released if we get applications that go above that 76,000. So that I'm not worried about, Commissioner, because if we get to that point, it's just good news, and we can go out and we can make sure that everybody who applies that is eligible, especially under that median income or 80% AMI, can qualify for the program and get the services delivered. So please just bring that back to us if that's what we end up running into. And for that reason, I'm not for this pilot. I'm not interested in placing a cap up front because I just want to see what we're getting back and kind of what types of roof is going to be the big one, or sort of just foundation stabilization. If it's smaller stuff but even windows can be a big. I found out myself a big expense, especially in historic structures. Windows are pretty crazy. Anyway, I just want to see what we get back. Let's get it out there. Let's get the applications in and start approving them. I think that if it's a contributing historic structure in any neighborhood, let's make sure that they know about it and can apply. We don't need to be overly restrictive. And what I'm reading from this is that if they're in Pleasant Street, that we know, and if they're outside Pleasant Street, then it's more going to be a case-by-case basis. A determination will be made, and educational process has to be undertaken to make sure they know if we accept becoming a historic structure, there are advantages and disadvantages to that, so they can make the decision themselves. And then, they may, that's what I think, with HCD, they may say, I don't want to take advantage of this program as a historic structure, but I do need help, and HCD can be the funding source. And again, if we can identify those now and get them on a list, and then use ARPA dollars to do that, I think that helps us accomplish our multiple goals. So with that, Commissioner Chestnut, are you prepared to make a motion?
The recommendation is for the interim city manager the motion is to approve the historic home stabilization program as presented. Once approved by the city manager as to form in legality, marketing in traditional as well as non-traditional media. Report back to the commission.
Okay, thank you. And the city attorney will take care of the form and legality. The city manager would. We do what you meant, yes. Thank you. There's a second to that motion. Madam Clerk, is that Commissioner Santos? Go ahead.
Mayor, I'm not sure if Commissioner Chestnut had her microphone on. I wasn't able to hear what she said, or hear what the motion is.
Sure, it was the recommendation, but also with an additional element of marketing through non-traditional means to make sure people are aware of this.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Sure thing. All right, Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this item? Okay, then back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you all for your work on this. We appreciate it. All right, Madam Clerk, next item.
Next item is 0851, Charter Amendment addressing vacancies in office.
Okay, thank you. This is a follow-up from the last discussion we had. There was a direction by the commission to ask the attorney to move forward with drafting some language that would extend the required period by which the commission would hold an election, a special election, in the event that there's a unforeseen vacancy, from 60 to 120 days. This is to really accommodate the supervisor of elections and her need to have time to conduct said election. And if we vote to do this, then the city attorney can bring that back in ordinance form for us to vote on. The other element is that the clerk is the supervisor of elections has obviously been very busy. We have not heard back from her yet about whether there is room on the November ballot to include this. So we, I'm sure, will get that feedback from her before this comes back in ordinance form. But that this may be able to go on the November ballot of this year. It may need to wait, till the next election. We're not sure yet. Mr. Need, anything you want to add there?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is just for discussion only, obviously. We haven't advertised anything. It's for further direction by the commission. I understood the direction at the last time this came up was to make the change, and that's what we've drafted here, to rather than hold an election within 60 days, as our charter currently requires, it would be to call an election within 60 days.
I'm sorry,
and
you're
conduct it as expeditiously as possible afterwards, given the constraints upon elections, equipment, and personnel, and so forth. That's what we sort of prepared.
You're correct. Yeah, thank you for the clarification. I had that both stuck in my head.
But that's another option. I mean, again, let us know what option you want to pursue. And the only thing we can state really truly now is that the current state requiring to call an election in 60 days is very difficult under almost all circumstances if there is a truly unexpected vacancy.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And we did have that discussion, and it seems where the commission landed. It was where the commission landed last time, so that is accurate. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I support the ordinances in front of us. I guess I'll move that we have this come back as an ordinance form.
Okay, motion and a second that we direct the Attorney's Office to bring back the call election within 60 days, modification to the commission in ordinance form. Again, we'll try to get the supervisor's feedback about whether that could get on this November ballot or not before then. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we haven't gotten confirmation from Ms. Supervisor Barton yet.
Correct, and I can assume that's mainly because the demands on that November ballot really won't be crystallized till after we see what happens in the August ballot, especially with the elections that are nonpartisan. You don't know if there's going to be a runoff or not. And we have 4 races, there's traditional races, et cetera.
So it's more of a procedure question at this point. We can vote for an ordinance to come back, but it doesn't work until the charter's been changed, or am I wrong?
That's correct. We would bring back, we will advertise the ordinance, bring it back for you to discuss. Things such as, the ballot language, you may want to tweak a little bit. We tried to make it clear cut, obviously, and fit the parameters. And we can get more feedback before we advertise it, if you like. And then the ordinance would call for a referendum.
Okay.
And that ordinance would have to pass by 6/7 of y'all, 4/5 under our charter, which translates to 6 out of 7, oddly enough. And then it would be placed on the ballot. If then we hear from the supervisor that it is just not possible because there are paper shortages and other constraints, well, then we'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it.
But these steps can be taken in the meantime. We'll just
We will
be in
advertise the
limbo.
ordinance, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner, bring it back to y'all to consider, decide if there is the 6 out of 7 to go forward, and have second reading, and then proceed with more concrete conversations, obviously, with the supervisor about finding room for it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this item? Okay, so there's a motion to move this process forward, to call an election within 60 days as opposed to have an election within 60 days. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, up next.
Resolution 210042, amended resolution in support of the City of Gainesville being certified a B City USA.
Okay, Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move number 210042 for passage.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second that we adopt Resolution 210042. Any members of the public signed up to speak to this? Okay, back to the commission. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Aye.
Walker? Aye. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is 211269, resolution for interlocal agreement between Florida Department of Transportation and the City of Gainesville for the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Program.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco?
I think the manager.
Oh, you want to introduce it? Go ahead.
Well, sure. I mean, this is an item, Mr. Mayor, that requires us to renew our agreement with Florida Department of Transportation. We have an agreement with the county. I believe we still have another year or so in that, but with the one with the state is expiring, so we do need to have an update on it. So if you want Mr. Mann or someone from the department to speak further.
No, I mean, it's a simple
it's the
renewal, unless there's a
partnership.
question from the commission. Yeah, this is a routine activity. Go ahead, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move resolution number 211269.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the resolution. Anybody signed up to speak to this item? Okay, then we'll come back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, we've reached the end of our business for this morning. We will go in recess and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. We are now in recess. Good afternoon. Welcome back, or welcome for the first time if you're just joining us. We're going to call this meeting back to order. It's June 16th, 2022, regular City Commission meeting. And our first order of business this afternoon is early public comment. Again, this is an opportunity to speak on items that do come later on our agenda. You can speak now and then leave and get your comments on the record. But it precludes you from speaking later if that's what you choose to do. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up for early public comment?
We don't have anyone signed up. If you would like to speak during public comment, there are sign-up cards near both of the entrances.
Yes, so up next we'll have general public comment. This is to speak to us about anything that is not on our agenda. Again, if you want to speak to us for any reason, things that are on the agenda, items, or just general public comment, you can fill out one of the cards, one next to the officer over on stage left here, the other next to the door as you enter. It just helps us keep a better record of the meeting and who spoke to what issues. So just fill one of those out and then you can turn them in to the clerk, Ms. Kessler over here. And when the item comes up, she'll make sure that we recognize you and give you an opportunity to speak. So, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up for general public comment?
Yes. Yes, we do, as we speak. Kelly Blount.
Great. Mr. Blount, welcome back. Come on up.
Hello. I'm here to repeat something I've said to you recently. So it looks like I'll just keep coming back until something changes. And it's about the regional transit system. Monday morning, I was walking to get a bus, route number 1 at the downtown station. was walking into the station area just in time to see that bus leave 8 minutes early. And I walked toward where the bus was supposed to stop and then went over to the service window to ask, when is the next bus, since that one left early. Another rider who had just come off of one of the East Side buses was right behind me with the same issue. If the buses decide to leave before their posted time, and we get to wait another 40 to 60 minutes for the next one, how do they have the nerve to complain about losing ridership? This is something that happens frequently. I don't know why that driver's in a hurry to go in the same circle all day. But while this young lady and I were talking to one of the route supervisors, we found out that there were several people there who had come in on other buses wanting to catch that bus and got to watch it rolling away as they were getting off their bus. It's called a transfer station. That is for people to transfer from one bus to another. If the buses are not standing there together at the same time, how is the transfer possible? Sometimes it's driver misbehavior, but sometimes I think it's a systemic problem and driver morale. This morning, as I ran toward the bus stop, the first stop out from downtown, was trying to catch one just to come a few blocks this way. It didn't really make a big difference for me that time. But I'm about 40 feet from the stop as the bus 15 approaches the stop, and I start running, waving, hollering. Driver looks at me and decides, oh, she doesn't feel like pausing, and goes right on. So that's kind of vindictive. It's not an attitude of customer service. A system with behaviors like that is supposed to lose ridership. So when buses come into the transfer station, any buses that are due there in the same 10 or 15 minute window, unless the driver calls ahead that they've been delayed by traffic or an accident or something, all the buses should wait till all are sitting still for a couple minutes so people can transfer. I see this over and over and over. People get to watch the bus they want rolling off as they're coming into the transfer station on a bus. So that's one of the big reasons why you're losing ridership. And I do think it's systemic because we see this very high turnover in RTS that tells you something about morale and management issues.
Thank you, Mr. Blunt. I know the city manager heard you loud and clear there, and I know she'll follow up with that. That is a clearly correctable issue that doesn't cost money or much else. So, Madam Manager, if you'll just update the commission after you have a little chance to follow up on that. All right, thank you. Thank you for bringing it to our attention, Mr. Blunt. Madam Clerk, anybody else signed up for general public comment? Okay, then go ahead and introduce our next item, please.
Okay. Our next item is 210267, discussion on broadband initiative.
Okay, very good. Madam Manager?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. On March 3rd, the commission, Magellan actually made a presentation to the commission requesting direction in order to complete the last phase of their contract to identify a broadband option and complete a business plan to implement broadband in Gainesville. And the motion was to request that the consultants work with the city staff on a business plan for the priority one area as a pilot project with a future option to expand citywide to use a maximum of $9.6 million in ARPA funds and not to add new debt, to include wireless deployment in the plan, and as well for the Magellan consultants to work with GRU on the business plan. Since that time, staff has reviewed the models and used Magellan advisors to work with that. Today, you'll hear a presentation from Magellan advisors, specifically Mr. Courtney Violet, and you will also hear additional information from staff to include myself and, of course, the general manager of GRU, and comments from the legal department on where we are with that. But at this time, Mr. Violet from Magellan Advisors is ready to make his presentation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Violet, thank you for being with us today. We look forward to the presentation, and then we'll have a nice discussion.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Again, my name is Courtney Violet with Magellan Advisors. I think this is our fourth time presenting to the Commission in some form or another. As the manager mentioned, we were back in front of you in March to present some initial findings, and today we're back to provide some insight into what you had requested back in March, which was a reduced pilot project, fiber to the home deployment. With me on today's call, we also have David Brevitz, one of our senior consultants. So I just want to take a step back and just remind really the commission and those listening why we are here. In 2020 timeframe, the city put out an RFP to develop a business plan for a fiber to the home expansion. And the goal of that project was to ensure that high-speed fiber internet services were available to all residents and businesses at an affordable price in order to close the digital divide across Gainesville. You had a number of additional goals and objectives. Those are listed here, and I'm not going to repeat those, but they are in the presentation. We also updated our market analysis as part of the project, just again taking another look at the market. As you all know, you have two primary incumbent providers within the city of Gainesville. AT&T is a legacy incumbent, and then Cox is your cable provider. They both generally have services deployed across the city of Gainesville. AT&T has some legacy DSL services that are in abundance throughout the community, although they are making strides to build fiber in certain key locations and neighborhoods. And Cox, again, has fairly well universal connectivity across the city as well. We've provided some of the speeds and services that they offer and that they advertise within the city of Gainesville. There are data caps, overages that are part of those services, but again, that's pretty par for the course these days. And then, as you all know, GrewCom is active in the market as well, focusing primarily in the community anchor, government, education, and business space, as well as providing some level of residential services through GatorNet. We had come back in March with a full-blown citywide deployment plan, and you may remember this map from that time period. And we had identified 5 primary priority areas, and you can see here on the right-hand side the numbers of units or households, if you will, that are in each of those areas. As the manager had mentioned, your request back in March was to come back and really refocus our efforts on a smaller pilot area that would make use of about $9.6 million in ARPA money that the city had earmarked potentially for broadband. Those cost estimates, as you may remember, for a full citywide build-out surpassed about $130 million to, again, build out the entire city. So just to kind of reiterate the direction that you provided to us in March, and then to talk a little bit about the assumptions that we included in the pilot project. So council directed staff in Magellan to finalize a fiber to the home pilot project area for a revised priority area 1. Maximum amount of ARPA funding at $9.6 million, and to also provide for wireless within that area. I do want to just point out a couple assumptions that we utilized going into modeling these once again. So we did use a maximum of $9.6 million in ARPA funding. We are assuming that this is a GroupCom expansion of residential and business, what we call best effort internet services. Today, GrewCom primarily plays in a dedicated internet space, meaning they are providing dedicated guaranteed bandwidth. Best effort generally means that it is exactly that, right? You're going to take the best effort, provide as much bandwidth as someone contracts for. You have a lot more ability to manage those services, again, over a fiber network than you do today in some of the legacy networks deployed across the city. We're also assuming that GrewCom's reorganization plan is underway and that their voice services offerings are in fact available to sell to new customers. We did provide an analysis on the wireless deployment as you requested, but I just want to point out that we did not include it in the business plan from a financial modeling perspective. You really wouldn't deploy fiber to the home with a wireless overlay, right, with a competing service, because you would obviously be pulling customers away from the wireline service that you're focusing this deployment on. So we provided the wireless cost estimates for you as a consideration, but once again, they're not in the 20-year financial model. And then again, we also did not contemplate any further expansion beyond the pilot because again, the city commission had requested a model where there was not significant debt that was required as part of that plan. So we went back to the drawing board a bit. We did reshape the pilot area per your request. You can see on the left side of the screen is the revised boundaries for the potential pilot area. And then onto the right side, we provided just some of the data about this area. So as you can see, there are roughly 2,400 residential units within this area, and then approximately 550 commercial business, small business, enterprise business data points or address points. So roughly 3,000 new points would be passed by this build out. And as you can see on the bottom right-hand side, it's about 55 miles of construction. We planned to leverage the GRUCOM or the GRU electric pole lines wherever we could. And that accounted for about 41 miles of new construction aerial on the poles and about 14 and a half miles of underground construction. Total cost estimates were just under 5.5 million. That's straight construction cost estimates without contingencies or anything else. The additional capital dollars that are required include funding to connect homes to the network. That's done incrementally as homes sign up for service. There's just under $500,000 in equipment, about $800,000 in inspections and construction management, about $470,000 in additional equipment. This is vehicles, tools, testing units, and then about $360,000 in design, engineering, and permitting. On the right side of this screen, we did provide an overview of the average annual operations expenses for this build out, as well as assumed that possibly 3 new positions would be required to support. As far as the rate schedule, we do have a 100 megabit base service in the model at $30. The White House recently announced a $30 package for 100 meg service with about 20 providers nationally. Cox was one of those that signed up, as well as others. We thought it was prudent for the city to also offer a similar product that would allow low-income household that qualifies for the Affordable Connectivity Program, which is a subsidy through the FCC. It would actually provide them 100 meg of free internet based on that subsidy that the city could be reimbursed through. You'll see a number of services here on the left. We do include voice services, so a phone, into a double play package. You can see those here about halfway through the chart on the left. And then we also have best effort services for business class services. As far as your projections, we estimate that with 25% residential uptake and roughly 15% business uptake, this is incremental uptake, that the utility would generate about 1.4 million in free cash over a 20-year period. So we estimate the break even for this pilot project is about 25% residential and 15% business uptake. The columns to the right just generally provide a forecast. Should you exceed those uptake projections, you can see what the financial performance of that pilot area would be. So with any project like this, there are inherent risks. We wanted to make sure that we identified those. Obviously, there are competitive risks within the market regarding, lawsuits, local campaigns, perhaps that are trying to influence public opinion. There's also, state laws here in Florida that we have to contend with. There are risks around take rates, right? If you don't make the take rates, there is a chance that revenues come in less than projections and you end up with end of year losses. Price erosion, right? The competitors may always reduce prices, try to lock in customers through long-term contracts to ensure you can't hit your take rates. And then as we've seen, really over the last year to 18 months with, inflation, cost increases as far as materials go and labor rates, costs are on the rise. We have estimated all of our capital costs and all the costs within the model we presented to you today based on today's latest costs that we know of. But costs are changing on a regular basis in this space. As far as a timeline for a project like this should be a relatively, easy deployment project. Again, most of this is aerial, so it's on pole lines, minimal underground construction. GRUCOM is an established utility that's providing services today. This is an incremental add-on. And so we do feel that this is a project that could likely be deployed and up and running within a 12-month period, maybe a little longer depending on permitting or, supply chain issues, getting your hands on materials. But really this is about a 12-month project in our estimation. As far as the wireless overlay goes, we did rerun the analysis here. We believe the priority 1 area could be covered with 3 tower locations. Estimated costs roughly $300,000 to deploy, and about $3,000 a month in recurring costs to provide that service. So finally, just want to talk a little bit about digital inclusion and some of the considerations. Like we talked a little bit about this in March, but we do feel that the city definitely needs to take a role in ensuring that infrastructure is getting built out, services are being provided as needed, and that the community is informed as to the opportunities that are out there for them to take advantage of. There's a lot of communications and a lot of collaboration happening regionally, both within the city, within Alachua County, and within a few counties out in that given area. We feel GRUCOM and the city definitely have a role to play. There are programs and opportunities available for low-income households right now that could go and take advantage of the Affordable Connectivity Program. This is a $30 monthly subsidy that goes towards broadband services. There's also funding out there that can fund devices. So this is really a matter of ensuring that your constituents understand the programs that they're eligible for and that they're taking every advantage possible. And then finally, there's a place for the city to make investments, whether that's in the pilot as we've laid out, or whether that's in the deployment of additional Wi-Fi throughout, city facilities, parks, important public spaces. Again, we feel the city should continue to move down this path and look for opportunities and for funding as those come to light. And funding is really why, again, we're here today. This project, the pilot, right, is the concept is it's funded through ARPA. We're about through the end of, ARPA dollars that are flowing down. All cities should have received their last allocations just in the last couple months. But there are additional dollars that are forthcoming. The Middle Mile program that was just announced in May will open for applications here in the coming weeks. This is a $1 billion fund for Middle Mile expansion. There is going to be a digital equity competitive grant program of about $1.25 billion. That'll open up later this year. And then there's also BEAD money, which is broadband equity access and deployment dollars, which will flow that down through the states. And much of these decisions as to who is eligible and where these dollars go will be dictated by upcoming maps that are being produced by the FCC. So we really don't have a whole lot of foresight into what that's going to look like. And those deliberations are currently undergoing. Lastly, again, we are here to present this pilot plan to you today. We are wrapping up all of our deliverables and our final report with city staff, and we'll have that in their hands early next week to really complete this project. As the manager had mentioned, I think we're possibly going to be followed by GRUCOM or GRU and Ms. Bennett in the legal office. So that concludes our presentation, but we're here for the rest of the session to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Follett. Appreciate the presentation. Madam Manager, do we have somebody else from the city that was going to present anything, or we over to the commission for deliberation.
We're open to the commission unless Mr. Cunningham wants to lead it off, but
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Cunningham.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, as part of the motion that was made, City Commission motion that was made last time was for GRU to do a review of the business plan as well as the financials. And so as part of that and us doing that work, our staff concluded that what Magellan had put together and, was a sound business plan of the work that they did, the financials looked good. As part of that, though, I do want to share from a GRUCOM perspective and GRUCOM's role in this is that the consultant Magellan identified several risks. He kind of went over on one of the slides, I think it was slide 10, legal risks being one of those, competition in the market being a very big risk. We talked about take rates a little bit and what those, the risks of can you compete, can GRUCOM compete in the market and getting those customers, as well as cost escalations, especially in the environment we are in now, between supply chain issues and other things. There are a lot of escalation of construction costs. And so one of the challenges, and I know we've had this discussion and we are bringing, GRU is going to bring more discussion about GRUCOM and the path forward. But GRUCOM is the line of business it can't have losses. We can't subsidize GRUCOM with the other systems within GRU. And so with the significant risks that were identified through this program and the break even being the 25% take rate, at this point, a recommendation at this time would not be that this would be a business that GRUCOM could take on because of that risk of losses. And so there would need to be a source to cover those risks for us to do that. So I wanted to share that. And then as part of that, there's more detail on the legal risks. And I think city attorney or someone from the city attorney's office will address that as well.
Great, thank you. Mr. Neek?
Mr. Mayor, and as Ms. Bennett approaches, she has spent a considerable amount of time over the last 5 years, I think, in general, looking into these broadband projects, and specifically the last few months on the more recent proposals. And I can tell you what I've learned largely, working with her in the area is the concern that what we're talking about when you're talking about a project like this, and I've taken this directly from her, is that you're not talking about providing a service as much as you're entering a marketplace. And the protections that we would normally have as a municipality in providing utility services, protections from antitrust and unfair competition laws, aren't in place. They've been specifically removed from a municipality providing these services, such that we would be open to attacks in the area of predatory pricing and unfair competition. And while the operational and the financial hurdles, I think, are your primary focus, difficult to surmount, tailing along behind them will also be your legal concerns. And that is a perilous road as well that she can address probably more specifically. And that win or lose fighting any challenges that might come from competitors, and might not come, frankly, but if it were to come, it is an expensive proposition, win or lose, especially lose, but even winning, it is a difficult road. And I hope I didn't steal too much of what you've learned, Lisa, and appreciate you sharing that with the commission.
Thank you. Ms. Bennett, welcome.
Thank you. Lisa Bennett, Senior Assistant City Attorney. What he said. If you'll turn to page 10 or look at page 10 of the Magellan report, my piece of the puzzle is this top one, lawsuits against municipalities that cause delays and expenses. And as you consider all of the factors that you need to consider, the operational problems, the maintenance problems, the organizational, and most importantly, the financial, you also need to consider your legal risks as you develop a business plan, if you develop a business plan for broadband. And as a preliminary matter, I want to let you know that there is no legal prohibition, as far as our outside counsel could find, about using the ARPA funds. It's not getting into the market of residential broadband. It is how you operate once you're in the market. And that is a challenge that if you were to proceed, you would need to be very careful on how you developed your business plan. Our outside counsel identified 3 areas of potential lawsuits that could possibly go outside of a motion to dismiss. Those areas are predatory pricing, which is basically you go into the market and you price under everybody else so that you chase off the competition, and then you become a monopoly in the market. That would be an antitrust violation. There was another option on the table from Magellan, that was the partnership. You also need to be careful if you enter into a 3P partnership, because you could competitively price another non-agreement party out of the market. So that would be also an antitrust violation. And I want to stop right there, because antitrust violations are very, besides boring, lengthy and costly lawsuit to defend. Most antitrust litigation lasts for years. The attorneys usually are the least expensive of the costs, because you have to hire outside expert witnesses to testify. The antitrust litigation is heavily favored for the plaintiffs and disfavored for the defendants. So if we were to win, we would probably not get to recover the attorney's fees and court costs from the losing party. If we were to lose, not only are our expenses included, but their attorney's fees and treble damages. So that's an antitrust problem. The third area of the law is a Florida statute called the Florida Deceptive and Unfair Practices Act. And this act is usually used for consumers. It's not often used for competitors, but there could be some creative lawyers who could bring a suit under this statute. Again, we're protected from using ARPA funds, but if you were to use, for instance, ad valorem tax funds to help fund your broadband competition, and some of those tax funds were from, say, Cox and AT&T, then you could bring an argument, they could bring an argument that you're unfairly competing against them by using their money to build broadband to compete. So, again, I did ask the outside counsel to look at the use of ARPA funds and whether that in of itself would be an antitrust or unfair competition. That would not. It would be the other use of city funds to subsidize or improve or expand broadband. And with that, I'm open to questions, or I can go sit down.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bennett. I would be at the ready, as I would also ask our other staff members as the commission begins their deliberations and potentially may ask some questions.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
That's okay. No, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Cunningham and I have been, working on this for a while, particularly since the March meeting. And I just wanted to add, I know GRUCOM has been the focus of implementation of whatever scenario comes out of this. On the general government side, we quite frankly have been at the lead on the consulting side of things. There are no resources on the general government side to actually drive a project like this in terms of implementation. Where we have actually played a role is on the consulting side, and I think we've probably exhausted the consulting services into this particular project. And so financially, I think that we would actually be at risk because we don't know what the legality of the project is in terms of expense. And so the concern from my side would be, where do you start with a budget, with those kinds of risks hanging out there? So that would be a concern from the GG side. But in terms of implementation, we really have no expertise on the general government side to actually push this project forward. And so Mr. Cunningham has commented relative to GRUCOM and their position financially as well. So it kind of puts us at a stalemate. And I know that's where the discussion will go today, but we're really at a stalemate internally in terms of how to push this project out.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's go back to the commission here, and we'll start with Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Magellan, for all your work you've done on this. I do first have some questions for Ms. Bennett. There have been hundreds of cities that have done municipal broadband. You mentioned very strong concern for antitrust lawsuits. Has there ever been an antitrust lawsuit against a city for municipal broadband, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, Commissioner Hayes Santos, no, and I think that would be the same for the outside counsel. And again, I want to remind you that it's not entering the market, it's how you are in the market once the broadband is in place. So you need to be aware of that fact.
Yes, okay. And yeah, there's hundreds of cities that are operating municipal broadband systems. You just make sure that you don't do predatory pricing, you don't do deceptive practices, and you don't do those types of things. And I think you should be fine with that with an antitrust lawsuit. Also, if you did get an antitrust lawsuit, it means that you are dominating the market, and we would have tens of millions of dollars in extra funding too. I mean, that is one thing, but I don't think we would even get to that point. Concerning the other lawsuits, AT and Cox don't seem to be suing cities much anymore, even though there's been tons more cities building out and running municipal broadband systems. Do you know the last time that they filed a lawsuit against a city, either AT&T or Cox, concerning municipal broadband?
It's not something I researched.
Okay. It's been quite a while to my research I've looked into. They don't seem to be suing because they lose the lawsuits they filed years ago. They haven't been successful. So there is always a risk in legal risk, but if we're talking about a legal risk that has never been happened before, even though hundreds of cities have done municipal broadband, I think that's kind of a little overblown in my opinion. Magellan, I have a question for Magellan in terms of the legal risk, since you do work with cities across the country. In terms of your kind of legal team looking at this, there are legal risks, but are there any kind of legal risks that are beyond kind of the normal legal risks that you found in looking at us and what we're proposing?
We don't have any projects, Commissioner, that have come to a standstill or stop in any state that we work in due to lawsuits from the incumbents over the last 10 years that I'm aware of.
And how many cities have you worked with probably over that time?
Hundreds, if works in the last few years.
I apologize, you broke up there.
Yeah, with hundreds of communities, we've implemented over 50 projects in the last several years. You know, we're actively building and moving forward in cities like Palo Alto, Boulder, Colorado, right down in Louisiana. So again, pretty good broad spectrum across the country.
Thank you. That's pretty telling when someone who's worked with hundreds of different cities across the country hasn't run into issues with legal things. And then the legal issues are, I think, are very overblown since they don't seem to be happening anywhere else in the country. Magellan, a couple more questions for you. You work with a lot of other cities around the country. You mentioned hundreds of other ones over the past few years. And then you seeing kind of where we are at as a city and looking at kind of the structure that we have, looking at our business plan, do you think we're in a good position to be able to be successful in doing broadband internet, simple band rollout?
Yeah, so Commissioner, I think that's a tough one to answer, right? No crystal ball here. I think the city of Gainesville is positioned differently than many other communities in that you had foresight years ago to go through this process, and you have GrewCom, you have significant assets and skill sets and experience. But at the end of the day, right, if you can't finance or fund the project, right, that's just a hurdle that each individual community, client, utility, right, has to figure out. So, I think from an operational, from actually getting out there and doing it, right, I think we have a lot of belief that GrewCom could be successful, but again, it's got to have support, it's got to have staffing, it's got to have funding and financing behind it, right? So that's the big unknown. Can you do it given what we know today? Don't know.
All right, thank you. As we know, broadband is not a luxury, it's a necessity. COVID showed us how important internet is, and as we're moved more to remote work, people are choosing where they live based on the quality of internet. And the quality of internet in our city is not great in many parts of our community. We talk about lowering GRU bills. We talk about reducing taxes. We talk about how to save our neighbors money. This does this more than anything else we can do, and with this amount of money. This also would bring in millions of dollars in revenue. So this has long-term impact of reducing our reliance on the general fund transfer and saving our residents a substantial amount of money. Looking at take rates, Ocala, for example, our closest city that has municipal internet, they're seeing 45% take rates. With that take rate, we will be looking at having about $9.8 million in profit from this. We're talking about GrewCom and kind of the position they're in today. They are in a not a great financial position, and that's why I think we need to do something different. GrewCom has been extremely risk averse, and I think that's why it's kind of led to the financial issues that we're in. In a competitive business market, you can't just sit back, and that's what happened before. We have to go and find new revenue sources and go after those. I believe this is low-hanging fruit. This is a pilot project that gives us a ability to provide services, better services to the community, make money, and also turn GrewCom around. Also, this is talking about using ARPA dollars for it. Large amounts of funds from the federal government don't come around that often, and they should be used, I think, for transformational projects. This is the transformational project. It not only provides better services to our residents, it lower costs, but it brings in long-term revenue to the city. And I believe that we should move forward on it. I think it will be one of the best decisions we can make for our city. And I think if we don't do this, it would be an incredibly detrimental mistake on part of the commission. And yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Up next, we have Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our charter officers have stated very clearly, very succinctly, their recommendation to not proceed with this broadband venture. Most significantly, the general manager for utilities has stated unequivocally that GrewCom cannot take on businesses that require subsidization from another business unit in GRU. GRU cannot take on businesses that require, let me restate it. GRU cannot take on a business within GRU and subsidize it, period. In other words, GrewCom cannot cover all of the associated costs for broadband, and no other entity in GRU can subsidize the debt incurred by GrewCom. Furthermore, our bond resolution will not allow one system in GRU to pay for another system. The city attorney. The city attorney hired a law firm with a specialty in antitrust law at $850 an hour. And so far, we've spent over $20,000 researching this. The law firm does not recommend taking on the broadband venture. And to quote them, they say, the city may be vulnerable to potential antitrust and unfair competition claims brought either by state or federal government agencies, or more likely by competitors for predatory pricing. The city manager. City manager says, quite simply, her staff does not have the expertise to take this on. As she just stated, they have exhausted the consultants. They don't have consultants that they can hire to help with this. They would rely on GRU, and GRU has said that they do not want to take the lead in this because they do not see this as an economically feasible venture. Costly to the city, costly to our taxpayers, and after much research, shows that it would not work. With the $9.6 million, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to help our neighbors with housing, and we can use ARPA dollars to do that. At the end of this discussion, I would like to place a motion on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for everyone who has worked on this to this point. Commission, staff, community, consultants, everyone. I appreciate all the effort. I appreciate the passion that goes into this. This is something I care deeply about. And I will say everything that Commissioner Chestnut and everything that Commissioner A. Santos has said is true. They're both right. So we have a lot of thinking to do. We need to winnow this out and figure out what direction we're going to take as we move forward. Let me put a few thoughts out there. Number one, GRUCOM has existed for a long time as neither fish nor fowl. It is not the market, it's not a private business, but it also really hasn't operated as a service so much. It's a little somewhere in between, sometimes one, sometimes the other. And for a long time, that made all the sense in the world. It worked that way. In some ways, it still does. It really doesn't work in what we're trying to force it into being. To move forward with a community broadband product, I think requires an entirely different way of thinking about it. It just requires that with the resources that GRUCOM already has. And that's a whole other conversation. So having said that, I will say that whenever we talk about community broadband as a business, as a for-profit business, we're making a mistake. Northeast First Street has been here for more than 100 years, looking very much like it looks right now, and it has yet to turn a profit. That street costs us money every year. GPD exists as a service and has for more than 100 years, or about 100 years, I think. Never turned a profit once. Always cost us money. Cities provide services to the people who live there. We're not here to make a profit. We're here to make life better for the people who live in the community by offering things like roads and public safety services and those sorts of things. And broadband ought to be that. 50 years from now, we're going to look back and think, wow, really should have thought about it that way. But you know what? We didn't. Things have happened in the last 5 years since we got serious about this conversation that led us away from being serious about it. One of the things that I really was passionate about pre-COVID was getting a seamless Wi-Fi space throughout the city of Gainesville. We talked at length, both at the commission and at the committee level and with staff, about being able to seamlessly use a Wi-Fi system on RTS and in all the public spaces throughout our city. And there were plans for that, and guess what? It hasn't happened. Just isn't there. That's where I really wanted us to lead and to move forward, and we just didn't do it. And then COVID happened, and there are a lot of reasons that it didn't happen. And now we have different sets of pressures that have nothing to do with this, that are kind of leading us in a different way. The plan in front of us and the money we have to spend, when we start working the math on it, lead me to think that this just doesn't make sense with what we're talking about. We have $9.6 million available for a $136 million project. That's 7%, if you do some quick math. 7%. What we have in front of us that we could potentially do with that $9.6 million is serve 4% of the total folks who could be served. Again, we're barely scratching the surface, spending $10 million to scratch the surface. I don't think that makes sense. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a conversation about broadband. We should. But trying to squeeze it into the box we're trying to squeeze it into doesn't make sense. If we're going to do it, we should talk about bonding. We should talk about putting it in front of the people and saying, do you want to do this or not? Here's what it would look like. And then providing it as a service like the streets. There's a way to think about this and to put it in front of the people and ask if they want to do it. What we're trying to squeeze into this box minimizes what's possible and leads us down a path of failure, I think. And then we don't have the $9.6 million anymore. The next thing I want to point out is very clear. We don't have any staff champions for this. None. The people who most want to get this done are in the community and on the commission. Got about 20, somewhere between 2,000 and 2,400 people drawing a salary from the city of Gainesville right now. And none of them are able to roll this out and get it done. So that should tell us something. We can't do it right now because we don't have the people to get it done. I'll speak very specifically to Commissioner Chestnut's point. Where we are right now from a housing perspective is very different than where we were 5 years ago. The housing crisis has changed radically. We had a problem 5 years ago, like every other community, but every other community and our community have a much more serious problem today with housing. $10 million, which I may want to split up a little differently. 5, 6, 7 million bucks gets a lot of housing done. It gives a lot of beds for people to sleep in and a roof over their heads. We can do very good work that changes and saves lives with some portion of that $9.6 million. We could use another portion of it to backstop revenue replacement, which is going to be a problem we'll have to talk about in another few months and again next year. So we could either spend $10 million or so to not solve a problem, or we could help solve a couple of problems with that money, and then think differently about how we approach broadband as a service in a different way that lets the community decide. And I'm absolutely for finding a way to do that. But I think right now, the biggest need is housing. And we can approach that very significantly with a large portion of this $9.6 billion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Commissioner Sacco. But I'm sorry, before you start, if you did want to speak to this item, because a few people just walked in recently, fill out one of the cards right there where Maureen is, and give it to the clerk here, and then when it gets time for public comment, we'll call you in the order to receive them. Go ahead.
Okay. So I do want to thank everyone who, I guess, long before I got here was working on this. So it's not something that we thought of a few months ago and wanted to work for. Like, it's been a long labored project, but to Commissioner Ward's point, we are in a very different place from when we started the conversation. And that's an unfortunate reality of government, that we are held to a lot of standards and expectations. So by the time we get to a decision, you know, the reality has changed on a lot of things. That said, I very much want GRU and GRUCOM to offer internet services to the average resident, not just through GatorNet or the like, but to offer it. On the other hand, GRUCOM at the moment needs to be completely restructured, is my understanding. And I think that's the general manager's goal over the next several months, along with the city manager, to figure out what we're going to do with GRUCOM. Not even expansion, just stabilizing, to figure out how to stabilize something that has been a service to the community, to many members of the community, and the school board and the county and the city. But we have to figure out how to stabilize it and what to do with it before we bring on any other projects. From my memory, GRU as a whole already has 2 very substantial projects that it is rolling out at the moment. I think that's a lot of work. It's 2 votes that we took, but it's a lot of work that's already on the table. And those are fully funded projects to kind of roll out citywide across the entire service area. It is the whole project. Given the state of the last 6 months, year, I am not 100% convinced that $9.6 million will do a lot, which is a very surreal thing to say as a human, that, almost $10 million won't do anything. Even if we look at, 100% take rate, that would be 2,400 homes. That's not, that's assuming everyone. And it's in a very small geographic area. It serves a very small population of the city, or even our service area as a whole. And I worry that between make a plan, prepare it, vote on it, execute it, get it on the ground, how much less that 9.6 would be worth. The outright building of the system in its limited capacity is very expensive. And then, and I understand that we are looking at this as a pilot. I do not believe that this is something, given our current state and future state for the foreseeable future, it is something I want to take on as a pilot. I want it done right. Not as a one-off, we've tried it, and then you have a small segment that's fighting to stay alive in one neighborhood, or a couple of neighborhoods, but it's in a very small area. I don't want to do something halfway. I do think we could handle broadband as a service exceptionally well. I do not think we can do that right now. I don't dislike the concept of putting it out to the voters for a bond, in that we would then have the full funding. And to have it approved at the ballot box implies we would have people who would actually approve of the, of the service and would want to take it on. That's kind of a built-in customer base, if you will. We don't currently have that. So I'm not necessarily concerned much with the legal issues. That's not my concern. My concern is the state of GrewCom today and tomorrow and for the next year or two. And I want to see that stabilized first. I think we have excellent new management. Really smart people pick the new management. New management is very smart. And I think that he is capable of turning GrewCom around and making it the best that it can be. And at that point, we can look at how to broaden those services that we offer. Because this is a service. This is something, we shouldn't necessarily be turning profit. It should sustain itself, and that's about it. Because we are offering a much needed service to the community. And I hate this phrase, but I don't think the timing is right. I don't think with 10 million we would get a sliver of what we are hoping to accomplish. But as Commissioner Ward said, we could solve some rather significant problems 100%. Solve a couple of things 100%, or solve one thing 2%. It's not a choice that I love, but it is a decision that I have rationalized back and forth to death. And my expectations of myself as I represent the city and its people and manage, or am one of 7 people who manage those funds, tell me that we can't do this right now. I would certainly like to evaluate this again in time for perhaps the 24 election cycle, to see about putting it on a ballot, not this year, next cycle, in case the supervisor's hearing or listening in. So it is a conversation I want to continue as we restructure GRU and as we prepare for the next election cycle. I think that is a rational hope that we might be in a please be in a better situation in 2 years. And at that point, we could put it out to the public. But today, I don't think we can move forward on this part. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Ariola?
Mr. Mayor, I would like for us to think about this not in terms of either or today has to be a final decision. The most difficult aspect of this conversation for me to reconcile is all of the discussion about GRUCOM and the reality that if something does not change significantly for GRUCOM structure, within 5 years, we're looking at serious red. GRUCOM is already subsidized by the other utilities. It has been. And so we are at a situation now where we either significantly change GRUCOM structure or the alternative would be to not have that as a utility anymore. And where that goes, we haven't even started that conversation. So it's not a rabbit hole worth going down today. There are significant infrastructure dollars available from the federal government that could bolster this project. I am listening to my colleagues who don't want to move forward today. I wish you would. I want you all to consider the fact that there are multi-billion-dollar programs that we could apply for. Billion with a B. Our need is only 150 million. So the opportunity is here for us to succeed in the long term. The problem we are facing right now is we have near unanimous opposition from our charter officers, which is okay. I value their opinions. I think it is also the commission's job to sometimes push the envelope, especially when we're facing serious issues with one of the utilities. I would really, really like for us to keep the information that we have. It is a good business plan. I think there's some risk aversion, which is understandable. But to quote the new Gators football coach, scared money doesn't make money. I think there's a lot of money we'd be leaving on the table if we don't go forward with this. I can sense the trepidation of using the ARPA money for it. There's a lot more money available that we could identify for it. And the reason why I started my comments by saying let's not make it either or, because the alternative of using this dollars for housing, well, that's another conversation. It sounds nice on its front, but that's a conversation we haven't even begun to have. It costs between $64,000 and $84,000 for a single new apartment unit. Do the quick math. $9.2 million will get you 125 units. And you better believe you're going to have to stack that 4 or 5 stories, maybe 6. Is anyone ready to support that? I would be. When we talk about the impact of this $9 million, you have to look at the long-term investment. We could be investing in a completely new city service that turns around GRUCOM, sets us up to earn more monies in the future, and provides a high quality of service from the city of Gainesville. I would really like for us to go down that path. If we cannot get votes today, I would just like the nay votes to consider the $1.2 trillion in federal monies that has been identified as a possible funding source. And I would really like to know from our charter officers how we could, I think if we were to identify how to acquire those funds in the next few years, I think we could answer some of our questions about risk, and we could answer some of our questions about staff capacity to be able to produce this. But I think ultimately, if the decision is to reduce the amount of money that gets put into the broadband, we are putting ourselves into more of a risky position if we're going to roll this out. So I'm still in support of our municipal broadband. Been working on it for years, waiting for the business plan. The business plan came back and it provides a path forward for GRUCOM and for this project. I really, really want whatever motion we pass today to not be a finality for passing municipal broadband. There's a lot of opportunity, and I'm going to be pushing this until I can hear another solution for what is going to happen for GRUCOM. And so I understand the aversion to the risk here, but I'm looking at this from my perspective of a board of directors. In 5 years, I can't tell the next city commission what to do with negative $26 million coming out of GRUCOM. And as a commissioner, that is a serious issue. That is a serious, serious issue, because that number only balloons after 5 years. And I was really, really, all of us who got elected had to deal with some serious financial issues at GRU. I am not going to leave that for the next city commission. And this is the only project that's been presented which can turn that around. So I really, really want us to view this with a much more open lens than just either or yes or no, because there's a lot of opportunity here, and I think we just have to see it. I'll conclude my comments for now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone who worked on this project, which clearly began quite some time prior to my arrival here at the Commission. It is not lost on me from the very beginning, in the very first conversation that I had with folks over at GRUCOM about where that utility is. In fact, in my initial conversations about the broadband issue with GRUCOM, when it was stated to me that they simply did not have the capacity or the infrastructural ability to do it, my heart dropped for a number of reasons. But I listened. I guess I can understand the desire to push the envelope in a lot of ways, but I also do respect the experts that they are. And so when they told me that they could not do it, and when they explained to me the risks, and as time went by and we saw more of the ideas unfold and more of the information come in from Magellan, as more of the charters began to weigh in, it was for me like layers being peeled back on an onion. I think broadband is something, municipal broadband could be useful. But I think everyone up here on this dais knows where I stand on the issue of housing, particularly affordable housing. I'd said it quite plainly in other meetings before that I actually wanted to see money go to very specific projects that complemented the work that we've already done in the space, but a legitimate, tangible building in some way. And I do believe we've started that conversation. I think we've started it through the framework that has been laid by the city manager, that is designed to blossom into an extensive community engagement process where the community has an opportunity to tell us what they envision, what they need, what they want, that will end up in a plan. But for me, a plan is not worth the paper that it's written on if it's not funded. So when I think about that, and I think about the experts that have not just told us where we are here locally in terms of what our capacity or lack thereof is to do this right now, but the experts that have identified affordable housing as a critical need throughout this country, and even more locally here, it's crucial that I consider how this limited resource get used. I think for me too, because every day on my way to work, I have the opportunity to see both privilege and lack. I have the opportunity to see a multitude of housing stocks, unfortunately all too many that have stood in disrepair for too long. I have an increasing desire to see the plan that will come forth funded, because I see the people that are living in conditions that they've been living in for decades, and I don't want for decades from now their children to be living in those same conditions, because that's what has been the case. So when we start talking about transformation, for me, I do prioritize that transformation. I'm looking at Mr. Harris because it was exciting when he got brought on. And as the individual now who is tasked with being over housing, I wonder, and maybe city manager, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but I wonder if he has an idea. I'm sure he does. He came to us from an organization that very capably had worked in the space of affordable housing for decades, and he himself is a product of a man who had worked in that space. So I wonder if I could call Mr. Harris forward for just a moment, or if the city manager, I see you jumping on your button, manager. Here's where I am. I know that the work is being done. I know we've begun the conversations from this dais. I know that there are the beginnings or the seedlings of a plan. Mm-hmm. I also know that there are resources that are needed to roll that out. Mm-hmm. Can you speak a little bit to us today about where our housing department, our new housing director, where you are in terms of your vision now for affordable housing per your framework and the things that you're working on?
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Go ahead, Ms. Kerr.
Not knowing where this conversation would go today, I did prepare some items for discussion amongst the commission. I did not distribute them because I did not want to presuppose the discussion. Obviously, this all really kind of centers around, and I'll get to the question specifically, availability of funding. And I know ARF is that source out there that is probably most available, depending on how the board decides to move on broadband. And so a couple of meetings or so ago, it was in a GPC, Mr. Harris was there and was asked specifically to come back in July with a build out or work plan around the framework that has already been presented to the commission. And he's working on that. But we also worked for presentation today on some scenarios that would be able to be funded if a source was identified. Scenarios based on denominations of, from $5 to $10 million in terms of whether it's development around, new units, rental, development around single-family home ownership, around owner-occupied rehab, down payment assistance, et cetera. And so those are some of the things that were already identified in the Florida Housing Coalition plan that were also identified in the framework, which kind of was pulled from that. And so Mr. Harris is prepared today to go through what we might be able to do in the short term as he's continuing to build out the plan around a larger figure of between 30 and 40, $50 million, because that in fact is what Commissioner Hayes Santos had indicated some interest in, and what would we do if we were actually able to have that kind of money flowing from a general obligation bond. So that is in the works for July. But short term at the appropriate time, and this may be it, Mr. Mayor, I just did not want to distribute anything, too early. I'll put it that way. But we are prepared to speak to that, Commissioner.
Yeah, and so on that point, and I recognize you still have the floor, Commissioner. This discussion is specifically about broadband. I think it is appropriate for commissioners to share with our colleagues what your priorities are. If it's using ARPA dollars for broadband or using ARPA dollars for something else, which would not enable this project to move forward at this point with these funds. I think that distinction is important. I do not want to get into a detailed conversation about housing, because that's not what the agenda item is. And I want all of our public to know when we're talking about those things, and I want us to be prepared. That is an important conversation. And so I'm thankful, Madam Manager, that you started that work with Mr. Harris and kind of started thinking broadly about what the options and alternatives might be should funding be available. I think our job today here, Commissioners, is to decide on the direction of this item in front of us based on the information we have. And then once we make a decision, that will inform the manager a little bit more. Will there be funding available that up to this point has been kind of set aside and restricted? Or if we do move forward with this, then it will be a pretty clear indication that that ARPA funding will not be available for other uses, and that's good information for her as well. So thank you, Madam Manager. I think that's helpful to all of us. But let's keep focused on the specifics of broadband for this item. And
I am prepared at the point to be
yeah,
ready to
good.
move forward.
Yeah, that's
And I'm prepared to that.
good. Okay, Commissioner Duncan Walker, back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Manager Curry. It is nice to know that, as usual, you are ready and that Mr. Harris stands on the ready as well. I will go ahead and conclude my comments by saying I am certainly open to exploring the other pots of resources that are available to do this. Today, I'm not willing to use ARPA funds to support broadband. My priorities are otherwise, particularly not mine as an individual, but those are my constituents who I've heard from and who have spoken to me, who have emailed and called, who have met me in the grocery store and otherwise to say what their needs are and what they're hoping that we will do. So I will sum up by saying I've been pretty clear about what my desires are. I certainly look forward to our next few conversations. And perhaps it will be the appetite of this commission to set aside the lion's share of this money for affordable housing. I certainly hope it is. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. I really want to thank all my colleagues. I want, and of course, Magellan and staff and community activists who've been working on this, frankly, for years. But back to my colleagues. I'm grateful for the depth of thought that you all have put into this issue, because it is a very important issue and deserves serious thought and consideration. I want to thank the members of the Digital Access Committee who spent hours and hours and hours, hundreds of hours over a long period of time working on this issue to get us to this point, and that this is not the only thing that they spent their time on. So let me kind of give the brief version first, and then I want to get into a little bit of depth on a few points of this. Ultimately, and I think Commissioner Duncan Walker gave the synopsis as well as anybody, but it's been a theme I've heard from several of my colleagues. Ultimately, this discussion today centers around ARPA funding. Okay, I mean, it's under the title of broadband, and do we want to move forward with the plan, but it's really about ARPA funding. We were working on broadband before COVID and before ARPA, but then this source of funding became available, and this is certainly an eligible expenditure. So as we were working as a team to develop a list of priorities on how to best help our community suffering from COVID, this 9.6, or almost a third, just a little less than a third of the money was set aside potentially for broadband. There is no question that that is a demonstrated need. Nobody is disputing that. It was amplified considerably during COVID. So that is not the question. Whether the status quo is working for a sizable segment of our neighbors. It is not. So where I land on this is that, yes, we need to seriously consider a broadband option for our neighbors that meets their needs and that they're able to afford. I do not believe that ARPA funding is the right source to do that. And there's a couple reasons why. One is, and I think several of my colleagues mentioned this already, this proposal, we can call it a pilot. It ain't a pilot. A pilot is a micro-mobility system that we can test out and see how it works, gather data and rider feedback, and then make a decision about, should we expand it, should we end it, and spend that money somewhere else. A pilot is developing a scooter deployment system and measuring its effectiveness, its usage, how people are obeying the laws or not, all those things, and then making a decision about whether to continue it, expand it, or end it. Once we make this investment, we can't just end it and undo it. And I'm glad that we can't, because I remain convinced that this is something we need to do, not just citywide, but community-wide. Talk to the folks in the surrounding unincorporated area and smaller rural cities. This is a huge barrier for them, the lack of access. There is a solution to this that helps all of our community neighbors, whether they live in the city or not, achieve access to a basic core service at an affordable rate. It's not going to be done through this $10 million. It's just not the appropriate way to do that. So I agree with my colleague, Commissioner Ariola. We need to think about yes and. I'm not ready to move forward with this proposal as presented today with the pilot and the ARPA funding as the mechanism. At the same time, I do not want to put the death knell in the coffin of municipal broadband. That is a conversation that we need to continue having. We have some incredibly useful data and market analysis and deployment alternatives. That's not going anywhere. And we are going to be able to take advantage of that. The other thing that's not going to change is we have this incredible asset as a city. All of that buried fiber that not only goes throughout our city, but out to every school in the county, that ain't going anywhere. That's the hardest thing. Well, people would argue with me about that. Maybe the hardest thing is taking a line to every home and getting them hooked up. But what most communities don't have that we do is almost ubiquitous backbone of fiber throughout our county. And that's still going to be there. And that remains our largest asset. So we've got a lot going for us. But for me, today, I absolutely believe that there are more immediate priorities for the ARPA funding. And yes, I agree with most of my colleagues that have indicated that my focus will continue through the remainder of my term on housing. And how do we maximize and leverage that money to help the greatest number of our neighbors who are in the most desperate situation? So I look forward to July and having that follow-up conversation. I am hoping we make a decision today that gives the manager and her team some actual resources with which to develop a framework, as opposed to just trying to figure it out with our existing budget dollars. I do want to mention, I think there are some other opportunities out there. I know one of the barriers, specifically with the number of low-income neighbors that are unable to access broadband internet through some of their, sort of subsidized or special pricing that they use, is that there are many life circumstances that disqualify them from being eligible for those services. And I get that from a private business perspective. There's a risk involved, and especially if a potential customer has a very risky credit profile, it's not in their DNA to take on that risk. That's something the city can help out with. We could create a fund with a relatively small amount of money. I mean, when we're talking in the terms that we are now, and backstop that risk for them so they would agree to take on some of those potential customers that right now could not. And then if any of those customers default, then the city could backstop that. Usually, and there's a lot of instances where that approach has been used, and it's always a very small number of people who actually do default, and that fund needs to be accessed. But you can create enough where it mitigates the risk on the other side, and that opens up opportunity immediately. I'm also, I think that we need to continue being inquisitive, to Commissioner Ward's point, about our wireless, and especially access to high-quality wireless in public areas. It broke our hearts would not be the right word, caused fire to erupt from my ears during COVID as we saw elementary and middle school kids sitting outside Taco Bells to access their internet so they could do their schoolwork. We're one of the most advanced economies the world has ever seen, and we've got kids sitting outside a Taco Bell to do their schoolwork. That's not acceptable. So there are some lower cost, high reward steps that I think we can be taking, that regardless of what a true sort of ubiquitous municipal broadband solution looks like, would be a benefit regardless. And I think the wireless element, and I think the backstopping fund can happen quickly and can start making a difference. And so I hope that whatever motion we pass keeps alive the conversation to take advantage of future federal funding, or combined with a local source that could be issued through a bond, or some sort of referendum vote. It could be even a property assessment. I know there are options out there that we need to continue working on, but we need to do it independently of putting ARPA money towards it right now. And it needs to be community-wide. We need to invest in the entire community for this to have the impact that I think we all want it to have. So thank you all again. I appreciate you hearing my perspective on this. I've thought a lot about it. I've talked to folks that have been championing this for a very long time. It is something that, well, I don't know if this helps or not, but it's something that I am willing to continue advocating for and fighting for after I'm out of office. Although some of the people that champion this might tell me to not do that to help increase its likelihood of success. But my point is, it will remain something that is important to me, and something that I think can ultimately greatly improve the lives of our neighbors. It just needs to be with the right funding in the right time. And right now, the right funding for ARPA dollars is not this. All right. So let's go back to Commissioner Hayes Santos. And then, Mr. Manager, I'll get you next, and then we'll go back to Commissioner Chestnut. All right, Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners, as well. I do want to be clear, because it's been said otherwise during the conversation. The business plan shows that doing the municipal broadband pilot program would be profitable and would make millions of dollars in profit. I'd like to make a motion. I move that that we have GRU move forward, GRUCOM move forward with the municipal broadband fiber pilot program that's been presented.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to move forward with the pilot program. Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Cunningham.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I didn't know when the right time to jump in would be. There were several discussions about GRUCOM and the path forward. And as part of this, as we were talking about this item coming back to Commission, was also an update from GRU about GRUCOM and the path forward. So I wanted to give you an update, but with the caveat that we want to give a much more detailed update in the future. So the update is, staff has been working, both internal staff with decades of experience in this space, along with industry experts. We've been working on both assessing GRUCOM and the business that we have now, and then opportunities and paths forward. As part of that assessment, I do want to highlight a couple of things. One is GRUCOM has a long history of being a very adaptable business. You have to be if you're in this space. Things change. You can't just sit on your laurels. The market changes, technology changes, and GRUCOM has changed along with those things. The GRUCOM infrastructure, as several of you have referenced, is very good. It's a great infrastructure that we have. It's in good shape. It's not deteriorated. It's working. Our service to our customers that we have now is in very good shape. We have very good service to those customers, and we're very competitive in the market space that we exist in. So I wanted to make some of those things very clear, like as we talk about what's going to happen with GRUCOM, what do we need to change. Those things are all very solid pieces of the business and the line of business. Some of the challenge have to do with rising expenses that we are seeing and the marketplace continuing to change and us being adaptable to that. And so when we talk about what's the path forward for GRUCOM, it's looking at reevaluating, just like we have over the last 2 decades, reevaluating the expenses we have, reevaluating the opportunities and revenue opportunities that we have going forward, as well as continuing to support the core service of what we do. And I should have mentioned at the beginning, how GRUCOM started was really serving the city of Gainesville, right? So we're the basis for connectivity for the city of Gainesville. So maintaining that we have that good connectivity, good access to broadband for the city of Gainesville, and then leveraging that and seeing how we can help serve other customers and neighbors and through that. And so I think there are opportunities for us to expand and find revenues. There are a lot of opportunities for us to also find places where we can reduce expenses. And so what we're really trying to do is a deep dive to bring a path forward back to the commission that addresses those issues in more detail. And frankly, as we've gotten deeper and deeper into it, it's a bigger, we're finding more details and more paths to go down. And so we've been doing this for a couple of months. We think we're getting closer to bringing forward what some of those things would look like. So I just wanted to kind of give that update and let you know we are going to have a more detailed update coming, hopefully in the next month or so, of what that looks like. And in addition, I will say we will continue to establish metrics and performance measures to make sure as we enter any new space, we are cognizant of the risks, and we are cognizant of the pros and cons, obviously, as we go into those things. So I just wanted to give that update. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, when I first made my comments, I said that at the end, I would like to put a motion on the floor.
Yeah, so we don't really have a procedure or rule for reserving that. Not unfortunately, that's a horrible word.
Well,
Commissioner Hayes Santos made the motion and Commissioner Ariola seconded it, and at that point it belongs to the body. It's not at my discretion. So I would also say, based on the conversation I've heard, I think you will have a chance to make that motion.
Okay.
In a little bit, yeah.
shortly.
Yeah, so, yeah, I if nobody else speaks up, I try to give that deference if somebody says that they'd like to, but that also is our procedure. If somebody puts a motion on the floor and it gets seconded, it's the bodies, and we need to deal with that motion before we move forward. So I still understand that you would like to do that.
I would like to put a motion on the
Absolutely. So before we do that, I would like to invite members of the public who wish to speak to this item up, and so I'll turn it over to the clerk.
First person to speak at public comment is Brian Eastman.
Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. Brian Eastman. I am the founder of Connected Gainesville. We launched right here on the front steps of City Hall about 5 years ago, attempting to make sure that everyone in our community has affordable, high-speed internet in their home. And so it's been a multi-year process. We've been working, the digital subcommittee has been working to bring in multiple consultants who have looked at this issue, try to find a way to make sure that we are no longer leaving children behind in their education, that we're moving forward with the 21st century economy, and we're connecting everyone. And this has sort of been the very, this is where it's all led up to. We are right now looking at using these ARPA funds, and I think if we look back on this time period, and this does get rejected, I worry about what we're going to look back for in 20 years. Looking back in 20 years, let's say we're in the same position we are now. You still have one internet service provider serving for very expensive internet with no real incentive to lower prices or increase speeds, increase service because there's no competition. AT&T continuing to expand in small areas, probably wealthier neighborhoods who are now having better access, they have more options, and they're saving themselves money because they have competition there. We are losing jobs because we're losing them to Ocala, who has expanded municipal broadband, other areas that have more competition. And we will look back on this time where we had federal funds from ARPA that President Biden called specifically to use for municipal broadband expansion, had billions of dollars in internet funds, and with the hope that perhaps in the future we would bond out. But the same issues that we're going to be looking at here related to risk aversion within GRUCOM, related to the issues of staff not sure how to move forward with this, that's still going to be there with a bonding issue with the same way that it is here with ARPA. I think that this is our best opportunity to really move forward. I worry that if we miss this opportunity, we will not get a second chance. As you guys know, being students of politics, looking at history, you have a moment in time when you can take advantage of something, you can use money to move the ball forward, and this is one of those moments that we have. And so I would encourage you to vote yes on this, and thank you so much for all your work on this, and thank you for Magellan for such a great presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ron Rawls.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Mayor. My name is Ron Rawls, pastor of Greater Bethel AME Church. I'm just going to read this. I wrote it down while I was listening. In my field of work, I use the saying, every good idea is not a God idea. We serve in different capacities, but I have a revised phrase that I would like you, for you to consider. Every thoughtful gesture does not automatically qualify as a wise gesture. I'm in no way an expert on this topic, but I've been blessed with 2 highly operational ears. And I hear red flags from people you have hired to be experts in specific areas of responsibility. I'm extremely concerned about what looks like a desire of a couple voices to disregard expert opinions and throw other people's money in the wind by investing in a business that we seem unprepared to operate. On another note, I'm elated to have a city manager who cares more for the operational health of this city than securing a job by pleasing a commission and a mayor. Some hire consultants to prove an agenda, while others hire consultants to gather information needed to make wise decisions. Proverbs 7 says this, getting wisdom is the wisest thing you can do, and whatsoever you do, develop good judgment. Proverbs 14:7, 10 chapters later says, stay away from fools, for you won't find knowledge on their lips. It's a personal choice, but I implore the elected officials seated before me to choose wisdom today and invest those one-time funds in a more appropriate and less careless opportunity to better our community. And I'm interested also in hearing about this housing conversation.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Next is Evelyn Fox.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, City Manager and Attorney. I'm Evelyn Fox, and I currently serve as President of the Alachua County branch of the NAACP. I stand before you this afternoon pleading with you to vote no on the motion. I and several other people, elected officials, maybe in 2016, we established a digital divide at the Gainesville Housing Authority. And through our committee, we were able to put internet service in all the public housing projects in the city of Gainesville. And they still operate. Not only did we do that, we got computers and printers in all of those places, and it helped. I think using this money wisely, you all, would be to put it in housing, not in broadband. Why put it in broadband when people don't have places to stay? Have you all been out and looked at some of the places people are staying? Can you imagine people who work 40 hours a week making $15 an hour and paying $890 a month for a one-bedroom apartment? We need some affordable. Gainesville does not lack housing. What we lack is affordable housing. If you make $15, and I think the commission who passed that a few years ago about the $15 minimum age, but once you take out insurance and all the other things, you have to subtract all of that. People are suffering. I'm not going to say in East Gainesville, but the entire city of Gainesville, people are stressed, and that's why we have all the mental health problems, because people don't have the funds and the resources to have a halfway decent life. You could go to the food giveaways and stuff. There are miles and miles of cars standing up just to get fresh vegetables and food. We have a serious problem, and we don't need to use this money for broadband. I'm for broadband, but not at this point, not the way the economy is currently. Thank you, and I hope you vote no. I ask you to please vote no on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Next is Amy Fanenstiel.
Oh, very good.
But when that happens.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission, and City staff. I'm Amy Fanenstiel. I'm the Vice President of Cox Communications here in Central Florida. Just a few comments that I wanted to share with you. Excuse me. The three objectives for the proposed broadband initiative were access, affordability, and addressing the digital divide. Access, the areas you're highlighting are already 100% and more than that covered. They have access. Service prices and packages for Cox, represented by Magellan in their report, lack accuracy. We're happy to help, lay things out. Nobody reached out. Just want you to know. Also, internet services available to residents who qualify for as low as free. As you already heard Ms. Fox state, we have worked very closely with the Gainesville Housing Authority, rewiring buildings, putting in computer labs, working with them on services to make digital access affordable. I would also like to point out a couple of risks. As some of the other members said, the risk of the $9.6 million spend around, it could be used elsewhere in the community, obviously. If you don't make the projections on the take rate, which 45% is a pretty aggressive take rate if you're going on the high side, you're risking increased city debt and higher electric rates for customers. The last risk that I wanted to point out is on future monies as well, on further investment, and on the ongoing cost of constant technology upgrades, which I believe you spoke to. And just to give you an example on that, the commission has been discussing this project for 7 years. In that time, Cox has invested over $160 million in our network upgrades here in Central Florida. $160 million just to stay up in network upgrades. It's an expensive endeavor. Is the city ready for this type of ongoing investment? I have an article I brought with me today from the Arizona Daily Star I'd like to share with you from May of this year. If I could get the overhead. So, Tucson tried to do the exact same thing that you guys are contemplating right now, and it has not gone well. Let me share with you a few highlights of this article. Tucson spent nearly $7 million during the pandemic to create its own internet network that was used by fewer than 1,000 households, something officials called an embarrassment that might continue to be a drain on taxpayer dollars. They used federal relief funds to create broadband systems. Less than a fifth of the internet expectations came through.
Thank you. I'm afraid your time has expired. I have to be fair and equal to everybody.
Thank you. I'll leave this article
Sure.
with the city
Yeah,
clerk
leave it
so
with the
you all
clerk.
can
She'll share it
review.
with all of us, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anybody else signed up to speak? Okay. Thank you all for being here and listening to this discussion and sharing your thoughts with us. That's been very helpful. We will turn back to the commission. There is a motion on the floor to approve moving forward with the pilot. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed? Nay. Okay, that motion fails. The ayes were Ariola and Hayes Santos. Everyone else was in dissent. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two questions before I put the motion on the floor. I want to clarify something with the general manager of GRU. Does our bond resolution allow for subsidy of GRU debt by another entity within GRU?
So, Mr. Mayor, no, per our bond resolution, we can't have one system subsidize another.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to clarify that. Mr. Mayor, if I could ask the manager to give us a balance of the ARPA funds.
Do you have a current
Do
balance?
you have that? Do you?
I did. I came prepared because I figured it would be a part of the
Sure.
discussion. With broadband in our ARPA funds, we have a total of $2,766 and $228. That's with broadband in. There is $1 million, Mr. Mayor, that is allocated to eviction protection and assistance that has not been touched. So if we pull that into that 2.7, we're at 3.766 million. If broadband is pulled out, with that $1 million of eviction protection and assistance rolled back in, we have a total of $13,366,228. and $228.
13 million, okay. Okay, Mr. Mayor, then I'd like to make a motion that the commission moves to allocate $8 million of ARPA funds to address affordable housing in the city of Gainesville.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. I real quick am going to say, I'm not going to support this motion because I did not come prepared today to, I came prepared to decide whether or not to move forward with the municipal broadband and funding through ARPA. I'm not prepared to make decisions on how else we spend ARPA until I see a proposal from the city manager's office and what options may be available. And my understanding is we're going to get those back at our July meeting. So I stated in my comments earlier that I believe housing is our biggest priority, and that's where I think we can have the biggest impact on our community. But I'm not prepared today to decide what or how much of that should happen until I see the sort of plan, and it might be more. I might want to dedicate more. It might be less because other priorities are identified, and I just want to wait until that. So that money remains available since we have decided not to use it for broadband either way. So I just am going to be a little more patient.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, most respectfully, we have had this discussion about spending ARPA money, I would say, since I joined this commission. And it's been deferred. It's been deferred. I asked for money, I think, in March for housing, and that was deferred. And it was deferred because we wanted to wait to hear from Magellan. And after hearing from Magellan, then we were going to address spending. So I was deferred. It's like Langston Hughes says, dreams deferred are like a broken winged bird that cannot fly. We want to fly with housing. We are ready to go. But I respected what you said. You told me back then, wait. We're going to get the report from Magellan in June, and then we will be ready to make a decision. Now, I think we're at a decision point. We can defer and defer and defer until people are going to be camping out right in here because they have nowhere to live. They're going to be right in front of us. So I don't think, and I say most respectfully, I wish you would reconsider, because I'm following the roadmap you gave me. And that roadmap was to wait for Magellan. Magellan is here. We have voted Magellan down. Now it's time. We want to put something on the floor for Mr. Harris to work with, the manager to work with, but we can't keep kicking this ball down the road. You just can't keep doing that. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wholeheartedly agree with you. We often talk about including our public and our neighbors. They don't know we're talking about housing right now. So I know the manager says she has her little booklet that she prepared, her like pages. We haven't seen those. We don't know if there's one project that's 6 million and then 10 projects that are 1 million. We don't know that. And I don't want to pick just an arbitrary number without seeing what our options or needs are. I think that the word after is vague. Technically, anything happening is after this report. That wasn't the conversation we were going to have today. We have decided not to use it for this purpose. The money is back in. The manager can now prepare options and other priorities. I know she has more priorities than just housing that she has mentioned in the past. We will be back here in 3 weeks. We can have that conversation in 3 weeks. And I'm not unaware of the plight of people who are struggling to find housing. Like, I deferred a lot of salary and expectations to work for much less to help people stay housed. Like, literally what my job was. But that's not the conversation we're going to have today. That's not what we were told the public was going to happen today. And I'm not going to make a decision blind. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see it a little differently. I'm going to support the motion because I think that gives the opportunity to staff then to come back in 3 weeks, whatever the time period is, with very specific proposals for housing. I know you have some of it ready today. We did not notice that we were going to talk about housing, so I get that. But what we're doing is saying instead of 9.6 for this box over here, we're going to move 8 of that to this box over here. Since we freed up the 9.6, there's no question that we could use $8 million for housing. I can give you a whole list of things that could be very specific without even having looked at that. I feel like that gives staff the opportunity to be very specific within a range to come back and give us projects to choose within that range of dollars. And we had 13 total. 13
Yeah, a little over 13, yes.
I really, really, really want us to consider keeping, and I'm not prepared to make any kind of motion afterwards on this, but in the back of our minds, I want us to keep that additional 5 for revenue replacement, so that as things come up, we have the opportunity, we have the backstop available. But I am fully prepared to commit to $8 million for housing today. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if the maker of the motion would be interested in adding direction that we ask our charter officers to refer looking into acquiring these federal monies for broadband. In my conversations with Mr. Harry Glenn and our representatives at Van Scoyoc, they feel it is a service they should provide to be able to help us acquire those federal dollars. And that could certainly, I think, change some of the conversation that we've had. So I'd like to add that to the motion, and certainly with due patience to hear what ideas the new general manager has for writing the GRUCOM ship. And my comment for the subsidization was in reference to the general fund transfer. Each utility sends general fund transfer monies to the city. Because GRUCOM is operating in the red, other utilities make up that difference. So I'd like to add that. With respect to the conversation about housing, I'm getting my hopes up hearing a lot of the conversation that we're going to make some big moves on housing. It's a big conversation that's going on right now. The reason why I pointed out the numbers is because part of the argument for let's not use money for broadband was that it would only affect such a small portion of the population. Part of the argument I'm making is $8 million in housing sounds like a lot, but with ballooning costs and the fact that you have to acquire the land, I'm assuming, unless we're going to use presupposed city land, but I want to make sure that if we're going to set this money aside, because I do think we can do this, and if anything, it strengthens the argument for the housing bond, because we're going to be able to demonstrate what we can do with just a small portion of what could be a much larger piece of the pie. But I want to see follow through on this commission because, let's be honest, there has been significant opposition to any kind of housing policy from the city of Gainesville. So I want to see us follow through and not be afraid. If this $8 million has to be 5 or 6 stories, let's not be afraid to support that. If this has to be in a location where people are maybe a little bit, because it's affordable housing, let's not be afraid to push through that opposition. I want to see this commission be brave. So I'm okay to support this with the addition of the federal dollars investigation, inquiry rather. But I really want to see us follow through on housing in a way that we're not going to split up this $8 million into smaller programs. This could be part of a bigger strategy to pass a housing bond, which I still think should be on the ballot this year. Polling data suggests it would pass with flying colors in Gainesville. I really, really want to see us follow through on that. So I'll support the motion today and wait for further feedback.
And the maker of the motion accepts the...
Seconder agree with the amendment to the motion? I think that was you, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. So we do have that addition to the motion. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I wanted to just add, clearly I support the motion. I wanted to just say that I am actually very confident that there will be follow-through from this staff who has jumped in almost immediately to not just work on some of the projects that were housing related, but that actually kind of started envisioning from the beginning, having taken kind of an inventory and a stock of what was happening. And I just know and I believe in my heart, based on what I have seen already from this very capable and dedicated group, that we are going to move forward. They're going to move forward. They have already started doing some of the work. I'm impressed with the fact that city manager has already, because she came locked and loaded today. I understand that this is not the conversation that was agended, but the fact that she already was prepared to have the conversation in case we went there shows that she's not only listening, but she's listening and then she's going back and she's working. So we're going to move through. I have the fullest confidence. And so I just simply wanted to reiterate my support of the motion, and I thank all of those that will.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll support the motion as well, but I just wanted to give at least my thoughts to staff. For me, I want us to build rental residential housing and to bring new units online. Those are the most important things to me. Thank you.
Mr. Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've heard we should split it 8 and 5 for revenue replacement. I've heard we should build one giant 6-story building. I've heard we should make it all rental. No one from the public is here to actually hear that conversation because that was not on the agenda. But somehow we are telling staff the direction we want to go in without any presentation of what our needs are, without any presentation of what the options are. I understand the concept of just setting up one giant bucket, but we haven't just done that. We are starting to give direction. And that was not the discussion we were going to have today. I'm still voting no against this, not because I don't care about housing, but because it's an insult to our neighbors. That we are having this conversation and giving direction to staff without the courtesy of, well, the obligation of letting them know. And I see that as a failure of our oath if we don't do that. So I'm going to vote no for this out of common decency and obligation to our neighbors.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the motion is, despite the other conversation, the motion is to do two things. Set aside $8 million for housing and to commit to seeking federal funding for broadband. That's what the motion is. Not any of the other things that we've talked about. That being said, let me talk about my hope for that $8 million is very specifically that you bring us back things that we can talk about with the public that function. I don't care if that's one $8 million building, although honestly, I think we could leverage into a whole lot more than $8 million from $8 million. That's the beauty of municipal money is you leverage that then forward. If it's 16 different projects at $50,000 a piece, that's great. If it's 8 at $1 million a piece, that's great. If it's one $8 million project, that's great. I just want to see people get housed. And I do lean toward, as I always have, if we're going to spend new money, putting it in new places for people to rent, because I believe that's where our greatest need is. There are a lot of things we need to do to stabilize neighborhoods. We have good plans for that. But I'm not the expert. Mr. Harris is the expert. Ms. Curry is the expert. We have a lot of other folks who have worked in that space for a lot of years and are experts. We have a lot of community experts, and I look forward to that discussion. But today, the motion is just two things. Thank you.
Commissioner Chestnut? Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Just really quickly, and Commissioner Sacco, I hear you, and I can appreciate your statements. I do think that we have had some workshops and that we've had the opportunity to hear from our community, and that this does not in any way exclude their sentiments or their desires. I think overwhelmingly what we have been hearing is that this is not just what they want, but it's what they need. So I still stand in support of the motion, and I thank the community for not being afraid or hesitant to bring forward their ideas. And I still want to say also, I can appreciate the breadth of this entire conversation. I thank everybody who worked on everything with respect to this. My sentiments remain the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, there's no issue that I care more about in my last 6 months than housing. I want to put every available penny and staff resource towards a comprehensive solution. Never in my service on this commission can I remember a time where the commission voted to allocate this amount of money that was not publicly noticed, that was not on our agenda, and that has not been discussed with staff. I thank the city manager for putting some numbers together. I have not sat down with her or Mr. Harris to look at what those options are or have any depth of understanding of that. Again, I might believe we need more than 8 million. I don't know, and I did not come here today prepared to make that decision because the item was about broadband, and we've made a decision on broadband. We have freed up $9.6 million to spend on other priorities for the city. To me, that is a fantastic outcome. But for us, without informing the public, without having any conversations ourselves, all of a sudden, imagine if this $8 million was allocated by the commission on anything else that we didn't inform anybody about ahead of time. We're going to be back together in 3 weeks. That money isn't going anywhere. And all that will allow our staff to do is put together some more detailed recommendations and specifics so we can look at the amount of this 13.3, right? Am I right? $13.3 million and what our options are when it comes to housing and other there are other ARPA eligible priorities that I know that we have. The Gainesville for All project. I mean, there are other things that we have talked about and said we support. And I just feel like our neighbors should have a chance to know we're going to talk about that and show up and share their thoughts without us sort of doing it in this way. So, Commissioner, it's not that I don't agree on the priorities and think it's just about how we do business and how we include the public and how we are prepared ourselves to discuss certain items at a meeting. I cannot remember ever doing anything like this before, and I don't think it's the best way to conduct our business. Go ahead, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I hope we will hear from the public and then vote on this issue today. A few weeks ago, I brought up that we needed to have meetings to get information to people on housing, and I was told that people are very, very much aware of housing because that's what we've been discussing. Now, we have been discussing housing, as I said, since I've been here. We've had citizen after citizen appear and ask us to put ARPA money into housing. They've asked that the whole year, the whole time we've had housing. So this is nothing new to them. They want to see us take some action. I think so if we vote today, the manager can return, or she may have, I don't know, I thought she said she had a plan, something, but she may be able to present how to spend that money or some ideas. But I think we need to take action today on this motion. People are very much aware. They have been asking when we had them calling in on the telephone during that time period, and they appear here just about every week. When are you all going to do something with housing using ARPA money? Put the money there. So I think that we're well prepared to vote on this issue.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Without trying to belabor the point, I just, as a kind of point of technicality and also a frame of reference for myself, because I was not here. Earmark. Money for broadband was earmarked, correct? And was not the process then to come back and kind of decide how things were worked out after that? Because that's kind of what I'm envisioning this process to be, that this monies that Commissioner Chestnut has made the motion regarding is an earmark, a set aside that now staff will have the opportunity to go back and bring us back after whatever the process is. We will then have the opportunity to discuss at greater length. Is that what I'm hearing, Commissioner Chestnut? Is that what you're saying?
It is indeed. It is indeed.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Duncan Walker, I hear you. We've allocated things, and that was when the agenda said we are doing updates on ARPA dollars. So the public knew we're going to talk about how else to spend this or where we're going to move things. The motion should have been, first meeting we have back, we are talking about ARPA. We didn't even know how much the manager had left, apart from the previously earmarked broadband. those updates, it's been a while, I think, at least 2 months that I can think of. Was it? Okay, time has no meaning anymore. But the update of where we are and what the needs are. The needs have changed. The needs have exacerbated. The needs have reprioritized. I would have happily supported, we should talk about this again and a point where we're spending money so we have the entire conversation about all 13.3. If that had been properly noticed. If after any one item, I sit here and go, well, we should definitely do this because people have mentioned it for several months, no one would approve to just make a financial decision without even noticing it. I still think the appropriate action should have been a general ARPA update, what we're doing and what else we can do. And within that conversation, have the housing options presented.
Yeah, I think all I'm saying, Commissioner, is that I would be enthusiastically supporting a motion that directed the city manager to come back to the commission with some funding options using the remaining ARPA dollars to go towards housing and what we could expect to get from different levels of spending, because that allows us to have the information in front of us before we make a decision and allows our public to know that we were going to have that discussion before we made that decision. I don't disagree with the sentiment or the motivation at all. I just disagree with the process. And again, I just have not witnessed that process taking place in my service. It doesn't mean that it's right or wrong. It's just not something that I'm comfortable with. I like to review things and give the public a chance to review things before we make decisions, especially large decisions, like $8 million. Madam Clerk, I believe we had at least one neighbor who wished to speak to this new motion.
Yes, Ron Rawls.
Ron Rose, pastor, Greater Bethel, AME Church, Gainesville. Commissioner Chestnut, I appreciate you, madam. I appreciate you. We have some people that are good at kicking the can down the road, then going to sit in their own comfortable housing instead of addressing issues. And people that throw temper tantrums and then go sit in their own comfortable housing. This is what I simply need right now. I need 4 commissioners. When all this talking is over, I need 4 commissioners to vote for this. I'm not an expert in the area, but I do know how to use Google. I Googled housing crisis. Didn't even say Florida, just housing crisis. And when I Google, for the commissioners that don't realize that we got a housing crisis, I own some houses, and so I'm doing good because I'm an owner. But there are people that don't own housing that's not benefiting from the rise of housing. Since Florida is now considered to be the least affordable place to live in the entire country, with home prices and rents soaring in the last year. If you don't know, that's your problem. I need 4 commissioners to vote for it, and let's go ahead and let the staff figure out how we're going to get it done.
Madam Clerk, anybody else?
Evelyn Fox.
Thank you all again for allowing me to say this. I am a little confused. We are to be voting on one thing, and then we went to housing. I would ask 4 commissioners, as Pastor Rawls said, to vote with Commissioner Chestnut. This is serious. I know we've been having workshops in the community. I've seen Commissioner Walker and the city manager and Mr. Ward and Mr. Harris. I haven't seen any of the other commissioners at any of these community meetings. They have been meeting in the community. And the other thing is, I don't remember you all having any kind of community meetings about broadband. The only meetings you all had was with the Brian Eastman's group, and I think I attended maybe 2 of those. But I don't ever remember you all bringing this issue and having community meetings about it. If you did, I didn't know anything about it, because usually when I'm well informed and I try to stay on top of things. But I don't ever remember you all having any meetings about what you all were doing about broadband, other than that committee with 5 or 6 people. And I don't think that's fair to our community. I've said it before, and I'm saying it again today. Please inform the people that you represent about these meetings. So I implore all of you today to please vote with Commissioner Chestnut on this, and let's move on to housing and the other things at the next city commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, thank you. So we're going to move back to vote. The motion has 2 parts. One is to allocate $8 million towards affordable housing. The second is to ask our staff to pursue other funding opportunities for broadband, including federal dollars. I'm going to split that motion out. The first part of the motion will be about the allocation of the $8 million of ARPA funding. All in favor of that, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. That motion passes 5-2 with Poe and Sacco in dissent. The second is for the following up with other funding options for broadband. All in favor of that, say aye. 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 All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you all for the work that went into this, the excellent discussion. Madam Clerk, we're on to our next item, please. Commissioner Ariola? Okay, never mind. Madam Clerk?
Our next item is item 210356, ordinance revising code sections relating to boards and committees. Ordinance number 210356, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, revising Article 5 of Chapter 2 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to boards and committees, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the adoption of ordinance number 210356 on second reading by title only.
Second.
Okay, motion is second to adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading. Anybody signed up to speak to this, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay, let's roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is 210562, revising city charter and city code sections by changing clerk of the commission to city clerk. Ordinance number 210562, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, revising city charter and city code sections to conform to the charter amendment approved by voters on November 3rd, 2020, changing clerk of the commission to city clerk, updating or deleting obsolete provisions, correcting scrivener's errors, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the adoption of ordinance number 210562 on second reading by title only, and I'd like to congratulate the new city clerk.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Anybody? Ward did. Anybody sign up to speak to the item? Are you kidding? Nobody wanted to speak up to renaming our clerk's office? That's a roll call vote then.
Of course, the increase in title also commiserates to larger.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
You can just
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is 211052, text change, name change of clerk of the commission to city clerk. Ordinance number 211052, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending sections 30-3.3, 30-3.4, 30-3.37, 30-3.39, and 30-10.8 of the Land Development Code, Chapter 30 of the City of Gainesville Code of Ordinances, to change any references of clerk of the commission to city clerk, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 211052 on second reading by title only.
Motion and a second to approve the ordinance. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just can't help but think the I have the perverse notion to vote against it just to see how that would throw things out. I'm not going to, but just having some of it one way and some the other way is tempting, but I'm not going to do it.
We're
Oh, my goodness.
incredibly appreciative of that.
Perhaps now is the discussion to call us a city council.
Anybody signed up to speak to this item, Madam Clerk? Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is 210836, vacation of public right-of-way, 20 feet wide ROW overlaying 3 tax parcels located in the 200 block of Northwest First Avenue. Ordinance number 210836, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, to vacate, abandon, and close certain portions of a public right-of-way located in the 200 block of Northwest First Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, Mr. Persons, welcome.
Hey, I'm Andrew Persons, Director of Sustainable Development. I'm actually filling in for staff who is on vacation right now. And so I'm mixing it up a little bit without a PowerPoint today. This is a request for a vacation of a platted, unbuilt right-of-way. It's the 200 block of Northwest First Avenue. If I can get the overhead real quick, just to orient you. This is University Avenue. It's kind of off screen down here. This is Northwest First Avenue. This is the currently cleared portion of 238 West University Avenue, just to keep it in your mind. Northwest Second Avenue, the rear. This is the location of the right-of-way. It's roughly 20 feet wide by 170 feet long. It is unbuilt. It has never been built. It is platted, and the petitioner in this case is the adjoining property owners that have signed for the right-of-way vacation, and so we're recommending vacation. And we found it does meet all of the standards in your comprehensive plan and your land development code.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions, or is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd like to move ordinance number 210836 on first reading by title only.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second that we adopt the proposed ordinance. Anybody signed up to speak to this, Madam Clerk? Okay, back to the commission for roll call vote.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker. Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. We're on to commission comment. I just got one real quick reminder or announcement. Of course, all month long, we've had our Journey to Juneteenth celebrations and activities. The sort of culminating event will be Saturday at Depot Park. There'll be a celebration and then a walk that is a great event. If you haven't participated before, all of the public is welcome to show up and join all of us. And it's a family-friendly event. And if it's anything like last year, will be a very meaningful and special day for everyone to celebrate. And you can do that and then go celebrate your Father's Day on Sunday and Juneteenth city holiday, new city holiday on Monday. So a good weekend to reflect on both our history and our present. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick announcement. Very pleased so far with a lot of the discussion that we've been having about the different housing policies that the city's bringing up. I want to thank our staff for having reached out to many neighborhoods. The conversation that's been getting back to me is very lively, particularly from some of the neighborhoods that I represent. And it's real, it's honest. People really want to know what the city is proposing, and I'm very pleased with that. So on that note, I've met with the city clerk staff. My District 3 Town Hall is going to be on June 30th, I believe, and I am going to be having a substantive policy discussion on the ending of exclusionary zoning and the implementation of inclusionary zoning. And so I would really like for that to be known as we have been frequently, I would say, belittled by the public for not having these discussions enough, which is, of course, farthest from the fact. So that'll be June. It'll be right here in Chambers so that we can stream it, so that we can take phone calls, and so that the public can also come and participate in the discussion.
Excellent.
You all are obviously welcome to attend. Sunshine Law still remains, so I would love to see your faces even if you can't talk. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that
The
notification.
dedication of Clarence Kelly. Mr. Mayor, you want to mention that? Clarence Kelly.
Go ahead if you want to. Yeah, that's a huge event.
Commissioner Duncan Walker may want to talk about the Clarence Kelly dedications in her district.
Yeah, go ahead.
Very much. Commissioner Chestnut, I was going to reserve those comments for the end of the evening with another special announcement as well, but no, absolutely, this is just as good a time as any. We are getting ready to do something extremely exciting, as everyone is on this dais is fully aware. We finally reached that point in the process where we are ready to swing the doors open and welcome the community at large to the brand new Clarence R. Kelly facility. And I can tell you that this has been a moment that has been longly awaited by community members. It is my understanding that his wife will be there present to speak, as well as several other staff members. I myself will be speaking at that event that day, and we're just so excited. It's an incredible time in that particular community, and they're really, really looking forward to it. I can tell you the kids have already started making use of the playground, and
that's what you want.
That's exactly what you want. And so I know that they're really looking forward to, thank you, they're looking forward to the programs that are going to be rolled out. It sounds like Roxy has a very lively slate of things that she's getting ready to roll out there, and we're just chomping at the bit. So that is Sunday, June 18th, and remind me of the time. The night, the 3 to 6. Thank you very much. 3 to 6. And we look forward to seeing everybody out there. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While we're going around the horn here, I thought it would be a good time to welcome and announce our new staff members. We have a finance director who is Jennifer Crocker on board this week, as well as a new controller, Sue Wong. Both of those are CPAs. It's really nice to have those positions filled. And of course, last week, the manager announced that Laura Gretz, who had been interim HR director, is now permanent HR director. It's really good to see those important positions filled. That means a lot, I think, for staff stability and the ability to move forward as an organization. So thank you.
Thank you. And we were able to meet both those individuals at our audit committee meeting yesterday, as well as the new member of the audit staff. Senior auditor, what's the title, Ms. Bigby? Audit manager. CPA and CIA. Yeah, also CPA. So, yeah, starting to really fill out those important positions to allow us to get the work done that we need. So, yeah, we welcome them on board and are glad that they're with us. Okay, we have reached the end of our business for this afternoon, so we will reconvene at 5:30. We are in recess. Welcome back. We're going to call this meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, I believe our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. And so please stand if you're willing and able and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and please be seated. And Madam Clerk, our first proclamation, please.
Our first proclamation is Say Gay Pride Day 2022.
Okay, do we have anybody here to receive this proclamation? Hey, welcome. We're glad you're here with us. Whereas House Bill 1557 will prove to harm student freedom of expression and spread ignorance concerning LGBTQ matters. And whereas this bill would make an important part of a student's identity be considered taboo and not allowed for discussion, which would result in compounding issues at school, such as bullying and depression. And whereas officials indicate that such a law could stigmatize and dangerously isolate students and make teachers fearful of providing safe, inclusive classrooms across the state. And whereas, in response to this legislation, I feel it imperative to oppose such unfair actions through participating in our local chamber's Rethink Fellowship program to assist high school students in completing a community project. And whereas my project endeavor, Say Gay, is a mission to spread awareness through website and logo creation, social media postings, community outreach at events, interviews, presentations, dispersing stickers and bookmarks, and a 34th Street wall mural painting. And whereas June is designated as National Pride Month and June 28th as National Pride Day, when we take time to reflect on the past and continue the fight for equality for all. Now therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim June 28th, 2022 as Say Gay Pride Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our neighbors to join me in recognizing efforts to spread human kindness. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 25th day of April, 2022. And so I want to thank you for bringing this forward, and please introduce yourself and say a few words. Thanks.
Okay, if I bust out some notes. Not good at remembering things. Alright. I'm Phoenix Probst, and through the Rethink Fellowship program, I've been working on spreading a message and awareness about a recent bill passed, dubbed Don't Say Gay Bill, House Bill 1557. And I would like to reiterate how grateful I am to stand here before you all and share information on this bill. I think through the community of Gainesville, Florida, we can spread awareness on something that is directly impacting our community. And for anyone who may be affected by House Bill 1557, may their voices be heard. Thank you.
That's yours. Thank you so much for your leadership and setting an example, and we're really honored to have you with us here tonight. So thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, our next proclamation, please.
Our next proclamation is Everyone Loves One Another 2022.
Okay, do you have anybody here to accept this proclamation? No? Okay. Oh, they're parking? Okay. Dad jokes? All you good people have done nothing to deserve that. I will restrain myself. Yeah, let's just wait a moment. If they're actually here and trying to find parking, then. Okay. We're just going to be in recess for a couple minutes. When they get here, we'll reconvene and do their proclamation. I think we have our guest here for this proclamation. Welcome. How are you? Good. You too. Whereas Everyone Loves One Another is a citywide event that focuses on peace, unity, and oneness. And whereas Everyone Loves One Another is an annual event with the sole intent to promote all people coming together and accepting each other and seeing the good in others as well as themselves. And whereas Everyone Loves One Another provides positive opportunities to the Gainesville community that will last for years and impact the lives of tens of thousands of people. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim June 18th, 2022 as Everyone Loves One Another Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our neighbors to join me in celebrating this day. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed to the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 23rd day of February, 2022. Let me... I'm smiling under there. Here you go, and please say a few words to introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, everybody. I didn't know I was going to speak. I have nothing to say because I didn't know I was going to speak. Ms. Danzy. Come on. Come on in. Come on. Y'all make some noise for Ms. Danzy. Everybody. Oh my God, the people that came in here, I don't want to say your name because if I miss somebody, I don't want to offend anybody. But my pastors are here, my wife, my child. Ilana, come here, baby.
There you go.
Say hey. Say hey.
Well, you just made the meeting worth it. That was the best thing that's happened in a while.
Okay, just real quick, thank you to everybody. I don't know if you had to vote against it or vote for it against it. I don't know how that works, but just thank you for allowing it to happen. It's June 18th. We're going to call it Everyone Loves One Another Day, ELO Day. But it's so much deeper than that. We got plans for the following year to do some marvelous things, some incredible things for the community. And when I say the community, I mean for Gainesville, Florida, north, south, east, west. And I'm very excited about it. I feel blessed beyond measure to be a part of it because I am only that. I'm just a part of it. I have a team that's incredible, and I am looking for more members to be a part of the movement because it's going to take a positive group of people to make this happen because we need so much in this city. And Everyone Loves One Another can make it happen together. And I just want to thank you guys so much. I truly, I thank you so much. We can leave? Huh? I'm sorry, ma'am.
Your name?
Miss Chestnut, you know me. Okay. My name is Eric Lopez. And I've been a DJ in Gainesville, Florida for quite a few years, and I go by DJ ELO, and that's my name. Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Stick around. Commissioner Duncan Walker would also like to address you. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I was particularly excited when this.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry. Look, I heard on my way. No, I'm so sorry. I heard on my way walking in here, I heard that I was called, and I'm so okay. I have a 91-year-old mother, and she has been very sick. Been in the hospital for a week or so, in and out, and it's just been one attack after another, and just the craziest things have been going on in my life. I don't put my life on Facebook. I just put like my DJ service and some funny posts and all that kind of stuff. But my personal life, very few people know I'm married. Very few people know about my baby. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes that's all you got. You want to keep a little bit of it to yourself. But I'm just telling you guys, it's no disrespect. My mother is 91, sick, and I'm her caregiver. And that's why I just had to take care of some final little things before I left her by herself. So just thank you. And I'm so sorry, Desmond. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. It's okay. See, that's one of the reasons why I'm so glad that this is brought forward, because what you see, everyone, is what you get. And it's kind of what you can expect from ELO Day, which is what I'm looking forward to. Several months ago, ELO came to me with this wonderful idea. And it was this concept of love and unity and togetherness, not just of one district, but of every single district in this community. And I want to just say this too. It was, for me, very incredible and salient that he would bring it forward, because Elo is a person who has been deeply entrenched in a lot of things for many, many years in the city of Gainesville. So he says he's a DJ, and he is. Anybody who, I'm not going to date myself personally, but I remember, I remember going to events where Elo was providing his services, and one of the things that you could always count on was there was always a vibe and an energy of positivity and togetherness. So the idea that that would now be coming forward in this idea for a festival that's several days long to bring together community is a testament not just to who he is as an individual, but his vision for the city. And I appreciate that. Elo, thank you for your many years of service, your unselfish giving to community from a time when I remember when I was little, because you know you are older than I am. But I greatly appreciate your work, your energy, your efforts, and I so look forward to working hand in hand together with you and the rest of the team to bring forward an event that's going to help to advance our community for years to come. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you. I want everybody up here, please, to help us out, please, however you can, you know. And do they need to know like what I'm planning? Because this been in plans, even though I just came to you, but I've been planning this for over 10 years.
And I think they'll let you come back and share it a little
Oh,
bit.
okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, you just send it forward, and we'll do what we can to help you. I want to thank you so much for bringing your positive energy into this chamber. I mean that sincerely. Okay. It's infectious. I love it. And both of our guests tonight that received proclamations.
Oh, somebody else got one?
What?
Who else got one?
You need to hook up, because yeah.
I DJed at his school, Lofton. Yeah, I love Lofton.
Yeah, and so I mean, that's what it's all about: spreading positivity and love for one another, and that nobody's excluded from our community. So both of you, this has been a special night. It really has.
Yes, sir.
Thank you both for having the courage and the passion to keep your vision before the community and making sure that we are fully participating to make that happen. So yeah, send more information to the commission, and we'll help you get word out and make sure it's awesome.
I need more than word. Okay, just say I need more than the word out. I can do that. I need like sponsors. I need assistance, really, from the city of Gainesville. Were we good? Okay, so I send everything.
We can find out once we find out what you need, then we can figure it out.
Okay, all right.
We'll get it.
All right. So can everybody just stand up for a second? I'm gonna take a real quick. Yep. And I'm done. All right. Y'all ready? Oh, okay, here we go. 3, 2. Got it.
That's a first. That is a first. That is the first selfie with the commission from the podium that we've ever had. You awesome, man. Oh, what a night. Can we adjourn now?
Almost. Lauren, 2 items. We're almost there. Let's get it. Let's get it done.
That should make the GRU purpose.
Even better. All right. Well, we're just all floating now, so this is good. We're all just floating. Okay, Madam Clerk, I think up next we have early public comment. Do we have anybody signed up for early public comment?
We do. I don't know if anyone signed up. And if you'd like to speak, it looks like our crowd will.
Okay, early public comment for our 2 items. Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and get to our next item then.
Okay, our first item for the evening business item is 211295 GRU quarterly update for the third quarter of FY 2022.
All right, Mr. Cunningham.
Yes, so Mr. Mayor, I propose we follow Elo wherever he's going, and we give the quarterly update there. Yeah, so I am actually really excited about this. We're going to start a tradition tonight, and that tradition is to give a quarterly update on GRU topics. As you all are well aware, our mission of GRU is to provide safe and reliable utilities in an environmentally responsible manner in a way that enhances our community. And so as part of that, the City Commission sees items that we get approval for, but there's always a lot more going on at the utility and in the City of Gainesville. And so periodically, every quarter, we would like to give an update on major projects, major investments, things that we're doing, so that the commission and the general public are aware of things that are going on. And so tonight will be the first one, and we have several of our staff here to do that. We're going to start with Eric Walters. He's going to be remote, and he is going to give the first presentation on Deerhaven Renewable Fuels. So Eric and the presentation. I see Eric on your screen.
Can I do a sound check? Can everyone hear me?
Good, we can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. My name is Eric Walters. I'm Admin and Fuels Operations Director for GRU. And I'm coming before you today to really give an update, an overview, and a review for some of you for DHR and the fuel status. There's been a lot of discussion lately around renewables in our community, obviously, and Deerhaven Renewable is the largest source of renewable energy in our community. And there have been a number of questions and they kind of come in waves that come up about where's the fuel source come from, how do we ensure that it's sustainable? How do we make sure that we're meeting our long-term goals and not, damaging ourselves as we go further down the road? So the purpose of that tonight is really to give a review of that.
Thanks. And Eric, if you could just pause, I'm sorry, Mr. Walters, if you could just pause for a moment.
Sure.
Okay, yeah. Here in Chambers, I don't know about the broadcast. We've got a very there we go. We had a really nice high definition view of Commissioner Sacco and I, but not your presentation or you. So this is much better. I think we've got it fixed, and please keep going.
Awesome. No problem.
There we go.
Next slide, please. So before you, what you see is a few pictures of the different types of fuel that we burn. There's a misconception that we are just clear cutting land and bringing it all to the biomass and we're going to burn it all, right? Well, there's many different fuel types that we're going to talk through, and so I want to start off with the first one next. Next slide, please. So there are three fuel types. There are fuel residues, or mill residues. There are urban wood waste, and then there's in-woods fuel. And so I'll go through the different attributes of those as we go through them and give you a little bit more detail. I also want to talk a little bit about the historic biomass fuel sourcing, where we were over the last year, how much of each one of those fuel categories we received fuel in, and then also talk about the minimum sustainability standards. Again, this idea that we're clear cutting land and so forth is really a misnomer. And these minimum sustainability standards are what ensures that we're being a proper steward of the environment going forward. Next slide, please. So first, let's talk about mill residues. We burned a lot of mill residues in the past, but it's really a very high quality fuel. It's a dry residual left over from milling process or making 2x4s and 4x4s that you see in the store. All of the sawdust, all of the leftover things that come after those products are made are what we call mill residues. They are very high quality. There are large volumes produced, but there's also a lot of buyers because it's so dry and such high quality fuel. One thing about it is that we have to think about the ability to surge in demand. Most of you know that we have different lows throughout the year. And so in the summer, Now there's peak loads. So we need lots more fuel than we need, say, in the February, March timeframe, where temperatures are a lot cooler and loads are a lot lower. But that's one downside to these mill residues, is that they're not very responsive to surge demand. So it's kind of, once you get into that market, what you see is what you get kind of thing with that. Historically, it's been about 5% of our fuel source, although we are looking to possibly up that going into the future. But it is also very expensive. So the more that we buy, the higher our fuel price goes with the mill residues. Next slide, please. The next category is urban wood waste, and it's the most variable category of what we burn. Typically, if you see limbs sitting on the side of the road from yard waste, you see tree crews going down and trimming limbs from the power lines, right? Those things typically end up as part of this category, the urban wood waste category. There's a lot of variation, as you can imagine, because of the wide area of places that it's sourced from. So the ash content, the moisture content, it tends to be very fibrous and tends to be a little harder to handle as well, right? So if you think of a very fibrous, like a spider web, you try to pull it apart and things are, or a piece of cotton, you try to pull it apart and things are kind of stuck together. That's kind of the overall consistency of this wood type. Although there is that benefit, there's also a limited response to surge demand. So again, you've got different types and different levels of fuel resource that you need throughout the year. And so this is one of those things where if there is no or very little urban wood waste throughout the city or throughout the area, then there's very little of it to burn, right? So if we need more, this may or may not be a source that we go to. There's also a lot of questions around, well, do we take old Christmas trees and do we take yard waste? And oh, I cut down this tree in my backyard. Will GRU take it and burn it in the biomass plant? The short answer is no, not directly. We do have some aggregators in town that we typically buy from. And so we would ask that all those go through that sorting facility because we can't have metals, we can't have chemicals, we can't have treated things go into the boiler because of our permit. So in short, if there's a desire for folks to really to provide fuel for that, we've got to go through those aggregators because they know how to source and process and deliver the wood in a way that we can actually burn it. Historically, this fuel source has been anywhere from 10 to 25% of fuel. And you'll see in a moment where that actual percentage lies for the last year. Next slide, please. The next category is what we call inwoods. And this is really the foundation of our fuel supply. It's the large majority of it is hardwood. And if you think about it, what DHR was built on was really this fuel source. So if you're riding down the road and everyone's seeing these fields where the pine trees are planted in a perfect line, going in rows for that section of land. Well, we know that that's probably pulp and paper. And what they're doing is they're growing their fuel source over the next 10 to 15 years. Well, over that time, you have things that grow in between those pine trees. You have hardwoods, you have laurels, oaks, different things that grow in between those fuel sources. And so what happens when pulp and paper comes to harvest that land and then eventually clear it and replant it, all the hardwoods that are there are very little value to them, right? Typically, they would put it on the side of the road, or not side of the road, but in a pile, and they would either leave it there or they would burn it in an open burn in the field for those things that they could not use as they replant the rest of the land. The great thing about DHR is that it's giving them another market for that and basically saying, hey, don't let it sit there. Don't burn it out in the open. Why don't we hire someone to process it and bring it to us, and we'll actually give you a little bit of value in return for that. So that scenario is really the bulk of where our fuel supply comes from. It is handled and chipped in the wood. So instead of this fibrous mixture, it's really, it comes in chips or sizes that are easily handled. It's the most consistent quality because it's obviously coming from a consistent source in the forest. And it's also our largest volume and also the most reliable as far as scale goes. So if we need more material, if we have higher loads, this is typically the category that is ramped up or scaled up to help meet that need. And historically, it's 60 to 90% of our fuel source. Okay, next slide, please. So when you look at what we've done in the past, and when we look at at least over the past year, DHR has received from these three types in varying quantities. So over the last 12 to 18 months, our in-woods, that last category that we talked about, has constituted about 75% of our fuel supply for DHR. Urban wood was roughly 22%. And then mill residues, again, the bark or sawdust or what have you, was the remaining 3%. When we talk about the fuel supply itself, it comes from a 75-mile radius, right? And so everything within our 75-mile radius of DHR is considered right to supply our fuel. Anything beyond that, you typically start to price yourself out of the market because the transportation costs are so high. So 75 miles is typically the radius, but most of it comes actually from about a 55-mile radius, depending on what's going on. So again, GRU, just as a note, we don't accept developer debris. We can't take things from construction sites and things like that because they have metals, they have different chemicals, they have different things that would violate our permit for us to burn. And so that's why we're really stringent on where these things come from and how we purchase them and get them into the plant. Next slide, please. Now let's talk a little bit about the minimum sustainability standards. So the purpose of these standards, when DHR became a reality and GRU is to go and negotiate and try to build the DHR facility, one of the first things that happened was the creation of these standards. And really the purpose of this is to ensure that suppliers abide by reasonable and responsible biomass harvesting standards. In other words, no clear cutting. In other words, don't do anything that's going to cause long-term damage to the forest or to the area that you are harvesting this biomass from. The focus of this was really longevity and health of the forest. If it's not promoting the health of the forest long-term, then is it really considered a renewable resource? These minimum sustainability standards ensure that it is going forward. It was developed by a group of forestry professionals and consultants, some from the University of Florida, some from the private practice, and they basically got together and said, what makes sense to tell someone that they need to abide, or what rule to abide by to make sure that we're looking out for the overall health of forest. So before they become a supplier for us, they must agree to abide by these standards. They must understand them, they must know them, and they must sign an agreement that they're going to abide by them. Also, there is an annual requirement for all suppliers to attend a sustainability and best practices seminar. So that's put on by local forest professionals. And also there's a lot of support from our on-staff arborist, Joe Wolf. And they basically talk to these vendors and talk to the suppliers and say, here are the best practices for ensuring the long-term health of the land that you're harvesting from, and how that's going to benefit us in the long run. And so to make sure that everyone is abiding by these standards, there is a semi-annual audit. So twice a year, we hire a third-party firm to come out and verify compliance. So he will look at logs, he will look at records, he will visit with not only our arborist, but also another forestry professional, and go out to these different sites and verify that, yes, this was done in the proper way, that no, we don't see any long-term effects from this. And we do that check twice a year, just to make sure that all the vendors that are on board are actually abiding by those standards. Next slide, please. Oh, so that was the last one. So in conclusion, what what we're trying to do is make sure that the fuel source that we have is being sourced responsibly, that it is promoting the health of the forest, but also being a reliable source of fuel for our largest renewable energy source in the city of Gainesville. So with that, I'll conclude and take any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walters. Do we have questions at this time? I guess we do. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions for me, just thank you for going through that detail. I, of course, remember quite well entering the commission, the discussion surrounding Deer Haven Renewables. One of the most compelling arguments that was made to the commission was the ability of GRU to operate and maximize not just the fuel efficiency, but the operational efficiency of that facility. So not only is it the #1 producer of renewable energy, but it is also one of our most fuel efficient and operationally efficient facilities. So for that, I'm very thankful to everyone who's been able to do that. Every year, you know, when I think about, everyone likes to say how much money the buyout was, but I look at every year the additional savings that was produced because of GRU operations taking over that facility. So it's a decision that I think we made very well. There's nothing on here that says we have to accept the report, but I'd like to move that we accept the quarterly report.
Okay, we've got a lot more reports still.
Yeah.
There's still more to come.
Yeah.
So let's just wait on that. And then once the whole report's given, if there's anything we need to add or follow up, or then we can do that. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I really appreciate this being included in the overall report. There are always stories about what we're burning at the Deer Haven Renewables plant, and if we can do this about once a year and remind the community. I mean, I know it's in reporting anyway, and the data is all findable, but having this opportunity to present it and ask questions about it really matters. And there are going to be some folks who could watch this and they will go tell their friends tomorrow that we're burning pellets anyway. But most people, given the opportunity to actually know what's going on, will internalize that. And this is a plant to be proud of. It's local, it's renewable. I think a lot of people don't realize how much tree farming there is in this part of the world. So that within 75-mile radius, there's plenty. There's plenty of leftover for us to use to create energy with. And I think a lot of people just don't recognize the reality of that and how quickly it all grows back, how renewable it all really is. A question that I have about this, though, every now and then somebody will call me and say, I just drove by this new construction site out in the county or in another county, and there's a great big pile of trees in the middle of the construction site that they just took down, and they're burning it right there, a 20-minute drive away from DHR. How come that's not at DHR? Can you all describe why we don't have those, and what process we could have to make it more attractive for folks to bring that to us, or for us to go get it, or however that might work? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Cunningham, you want to answer that, or you want?
Eric, you want to answer that? You want me to?
Sure. So, Mayor, Commissioners, you're right. We get a lot of questions around the same thing. One of the things that we do is we contract third-party bioresources management to really manage those things. They come in, they have forestry experts on site, they have the arborist, they have the inspection, and really all those vendors have contracts with BRM, with that third party. They are constantly going out and looking for opportunities to gather responsibly sourced fuel. Now, we don't want to cause, like I said in that case, the clear cutting of land because of construction. We don't want to cause that. But if there is trees, our trees are biomass, and if there is an opportunity to bring that in, to process, to burn it, we absolutely want to maximize that. And so one of the things that does help, I believe, are forums and discussions like this, of getting out into the public and being able to say, hey, there is this resource. We get lots of questions about who provides that service for us, and we try to be as transparent and open with them and say, hey, you really need to go talk to this vendor. And if we hear about projects, then we'll make sure we'll talk with our BRM and say, hey, please make contact with these folks if you can, because there may be an opportunity to provide that fuel source to the plant and prevent what you just described, Commissioner Ward. So we're trying to get that word out there. We do everything that we can in a public forum or public settings like this to say, hey, it's available. There's that opportunity. And we also commission our biomass experts to go out and make contact proactively when we know things like this are coming up. A lot of the times I'll drive by and see the same thing, and I'll make a phone call and say, hey, did so-and-so contact you with this project? And then they can go out and research and see what happens with that. So it is a collective effort, it is a group effort, but I do agree that is an important part of this and part of the reason why the DHR works in our community.
Thank you. All right, back to you, Mr. Cunningham.
So I did have just one last, I would like to ask Eric a question, if that's okay. So Eric, at this time, the cost to generate power is a combination of the efficiency of the plant and the cost of the fuel source. So Eric, at this time, what's the most efficient plant that we have in our fleet right now?
Mr. Cunningham, that's a great question, Mayor Commissioners. I'm glad you asked that question. Actually, DHR is the cheapest right now by far. It's almost a third to a half of the cost of all of our other generation units. Because of the high cost of natural gas and because of the high cost of coal, biomass has been the most consistent and still is the lowest cost option that we have. So just to give you an order of magnitude, DHR would be somewhere between $35 and $40 a megawatt. Our next closest unit would be somewhere in the 70 to 75 range. And then some go up as high as 90, depending on the price of fuel. So right now, DHR is our most efficient unit and is helping to keep costs low for our customers.
So, fuel costs change, and it's not always that way, but I think it's important to realize part of the reason we have such a diverse fuel source for our different plants is for that very reason. And then with that, Eric is actually on PTO. He's at his parents' house in South Carolina, so we're going to release him from duty right now and let him spend the time with his parents for this weekend. So thanks, Eric. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Walter.
you.
So the next topic is Rachel Lockhart will be giving us an update. She's a supervising engineer for large construction and treatment plants in the Water and Wastewater Department. She's going to give us an update on a project at our Main Street water reclamation facility. It's a capacity and renewal upgrade project, and it's something came to the commission probably a year ago or more, 18 months ago, for approval. And they've made a lot of progress on planning and beginning the design. And so Rachel's going to give us an update on that project. So Rachel, take us away.
Thank you, Tony. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, but there's a little something going on in the background.
Okay. I'll try to be as clear as I can. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Rachel Lockhart, as Tony mentioned, and I am a supervising engineer for treatment plants and lift stations. And so wanted to share with you guys today is our exciting project, the Main Street Water Reclamation Facility project. It's one of our largest that we've had in water and wastewater in recent time and recent memory. So we're pretty excited about it. I wanted to give you guys a little bit of history, a little bit of a few tidbits about the Main Street facility. For those of you who weren't here when this was run through the commission previously. So Main Street is one of two of our water reclamation facilities. I think a lot of you guys have probably visited it, or Napa, our other one. It's rated for 7.5 million gallons a day for treatment currently, and that serves most of the area east of 13th Street is the best way to describe it. It's pretty rough line, but that's about the area that it serves. We've been treating wastewater on this site since the 1920s, so it has a pretty long history of providing service to the city of Gainesville. Our last major upgrade for this facility was in 1990, so a good portion of the plant is at least 30 years old. And so the improvements are very needed at this point. And as Tony mentioned, we came in about the fall of 2019 to ask for your blessing on negotiating our contract for a progressive design builder. And so we, as you can see here, we successfully negotiated a contract with Jacobs Engineering to pursue this project. And so you'll see a little bit about our vision statement, some of our goals, our objectives, and our values. And so I just wanted to point out to the vision statement that we are looking to collaboratively upgrade Main Street Water Reclamation Facility to be resilient, efficient, and a modern treatment operation that will benefit our community for the next 30 years. So I will tell you, this creates a lot of excitement for those of us in the water wastewater area, because this is a pretty major thing, and we think it really will provide great service for the community for the next 30 years. And we're very excited about our team. As you can see, we've partnered with Jacobs Engineering. You can see all of us down there with our masks on during the pandemic. We started negotiating this just about the time that COVID started. So it's been challenging in some ways, but our values that you see here, trust, collaboration, those types of things have really helped us make it through and try to come with the best solution for the upgrades that we need. Next slide, please. So what I wanted to review were some of the benefits of the investment that we're making into the Main Street facility. So the first one is capacity. We're looking to expand the capacity from 7.5 million gallons a day to 10 million gallons a day. So that will accommodate growth and development that we talked about in the area east of 13th Street. So obviously there's a lot of densification going on, things like that. And so we want to be equipped to handle that. In addition, we have a lot of aging infrastructure. I'm sure many of you have heard this. This is happening across the nation, and certainly Gainesville is not unique in this. And so we are looking to replace our 25 or 30-year-old equipment on site and get better, more efficient technology to do our wastewater treatment. We're also looking to lower operation and maintenance costs per million gallons so that we can obviously provide that service for our customers. And then as regulations change, we want to be really very equipped to manage them and be prepared for them. And so those are some of the benefits that we're going to see out of this project. Next slide, please. So in 2019, when we came to you all, we had an estimated cost of about $50 million for this project. And this was kind of a very rough estimate we had to try to just wrap our arms around what's going to go on here at the Main Street facility. So as you'll see, there's some demolition of 1950s era buildings and tankage that would happen. We would be adding a headworks, and we'd be doing upgrades to our treatment basins, which we call aeration basins. And then we'd be doing some filter work and some disinfection upgrades. So this was the plan as of 2019 when we first started this. And as you'll see, it's more, and we're pretty excited about it. Next slide, please. So we embarked on the planning phase, which was the first phase of our project. And we investigated 12 very new and different technology combinations for Main Street. We spent quite a bit of time just digging into them and learning more about all the things that were out there for wastewater treatment. And so we narrowed those down to our 4 most viable alternatives based on some selection criteria. So we based it on facility performance, operability, maintainability, community, constructability, and cost. So you can see those colors are all kind of represented here. And so what we came up with is we numbered them. We didn't do anything super creative and give great names, but we numbered them. And so the option that came up as the highest ranking was alternative 10. And so alternative 10 essentially upgraded our nutrient treatment and included membrane bioreactor technology, which is pretty new, but it's also what a lot of wastewater is going to. So alternative 10 was our highest ranking one, but as you can see, it came with a pretty large price tag. So with that, we decided to take another step back and revisit our rankings and revisit our options. And so if you go to next slide, please. So as you can see, alternative 4 over on the left, this is where we have at this point arrived at. So alternative 4 is very similar to alternative 10, less the membrane bioreactor. And so we will pursue alternative 4 with a look to the future to eventually we have the possibility of implementing alternative 10, which includes this membrane bioreactor technology. It has great improvements, but it's very expensive technology. So as you can see, we'll be pursuing alternative 4, which is about a $30 million less price tag as we start looking at the project. Next slide, please. So here, it's a little bit hard to see because there is so much going on, but this is our new facility plan. You saw our previous one from 2019. So this is a little upside down from the other one. But as you'll see from left to right, on the left side is where wastewater flows into the Main Street facility, and it flows downhill. The left side is up towards RTS, the RTS facility, and it flows downhill. And you'll see that all the teal boxes are structures that are being added or modified in this project. So we have touching a vast amount. Many of the structures are moving uphill to use some real estate and get the benefit of some of the elevation that we have on the site. So this will include, starting from the left, a master lift station, a headworks, which does much of the heavy screening of our wastewater to remove the vague portions of it. And then you'll see we're increasing some tankage to add better phosphorus removal. And we're also doing some nutrient treatment in those aeration basins, which is something well needed. You'll notice that east aeration basin that's labeled is operating from the late 60s. And so that equipment is in dire need of replacement. And so we'll be doing that, as well as some addition to our filters and some major upgrades to our electrical infrastructure to support all of the new portions of our project. What you do see here, there are some hatched areas, and that's our future plans for eventually being able to go to an MBR process when the time is appropriate. Next slide, please. In this slide, pretty much what I wanted to convey in this is just that we obviously started off with a $50 million price tag, and we evaluated some options. We were evaluated a very pricey option, and so we brought that back down. And so, design cost relationship is pretty iterative. And so we will, as we move through the detail of design, we'll come closer to value engineering and cost measures to make sure that this project comes in at a much more reasonable price tag. So this just represents, as we get closer over the next design period, we'll be able to hone those costs in. Next slide, please. So what we're starting right now is we're starting the preliminary phase. So this is really design phase for most projects. This started off officially on May 2nd. So we're pretty excited to get this kicked off. We've been having weekly meetings to try to just get all of the information so that we can start designing the facility. The detailed design is estimated to be about 18 months. So that will take quite a while for us to dig in and really look at all the aspects. We'll be making equipment selections, and given the state of our equipment and ordering and supply chain, we'll be doing a lot of early ordering, and if possible, so that we can make sure we stay on construction schedule. And then the construction mobilization is anticipated in January of 2024, so it's approximately 18 months from now. And then the construction completion is anticipated to be about 4.5 years from that. Next slide, please. So our path forward and where we're going, we're going to proceed with the design of the capacity renewal upgrade. We'll be working on value engineering and cost controls to make sure that we're getting the most cost-effective way to meet all of our goals that we've set forward. And then we'll be proposing updated project costs upon completion of detailed design. So as we move forward, we'll be able to update those costs with a little bit more certainty, as opposed to just an estimate in the plan phase. And then we plan to return to the City Commission if additional funds are needed. We are pursuing some infrastructure funding and looking into opportunities like that to help offset some of the costs of the project. So we'll be looking into those, but we don't have enough cost information to really bring anything forward. So this is just an update to let you all know where we're at. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, or Tony, if you'd like to add anything.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lockhart. I appreciate that. See no questions at this time, but really enjoyed the update of where we are with that upgrade out at Main Street. Mr. Cunningham?
Yes, Mr. Merritt, so sorry the sound wasn't perfect with all of that, but I will say a couple aspects of this project is, one is this, as you can tell by the timeline, this is a multi-year project. So we're going to be constructing this project over 4, 5, next 6 years. And so we have it projected in our budget and in our rate projections and all of that at this time. And you'll continue to see that come up through the budget process year over year. The other part to remember is with a project like this, wastewater treatment plant, it's never going to stop operating. So it is all of this, the sequencing of the construction is going to be very critical because the plant has to continue to be operational throughout the construction time. We never can take the plant down. And so that's going to be a major part of this. And that this is a long history of wastewater treatment in our community. The plant at this location started in the early 1900s. It's changed greatly over time, but it serves the heart of our city, East Gainesville, downtown, essentially, as Rachel said, everything east of Main Street. And so not only are we going to extend the life of the plant, but the big story is here, we're also going to be able to add capacity. And when we started this project, we weren't sure we were going to be able to do that, and we need it for the future of our city. And so that's part of why this is just a very exciting project and something is one of our #1 projects at the utility. So Rachel, thank you, appreciate that. And we'll transition to the last topic.
If you'd please pause before that,
I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Sacco.
Sorry. So thank you for the person. We all know water is my favorite part here. But one question though, if some of the equipment is about my age, and I know I need some tune-ups, why? I guess why have we waited so long, or why haven't have we made adjustments as needed or improvements? And is this just like there's nothing we can fix? It has to be fully replaced. So.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Rachel, I don't know if you want to take a shot at that.
I certainly can. Hopefully my sound isn't as terrible as it sounds like it was in the presentation. I'll try to do my best to convey. So we spend a lot of time replacing equipment and doing rehabilitation on it. But there does come a time where rehabilitation doesn't cut the mustard anymore. And so we tend to half the life of each piece of equipment every time we rehabilitate it. And so in many cases, we've been able to keep our equipment running for a very long time. And now is when it is coming due. So I would like to think that it's a pretty good testament to what we're able to do within our budget on a regular basis, but capacity need does drive a lot of this. And so this gives us the opportunity to do both capacity and the aging infrastructure.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
On to AMI and CIS.
All right, so the last topic is AMI and CIS, and we'll make sure we talk through the acronyms as we present them. But what we have presenting here is Kinzon Hutchinson, who is our chief customer officer, and Chad Parker, who is our energy measurement and regulation manager. And Chad is really the project manager of the AMI project, and Kinzon is the product owner of the CIS project as the chief customer officer. And so it's really important that they're up here together. These projects are two independent projects that are very integrated with one another. And so for the success of both projects and for the city at large is for these projects to be implemented together and making sure that they're talking and working together. And so with that, I'll have Chad and Kinzon take it away.
Awesome. I'm Mayor Kinzon Hutchinson, Chief Customer Officer. Excited to be here tonight to talk about the, as Tony mentioned, Mr. Cunningham mentioned, these two major projects that we've married together in order for them both to be successful. And before we really get started into this, I do want to mention that in this room, we wouldn't be successful with this project without, we do have Walt Banks, which is the sponsor, executive sponsor of both projects. Also, we have George Demopoulos, which is the project manager for the CIS portion of the project. And we have Doug Hoffman, also, and I'll let Chad mention his title, and then also Cheyenne with Sparks, which I'll allow Chad to mention their title.
So Chad Parker, and some of you remember me from previous presentations, so I'm glad to be back. We've done a lot of work over the past year trying to get things ready and rolling out AMI. And like Kenzon said, I couldn't have done it without the team that we have. We have an awesome group. And with me today, I have Doug Hoffman. He's our deployment manager. And Cheyenne Sparks. She helps me with everything. So.
And so to jump into the presentation, so to kind of break up some of the acronyms, so the CIS, it's the Customer Information System, known internally as Project ICE, which is improving customer experience, which with these improvements, of course, we're looking to actually help with our customer experience and also communication as well.
Next slide, please. Yep. Next slide, please. Okay, so AMI. AMI stands for Advanced Metering Infrastructure, and AMIs quickly become the best practice in the utility industry, and we refer to them sometimes as smart meters. So through two-way communication, AMI tracks near real-time usage of electric, water, and gas consumption and sends it to the utility so we can monitor the health of our infrastructure and provide better service to our customers. Next slide, please. So why is AMI important? So we've narrowed it down to 4 key areas here. So improving operational efficiencies, customer benefits, environmental improvements, and better customer engagement. Next slide, please. So breaking down operational efficiencies. So we'll have more efficient and accurate meter reading. So there's a lot of elements that go into reading meters every day, different factors. Ever-changing workforce, high turnover, the weather. You know, we have hot days, cold days, rainy days. So it's becoming a challenge to read meters every day and keep up. So with AMI, we'll read more efficient and we'll have accurate meter reading. We'll also eliminate truck rolls. So all of our move-in reads, our move-out reads, every time a customer moves in and out, we roll a truck to go get those reads and enter them for billing. So we'll eliminate all those truck rolls. We'll also do the same for remote disconnect and reconnection of electric meters. We'll improve safety. So without having meter readers in yards every day, we'll drastically reduce things like dog bites. I mean, we get them all the time. There's a lot of near misses. There's a lot of yards with dogs in them. And sometimes we know, sometimes we don't. And so, yeah, we'll reduce a lot of things like that. We'll have faster response to customer outages. Right now, we rely on customers to call in when there's an outage. With AMI, all that data is going to come back. We're going to see those outages near real time. And by seeing those outages, right now they call in, our system looks at, you have a call here, you have a call here, you have a call here. It's hard to pinpoint where that outage may be. With AMI data, we'll be able to see that in a collective area, and we'll narrow it down to particularly an asset or a fault somewhere, and we'll have quicker restoration. Next slide, please.
And so some of the customer benefits that we will have, of course, is improved outage restoration. So it'll be easier for us to identify where outages are located through the marrying of the two. Also with real-time usage, and I want to clarify, with real-time, it's 15 minutes for electric, and then all the other services will be every hour to where you can actually look at the consumption. Leak detection, assisting customers with water conservation. So the more you empower customers with information, the easier it is for them to make better decisions. Assist customers, reduction in estimated bills. Like Chad mentioned, there are times where it's difficult for us to actually get out to read meters. And so this would actually help us to prevent us from having to estimate bills. And also power quality improvements and notification. Next slide, please. This is actually beneficial. So we don't have an app, but it'll be a mobile-friendly web portal that you can actually go in and view all of the information to help us empower our customers to make decisions. Device agnostic, customer notifications such as possible water leaks. So if there is a possible leak, we can program to where it actually sends notifications to the customer so they can look for those leaks throughout their homes. Of course, enhanced monitoring capabilities, not with just water, but electric and gas. Reduction in call times, where customers are calling for certain things like what's my usage, why is my electric what it is. This will give them the ability to see those things without actually having to call into the call center. And so, of course, increase first call resolution. Next slide, please. Chad mentioned, of course, we'll do a lot less truck rolls to do turn on and turn offs. And so, of course, we'll reduce the carbon footprint, enhance insight into resource losses, leak detection capabilities, of course, reduce fuel consumption, no truck rolls, less gas that's out there, and of course, reduce the emissions. Next slide, please.
Okay, so how does AMI work? Next slide, please. So each day, meter information, meter data is collected, is sent through what we call them collectors, but they're essentially routers that are located around our city territory. There's different types of network devices, but they all collect the data and send it back. And once they collect this data, the meter data and information, this is alarms, alerts, all the notifications, they come back into our head-end system and send that to our meter data management system where that data is processed. And once it's processed, we do validating, estimating, all that stuff, making sure the data is clean. Then we send it to our CIS system and our billing system to prepare bills. And then customers, once that data is in our CIS, customers can then access it and monitor their consumption via the self-service web portal and empowering them to make better decisions on energy usage. Next slide, please. So how did we get here? So more than 75% of U.S. homes are equipped with AMI. And since the time that I started coming here and talking about this, it's increased probably double. So in 2021, the commission approved $46.8 million for AMI implementation and $32.5 million for operations and maintenance. It's a 20-year contract that's been negotiated with Itron. That's our vendor. It'll be hosted in the cloud, and they will provide the hardware, which is the meter endpoints and network gear. And GRU will hire temporary labor to mass install these meters. And the project kicked off August 2021.
How did we get here? Next slide, please. Okay, there you go. How did we get here with the CIS project? In 2007, of course, the CIS system, the last time we've actually had an implementation was back in 2007, which was definitely outdated. A lot of security issues, a lot of not having the updates that was necessary, but also with new technology and things that were coming into to demand now, it was difficult for us to utilize that system because it was really customized so much to fit the old version. And so the commission approved $30 million for us to do an upgrade or re-implementation of our CIS system. We went into a 10-year contract with Vertex One, which is a cloud solution, which at that point we'll be able to get real-time updates, software is updated, security patches and all those things that's necessary to run the utility. We'll have those things in place. Fully hosted and managed, which allows the high availability of business continuity. Project kicked off March 2021, and then we're looking for a go-live date February 2023.
Next slide, please. So where are we now? So for AMI, we're currently in the design and build phase. And this is where we look at all of our systems. We look at our head-end system, our meter data management system, the different instances, test, development, production, and we're building those environments. They're actually built almost to this point, and we've started integrating some stuff with CIS. As of this afternoon, I'm pleased to say 95% of our network infrastructure hardware has been deployed. So these network devices are out in the field right now. So as you're driving around and you see something that looks different, it might be one of these AMI router devices. And we're on schedule and on budget for the project. Next slide, please. So this is the fun stuff for me. This is the stuff we've been working on and putting in place that are kind of behind the scenes. No one really knows what's going on. So these are some things I want to talk about. So our meter farm. There's a lot of utilities that have AMI right now, but there's very few that have electric, water, and gas. And we've built a meter farm that allows us to test electric, water, and gas meters for functionality, our modules. We built some really, really advanced things. For instance, for our gas meters, most of those take a module. And without having to build an entire meter farm, we've developed a device that allows us to put registers on it with different motors, and we can do all of our testing from our meter farm without actually using any natural gas. The same thing for water. We have all those water meters there. You can see on the left side of that meter farm. We can test all of those devices there too. So what we'll use this for is when firmware upgrades come out, alarms, alerts, things that we want to enhance on our system, we'll test it here before we send this out to the entire population to ensure that there's no hiccups. So if we say, okay, well, we want to advance something as far as the alert or alarm, we can go out there and we could turn a water meter on and simulate a slow leak and make sure that the notification is going to go out and everything's going to work like it should. So that's really cool. We also have water meters and gas meters that are outside of our electric footprint. And for us, so all of our network devices hang on our poles and are powered by GRU energy. So we've built some solar access points that are operating off of solar. It's not something that's out there. No one really does it, but we built it to make sure that we can collect all this meter data that's outside of our electric territory. And then for those that can't fall under these network devices, we have cellular endpoints. And then a big key component is we've done all the testing and first article testing for these meters. So meters and endpoints are currently being manufactured and shipped to GRU. Next slide.
And so where we are is we're in the process of marketing and communicating to the public. Of course, you see some of the door hangers that are out there. Also with CSRs, we're talking to our CSRs, getting them trained up for deployment to make sure that information is there, which is, of course, information is key during this process. And also marketing and communication, because customers don't know what's coming. It'll throw them off by surprise. And so we've definitely been trying to get the information out, also through bill inserts and also through GRU.com. So if you hadn't taken a look at that, please do so. Next slide. Another cool thing that we do have out there automatically is we have an online bill payment portal, and if you take a look at there, it really helps with information for its usage, how to conserve different tools like that. So if you hadn't taken a look at that, that's just a snippet of what we have, both English and also Spanish. Next slide. All right. Next, so where are we headed? Of course, Water Smart program, like we mentioned, it's beneficial. The more information customers have, the easier it is for them to kind of manage. And so we'll have this tool out to where they can help with conserving. And I think we're number 2 in the Southeast. I think that's
water challenge. I think we fell at the end a little bit there, but we still did quite well. We did not win.
Just for the record, we won the SEC. So we won our conference.
Which was our goal.
Not the national championship, but we won our conference.
Yeah, we wanted to set it up for the new ball coach, show him how it's done. So yeah, we did all right.
And so this is a tool out there that we can use for customers in the near future.
Next slide, please. So where are we head on AMI? So phase 1 is going to be mass deployment of all these meters. So we're going to install somewhere around 212,000 electric, water, and gas meters and modules. We'll have an installation of an AMI communication network, and like I said, we're almost done with that already. We're going to implement a meter data management system. We're going to integrate between AMI and the new CIS, and we'll transition to billing using all these AMI system reads. And we'll also integrate to outage management system. And in doing all of this, it's been a non-blocking strategy to allow us to do other things phase 2 if we choose to do so moving forward. Programs such as time of use, prepaid solutions, distributed intelligence applications, and smart lighting. So I did want to say, so our network that we have now will allow us for smart lighting now. So the nodes that we put out there, the smart street light nodes that we put out to collect some of this data would have that capability. So, next slide, please. So this is a timeline of kind of the 2 events together. So in the blue, you'll see CIS. We're going through the realize phase. We're in sprint 3 right now. So we're building and we're getting close to testing these systems out. In the green, you'll see some of the things that we've been doing on the AMI side, defining, designing, and building. And we're also working with our legacy CIS system because we're going to be deploying meters under that system. So it's taking some work. As Kenzon said, that system is old and outdated. So we've had to do some additional work to make sure that we can deploy under that legacy system. And you'll see mid-August, we're anticipating deploying our first production AMI meters in City of Gainesville. So that'll be our solution validation area. You'll see it there as SVA. And we'll do 4,000 meters. We'll test all the functionality. We'll test reads. We'll make sure everything's working. And then once we complete that, we'll roll into mass deployment. And for mass deployment, as everyone knows, supply chain is different right now. So we've been very fortunate up to now to keep getting meters, and meters come in. We're on track. It looks good, but I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that there is, supply chain issues, and there's also, making sure that we can get enough temporary help to help us deploy these meters. And with that, I believe that concludes our presentation. So.
All right, thank you both. I'm just going to make a bit of a cheeky comment real quick before I go to my colleagues. I've been here through thick and thin for a lot of this. It was not an easy process. We had to sort of reconsider and reassess and evaluate, and I'm thrilled that we're at this point. I noticed that you're finally going to be done about a month after I'm out of office. I'm sure that was very scrupulously planned. so the next guy can say, see, look at this great project I've delivered to you. It's the way it works. I'm being absolutely facetious about that. I'm glad that we have been able to do this and get to it. It's actually very exciting to see that we're so close to the go live date. But thank you for that. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if it doesn't work, it's the next guy's
fault.
But
let's not talk that way. We don't want
that's the potential benefit. So thank you all for this. It really has been something we've been working on since I've been up here, and I'm really glad to see it coming into into the home stretch. I think it's going to be a tremendous benefit to the community, to our users. I mean, I spend a fair bit of time trying to explain to folks what it is and why it matters, because it's not something that we're used to. But the idea that we're going to be able to manage our own consumption on a consistent, almost real-time basis, as opposed to a month and a half after it already happened, and try to, to divine what this current usage is by comparing it to a year ago's usage on a graph. This is night and day. I feel like this really puts a lot of power and responsibility in the hands of our folks in the community. So I'm excited about that. Meter reader is a tough job. It's a really hard gig. You get chased by dogs, you get bit by dogs, you got to walk around in 95-degree weather for a third of the year. I was talking with one of the meter reader at my house the other day. It was hot. They're out there in a vest and jeans and a hat, and it's hard. My guess is that we have a fairly high vacancy rate among meter readers.
We do.
What would you guess that would be?
We probably turn over a quarter to half every year.
Wow. Yeah. I know that we have had some real success stories with meter readers. We've had folks who started reading meters and end up, in management. There we go, right here. All right. Well, thank you for putting in the effort out in the field. It's and then for sticking around. It's a hard gig. So we're going to need fewer meter readers as we go forward. So it's going to be. I don't think we're talking about less jobs or fewer jobs. We're talking about fewer really hard field jobs.
Yep.
And more people in better environments. So I'm excited about that. That's one way that this is a winner. One of the questions that I've had as I canvass and talk to folks is about data security. I feel really good about this. We had a lot of conversation about it in committee over the years about how we try to be really careful with all the data, but we do still have some folks who are concerned that, well, if I can see my data in real time, who else can see my data in real time? Who knows that I'm not home? That my usage is dipped, and So can you talk a little bit about how we manage that security? And because not everybody asking that question, but there are enough folks asking it that there are questions.
So Banks,
I can speak to some of that. So we've made sure that when we negotiated this contract that we've held up all the standards that we have for customer data.
Okay.
And most of the data that's going to come over from AMI is not going to have customer information tied to it. It's going to be a meter number. And all that information just comes back to a head end, and then the customer data is actually in our CIS. So it's not like it's really just floating over the air. But all the requirements that we hold right now, we made sure that all the vendors, I don't know the word that I'm looking for, but basically adapted to that and ensure that our data will be secure.
So that's an important point, that it's identified by number, not by address or name.
Right.
So, okay.
And let the IT guys speak to that.
How you doing? Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, we followed all the protocols for all the data security. Thus far, we're getting great advice from both sides of the vendors, whether it be AMI with Itron or with Virtua One and their CIS product. So we feel confident that that's going to be looked at. It's still something, obviously, it's ongoing with data security and really what is the people's expectations of what they want to see versus what they need to see. So we're trying to weigh all that. I'm sure that when we open the portal so that people can see, we will have all that nailed down as well as documented what's going on so people don't have those questions in their mind.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Zucman.
Thank you all. Thank you both. Thank you all. Thank you everyone who's not in this room. Thank you to the folks who are going outside and 90 feels like 115 weather. I'm really excited about this one. And backtrack. The phrase meter farm is adorable. I love it. I wish we would call everything a meter farm because that is the cutest thing. That's just a personal part. But no, whatever education campaign you're doing to let folks know, like, this is the future of GRU, this is what we're trying to do, this is going to help you, it's already working. In my 5 minutes of spare time, I like to sit on something called Reddit. And Gainesville, GNV Reddit is usually full of questions. There's a lot of why would the city and or GRU do X? And a couple, I've always seen a couple, just as they do on Facebook, Twitter, what have you, of why is my bill double? And, folks are encouraged, like, call in. It could have been a misread reader because if it's a 90 degrees, it's 90 degrees, I'm dying of heat stroke and there's a dog chasing me, I might get a number mixed up because I'm human. So folks call in, they're like, oh no, it's actually much less. And they're like, I wish we had a better system. How do you just not know? And so folks who are not me, so I don't have to lift a finger, are like, actually, we are doing that. And they provide links and then, a small bubble of people at a time get further informed. But I saw a lot of excitement. That's the word, sorry. It's late. Excitement as folks are like, no, we are going to do this. This is great. So I think this is going to be a huge help for folks. They'll feel a little more in control. Fewer surprises or misreadings. And I think that's going to help a lot with the relationship that we have with our neighbors. I recently moved. My bill is much higher than it used to be because it's a larger space. And I had to, you pull out the bill and you see the number and you're already upset. Kind of like when we get our taxes. And then I remember it's my fault. So that's kind of the beginning of that, where you're like, this is a ridiculous number. So the relationship's already on a bad foot, even as they contact, and your folks are lovely. You won't have that step necessarily. You'll be able to follow along. It'll be more accurate. And I think it'll start mending that relationship where folks feel more informed, more in control. And they will come to see just how amazing GRU is. So I'm excited. I can't wait. I will still be here when this is finished. I won't make any tweaks. There won't be any tweaks to be made. But thank you, really.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos? Oh.
I've not hand raised. I can say, I'm excited to see this happening. I'm in your same boat, Mr. Mayor, that it's going to go live a month after we go out.
Yeah. So
funny
y'all
enough.
make sure to try to find us where I'll make sure to leave 3 of my digits of my phone number with somebody. I can, Madam Auditor, I'm sorry, I thought that was for Commissioner Santos, but did you have a question or a point that you wanted to make?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I wanted to just mention that we did do a billing system pre-implementation audit at the invitation of GRU management that reported in March 2021. And we did look at configuration related to privacy and use of customer data. So management was definitely taking those recommendations to heart. And then we also have a post-implementation audit on the audit plan once the system is up and running.
Excellent. So I guess I will not be part of that audit committee when you do that post-implementation, but I'm already seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Y'all, thank you. I mean, it really, unless you've been here for the long haul through this thing, this was not. This is one of the most complicated things. Probably that and Deer Haven Renewable were the 2 most complicated things we've worked on as a utility, in the last couple decades. And so, and you're right. When we first, I remember going to an APPA conference and listening to the, I don't know if his title was CEO or GM, but of the San Antonio utility, and they had been a couple years into having implemented AMI, and everyone was sort of, whispers and kind of interested, and also why would they do that? And I mean, it was at that time a little bit leading edge. That was, man, when was Kathy V the interim? A while ago. So here we are, now there's 70, I was just really shocked at that 75% implementation nationally. There's just been rapid adoption of this, and had we not done this, it kind of shows you just how far behind the rest of the industry we would have been. So it is, will continue to be a major investment. And it remains the right decision because it's just going to strengthen our utility, make us more efficient and effective, give customers more control, and overall be a net benefit for everybody. So thank you for that. And the theme I want to kind of take away, and I think Mr. Cunningham, this is part of the reason that you suggested we start doing these quarterly updates. The one thing that gets talked about most often about GRU is the bill, right? And I get that. It's something that affects us all very personally. What I hope we can do is also share with all of our customers how much we invest in this utility. And while we are not unique in that, we are exceptional in that. There are many, many other utilities, both investor-owned and municipal, that do not invest so considerably and so regularly as we do. You saw it with our wastewater treatment. You see it with the AMI and CIS. You see it with our energy production and making sure that we have diverse fuel sources, so we're a little bit shielded from these global shocks in the fuel supply. All of that adds great value to our customers in reliability and quality of service that many, many folks in other utilities just do not have. And I don't mean this to be pejorative, but sometimes we take that for granted. We do. I mean, because we just continuously make sure that we're putting the money, our people's money, back into our people's utility to make sure that it's running in a manner that's going to be there for them for years to come. And we see that on a daily basis, and we also see it, say, after a major storm event, how quickly we're back up and running. You know, it really, the outcomes of an alternative strategy would be felt daily and significantly by our customers if we were to not do these things. So to y'all and your team, thank you. I mean, this is just going to be such a tremendous upgrade and benefit to our customers. The same is true with wastewater, of you know, the quality of operation out of Deer Haven. Tony was with us, sorry, Mr. Cunningham was with us. We took our delegation from Duhawk out to Deer Haven Renewable, as well as Kanapaha, which was an interesting experience for them. Wastewater is not a thing in many parts of the world. It doesn't exist. And so to not only show them, but show them the value that had when you go from first point of intake to recharge at the other end, when you show them, you know, the operation at Deer Haven and what a exceptional facility and operation that is. We need to take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate that investment, and that this is something that we are making sure has highest best value in the long term for all of our customers. You know, it would be easy not to do that, right? Because that's always upward rate pressure. That's, you know, those are not easy decisions to make. So all around, thank you. Really appreciate it. And I think we're already all excited about the next time we get to do this. So
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all. There's no action necessary. This was just an update or a report, but we certainly would invite any members of the public. Ms. Kessler, did anybody sign up to speak to this item? No? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that Ms. Darren? I can't see exactly. Is that, yeah. Yeah, from now on, there's these, you don't have to do one now, but there's these sign-up cards that just helps the clerk organize public comment, and also helps us keep a better record. But you can come on and then let her know afterwards or something like that.
Nancy Darren, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I haven't been here much with COVID, so I'm behind. Anyway, this was fantastic. I am so glad this is going to be a quarterly review, because people don't know. Our economy is energy. Energy is the economy, and we have such an outstanding utility. I appreciate your words, Mayor Poe and Mr. Ward. And as the board of directors, it's so important for you folks also to have this bigger picture and be able to convey it. I don't know if you're still doing the orientations that you used to, but I really suggest that, you know, as new people come on, they really get a good orientation, that the APPA conferences are attended and things like that, because it helps bring us all together to celebrate and help out each other and understand what an amazing blessing we have here. And thank you, Mr. Cunningham, for making sure this happened, and all the folks who worked so hard. I had a weird experience a few weeks ago. This guy came to my door and wanted me to know about these smart meters that GRU is putting in. Have you heard about this? Where these people are coming around and they're trying to scare folks about the smart meters and how it's going to do all these bizarre things to you. So I was foolishly didn't get enough information or take his card to be able to provide more information to you. But anyway, there's an outfit out there that's trying to create havoc. So just to be aware. Anyway, but our diversity, last thing, the presentation on DHR I think was so important. It was very well done and much more in depth, and addressed many of the questions that I get quite a bit, that people just don't understand the really stringent, high-quality care that's taken to make sure that this is renewable, local power, and is going to save us in a lot of different ways. So, and about 30%. So it protects us from all these incredible spikes that are not going to go away, even though we would like them to. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Darren. And I will just confirm with you, those folks don't have cards. I tried to get contact information or follow-up information from a fellow that came to my door, and he had none and would not give them to me, and said he'd just come back another time. So that's the level of sketchiness they have, that they don't even have a piece of contact information to give to you. So yeah, we need to make sure that we're making folks aware of that. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just briefly wanted to say a couple things about our total renewability. We're consistently between 25 and 25% and a third in any given quarter renewable. Now, that's not where we need to be, but it's so far ahead of the statewide average of 4% renewable energy production. We have a long way to go. We've got hopefully a 50 megawatt solar farm, in the works. That's 10-12% of our total load. I'm hopeful for that, but whether that happens or not, we have to plan for what's next, and for another 50 and another 50 in a variety of places. So that's certainly in the back of my mind, and I know it is and with other commissioners as well. And I know that we're working on that for the next version of the IRP, and I really look forward to that. And I probably will have some questions before then about where we could place things. And to be candid, people ask me all the time. Not 2 or 3 days goes by that somebody doesn't ask me why we don't have a solar farm at Deer Haven. So we need to be able to address that very straightforwardly and with good, reliable information. So those are some of the things that are coming down the block. And I don't need that tonight, but just be aware that that's a thing that's out there that I'm interested too. I mean, we own that land. So those are some of the questions coming down the road. But I'm really excited about where we are and what's possible and what's next. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cunningham.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I won't answer that completely, but I will use this opportunity to just talk about the integrated resource plan. So we are kicking that effort off, and a big part of the integrated resource plan this time is going to be public outreach and public engagement. We want to work through this process with the city commission, other governing boards, and the public as we talk about our roadmap to net zero and what our future energy needs look like. So solar is obviously, additional solar is obviously going to be a part of that. But the integrated resource plan process will identify other opportunities, incremental improvements we will make over time, and a roadmap to that. And then we'll also look at a process that's iterative, where we're going to be doing this on a regular basis, so that we're able to keep up with new technologies and new ways of doing renewable power, and be able to be adaptable to that over the next several decades. So yeah, definitely we're excited about that process.
All right, great. Well, thank you, everybody. Appreciate you being with us this evening, including those that joined us remotely. I think that your tour of duty may have ended, so you are welcome to stay around and listen to our discussion of our GPC agendas for the next few weeks or months. Or you're welcome to leave. So, Madam Clerk, if you please introduce our last item. I know. An agenda item about meetings.
The next item is 211268, administrative session.
Okay, thanks. So we've got a sort of draft calendar for our fourth quarter GPC meetings. Our June 23rd meeting is during a recess, so that is canceled. So our next meeting will be July 14th. Can we pull that up? You do. Yeah, as opposed to me reading. There we go. Just scroll down a little bit. Yeah, so it looks like we have room on the July 14th meeting. Madam Manager, is home specifically the home from HUD dollars, or is that more our housing ARP?
It is housing, it's HUD.
The HUD home.
It's the $1.9 million from HUD, but it is our HUD. And it is for the vulnerable.
Yeah, okay. So there's room on that. I will just say, looking at these, I would like to get, and Commissioner Santos, I know that you're in queue as well. I know that I would like to get Fair Chance Hiring back. The last time we talked about that, we committed to doing some business outreach, and I expect that should be done. Hopefully by the 14th. It's about a month from now. I've had some discussions with the Chamber Policy Board, as well as some other business folks, but I think we need to do one last push there and then get that back in front of the commission so we can give some direction to staff of what we would like to see them draft for that ordinance. So without any objection, if we can add that item, the follow up on Fair Chance Hiring. And then you can kind of see what we have for the remainder there. There is some room, certainly on the September 8th agenda as well. There's just that one item. The rest of the 28th and August 11th I'm not interested in adding anything to those. Those are full agendas right there, to be sure. Commissioner A. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I think we should move one item off the 28th. So that's could be heavy items on there. I have two items. One of them, the commission voted a few months back to have the discussion. It hasn't been placed on agenda yet, but a discussion of Southwest First Avenue, the pedestrian area, and kind of what we want to do with that. Staff already had a presentation, maybe putting that on the 14th. And then I had one item that the policy research staff is working on fencing and have fencing regulations, and maybe putting that out on the 14th or September 8th, one of those two.
Well, let's do first on the 14th. Fencing, let's do on the 8th. I mean, that's
there's no rush on that one. So.
Yeah, right, exactly. And then we could move subcommittee update to the 8th as well.
Okay, or could go to 11th. There's room on that one, I think.
Well, there could or there couldn't be. I don't know. I mean, those items could end up taking some time. And subcommittees, I think that potential change in our sort of legislative process needs to be made by the next commission, not us. I don't want to do something that the next mayor and commission is, I want them to make a decision about how they want to do the legislative process. So we can gather information.
We disagree on that one, but yes.
Yeah, we got our way, and they can figure out what works for them. But I think they should have all the information available to them. So let's move subcommittee update to the 8th as well, September 8th. Yeah, and I think that makes that all more manageable. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had talked with the city auditor about this topic, and I think we're of the opinion that we could kind of solve it in GPC, and it's about employees on advisory boards. And I know we had a brief discussion when we had one candidate specifically, but we don't have any set policy of the direction we want to go on that. I believe Ms. Bigby has some understanding, can produce a memo on her recommendation. I believe the ethics recommendation on it. But I think it's a discussion worth having before we have another candidate for another applicant for one of our boards.
Okay, well, let's put that on the 8th as well, because that seems like a pretty simple conversation. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have been in conversation with Morgan and the research team about an item that was of great interest to me, which had to do with 360-degree evaluations in our process. So I'm wondering if that September 8th meeting isn't already getting a little
Well, we have the
busy there.
22nd,
We have
that's
the 22nd.
totally open.
Well, yeah, there it is. The 22nd is totally open. And I think based on my conversation with Morgan, there she is nodding her head, that's probably where we'll fall in terms of being prepared for that. Thank you, Morgan.
Sure, so 360 evaluations?
Yes.
Okay. And that also gives us some space on that meeting if things come up between now and then that we need to have discussions about, which I like. Okay, everybody satisfied with what we see there?
Not enough meetings.
Charters
Mr.
have
Mayor?
any concerns or, go ahead, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Yeah, I have one that I think will be done by then. I didn't realize we had the 22nd that's open, but one on transit authorities.
Okay, we'll put it as a placeholder if it's ready.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Cunningham?
I was just going to say, we could add one of the next GRU quarterly update on the 22nd as well as a placeholder, and then if it needs to move or go to the city commission, that's up to you all.
Yeah, that's fine. I kind of like it on these meetings as long as these meetings are not too packed, which tonight was perfect for that. But and we're also, Madam Manager, I'm guessing we're gonna try to do a GFR update. Weren't they gonna do a quarterly as well? Oh, but so okay, so it's not just GPD, it's public safety? Okay, can we change the title of that then to, instead of GPD quarterly update, public safety?
That's what it's
Oh, GCRA I'm looking at. I thought that was GPD. Sorry. Always wear your glasses. Okay, thank you. That makes more sense. Okay. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Mayor, I am remembering, and I'm hoping that you can, you and any of my remaining colleagues can help me recall, did we not several months ago ask for equity and inclusion updates on a regular basis? We asked for something like a quarterly update. For some reason, that's in my mind. Does anyone else remember that?
I don't, but it doesn't mean you're wrong.
I'm kind of, I don't know if Zariah is still with us. Maybe he might be able to speak to that, but that is in my mind. I could have dreamed it, but I thought that was something that we had asked for.
Mr. Mayor, we did have, I think the conversation was about getting updates on the number of cases they were working and the progress on those cases, not specifics on them, but just numbers of how quickly they were working through or what the backlog was and that sort of thing. Yeah, I do remember having that conversation.
Okay. Well, I believe both of you. Let's go ahead and put that on the 22nd as well. Yeah, equity and inclusion, investigation and complaint update. Kind of like, I think the model, and as Ryan, if you're listening, what the auditor does with sort of fraud hotline, cases open, cases closed, active cases, that sort of thing. But I could work with the Director of Equity Inclusion to get that more specified. Okay, well, we just filled up a bunch of meetings. Just like that. Everybody good? Without objection, we'll set that as our schedule for the fourth quarter for General Policy Committee. Then the last thing on our agenda is commission comment. Anybody have anything they didn't get this afternoon? Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as we wind down on this journey to Juneteenth, I have been very excited about some of the things that we have done, and I'm even more excited about some of the ideas that I'm hearing for next year and the years beyond that. I was approached, I didn't get a chance to make the press conference the other day with the people from Archer and around the Regis project, but I had been approached by some members of that community and people who had worked on that project about a potential resolution, and it made me just recall how important it is for us to make sure that we are not just doing the programs, that we are not just doing the events, and that moments like Juneteenth and the journey to Juneteenth are the times when we should also be focusing on policy. And I think we have done that, but I certainly know that there's room for more. And so as I looked at and heard and listened to the concerns of the people from Archer and continue to hear concerns from people in District 1 and throughout the community, I am excited to bring forward in the next few weeks ideas, well, a resolution and ideas for policy that continue to advance us in the way of racial and environmental and social justice, but also equity and equitable development. Because Juneteenth, as a powerful and poignant and salient and important moment as it is, it really doesn't mean a whole lot unless we marry those programs and events to the stuff that's actually going to move us forward, and that's the policy and the promise of our commitment through that policy. So I look forward to bringing those things forward, and I've enjoyed this celebration and look forward to next year already. I hear we're already starting some plans, so that's exciting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, it's 1 year is a novel celebration. 2 years begins a tradition. Year 3, things that some people think has always happened. So it's nice to be towards the end of that second year. And so much work's gone on that from so many different folks at the city. That team is just fantastic. So thank you all. I'm excited to see you all and give credit where credit's due on Saturday. All right. Well, good work today, everybody. We have reached the end of our business. So with that, we are adjourned.